and just flew through, and everybody just got blasted. So talking about new fort ideas, we're going to retire the previous fort today. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Unless for some reason you guys really want me to generate a new world. But I kind of want to do at least one more fort in this world. The first thing that I want to talk about before we dive in fully, foot first, hand over feet, into the game, is that type an exclamation point legends if you are in the Twitch chat. If you're in the YouTube chat, it might be in the description. I actually need to look. I think I put it there. Did I? I feel like I did. If I didn't... Nope, I did not. I will put it in the descriptions. Now, there's also been a bunch of discussion about this on my Discord over the past week, but that's the current world. Obviously, I will need to update it at the end of today, and it's not going to update in real time, but that is, by that, I mean this is my world that I'm currently playing. The fortress in it right now is Hot Spring, which I'm going to retire because it just got super crashy out of nowhere. Which kind of sucks, and I wasn't able to fix it, and I messed with it off stream, so we will be starting a new fort today. So I'm calling that fort a failure. But this isn't like the full Legends viewer, but this is, for all intents and purpose, Legends. And I think that's pretty cool. So we started in the year 275 was the first fort that we built here. So everything that's happened year 275 and beyond is the stuff that has happened because of us, or since we've started playing in this world. So you guys can go, you can look up Al Gore. Yeah, you should be able to go look up Al Gore. Yeah. Risen Al Gore Massive Paints. I wish his name was Massive Pants. That would be much better. Yeah, no, you can go look up dwarves that live in Hot Spring, because they're still alive. I mean, you could go look up the histories of Darius. I mean, obviously Darius is related to a bunch of humans because he's a human, and worships Strahl Lionboard. Damn right he does. And or is related to that person, is currently settled in Hot Spring. Got divorced, unfortunately, to Strahl Lionboard, which is very sad. So, yeah. Although was also persecuted by in 255, the elf Talese Lushfishers of the Society of Veiling persecuted the lone creative Shallow in Blunt Renowned. I'm very blunt and renowned. The goblin Bax and the elf Ada and the goblin Infer and blah, 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 all these people were expelled, and some sacred sites were desecrated. Also, skunk image. Now I want to know, why is a human involved here? I don't see their name. Anyway, so that's the thing that I want to just shout about, is I'm self-hosting this, so please don't break it. But that's something that we have running that we're going to be testing today. Named Ecod. Oh, I must have missed it. Now it's lagging. As I say, please don't break it. It starts breaking on my end. Yeah, if it starts to run slow, just close the tab or refresh it, and it generally fixes itself. So that's that. The next thing is, what do I want to do for this fort? I really like the challenge that we had with the last fort, where it was I had to keep a specific animal alive. I kind of like that. So Evelyn in YouTube chat says, Nako Dungeon Woman is a peak goblin name. My favorite goblin name I've seen recently was Bax Woman Murder, which was a very angry lady goblin commander. Commandress? Anyway. But what I'm thinking about doing is I just want to do a Dwarf heavy fort again. Because Necromonster's pretty epic. Yeah, that is pretty epic. Also, you can link specific pages, Romanoid. So if you find something cool in Legends, you can just like grab that link and stick it in the chat and I can just see it. So if you want to show me something interesting that you found in Legends, you're totally cool to just link it. That is a good name. Necromonster sounds like something out of like, that sounds like something out of 40K to me. Necromonster. Maybe I'm just thinking of Necromunda. Might actually be what I'm thinking of. I want to say my camera is turned slightly. Let me just... You can now see the edge of my green screen. There we go. Slightly better. All right. So I really like that plan. I also want to do something that's... I also want to do something that is focused... I want to do something that's focused on Marks Dwarves. And I want to see some sieges, because I haven't really done much with sieges in the last 2 forts. Called Necro Butcher. Probably not a big fan of Gravedigger, the monster truck. Or the Undertaker. How often does it update? When I manually update it. I have to export Legends from Dwarf and then run a bunch of... then I have to SSH to my server and move the file over and then restart it. So it takes a minute. But so I'm not going to be doing that a ton unless people specifically ask me to or something crazy happens that I need to look at. Nate's my name. Hello. How's the day so far? Just starting up. Starting up. Update Legends as a point stream. Fuck no. Absolutely not. No, that is actually like a... I would need to quit to Legends, which requires me restarting the game. I would need to export Legends, which takes a minute. And then I would need to SSH into my server and then move the file, which is a lot of copy pasting. It would be like a 5-minute process. So no, I'm not going to do that. I will do that at the end of the stream. That's it. With a cooldown of 9 hours? No, I just don't want to give chat that power because then like I could turn the stream on and immediately then I have to do it. No, I do not like completely demolishing my flow for chat. I used to have a bunch of commands that did that and no, absolutely not. You just need to save your stuff better. You lost more than 1 fort to updates. You know you can just roll back, right? J-Mega? Like, you can just roll back to the previous fort. But here's what we'll do. I will update it, but first I'm going to retire the previous fort. I just need to grab the save. I'll just show you what I mean. You're going to pretend yes and not that you just restarted? There's nothing wrong with restarting. Restarting is part of Dwarf Fort. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to retire this fortress, which is Hot Spring. So goodbye to this fort. It was fun while it lasted. Actually, I'm just going to do a real quick Hot Spring final. No, Eleanor. It does not. Yeah, Flashbang Fort is being sent off into the flashbang hell that it deserves. But it was a fun fort. I don't know. Should I abandon it or retire it? What do you think, chat? Ask the people working on the Lua overhaul, not me. You're asking me questions about the limitations of something that isn't out yet, Tolmas? Zero clue. No idea. My advice would be to go ask the people working on it, like Putnam or Tarn. And you can ask Tarn through the Future of the Fortress, and Putnam hangs out in the KitFox Discord all the time. So now, what I need to do, in order to export it, is I need to start a new game in an existing world. That wasn't it, was it? No, the Lost Realms of Soul is the one I need. Forces your dwarves out into the world? Yeah, there's like a 50-50 chance they die or join another faction. Okay. So start game in an existing world. Lost Realms of Soul, this one. Yeah, Hot Springs was a neat fort, but at the same time, it crashing as consistently as it was means I think I'm pushing it a bit too far. Okay, so now that I've done this, I don't need to disable the overlay. I'm just doing it because it's bugging me. I don't like the DF hack logo up there. Okay, then I click this and then I wait. Until it stops saying it's exporting. Okay, now it's done exporting. So then I go and I open Steam, and then oops, I'm not going to show this part, right? But I go to the game's installed files. I grab the file from today, and then I put it in a folder that's easier to find. Then I open up my terminal, and I open up my notes so I remember how to do it. Rather, I open up a new window in terminal. Then I copy the name of this. And then I go to this, and I get rid of all of this, and then I right-click and paste that. And then I type in enter, and then I type in the password, and then I press enter, and then I wait. And then I copy that, paste this. Once this is automated, then, oops. Once this is automated, then I should be able to do this quicker. Okay. That. Then go through here. And hopefully this doesn't break anything. Don't think it should. Oh, I see I put an extra space in there. me there's no such file or directory. Let me just try this again. What is in here? Suited. How do I restart the thing? Because it's not, it's currently running, so it's not letting me turn it down or turn it off. Because I boot it, and then back out, and then try to load the folder, but it's not letting me do that. You would install btop and send it from there? Okay, well then I actually can't update this. Because I would need to install btop on the server, right? Okay, well hold on. I shouldn't have done this. This is all massive mistakes. Yeah, I know, but this was all massive mistakes. I should have done this in advance. Okay, so everything's gonna go offline for a second. Well, not everything, but... Oops, no, let's just open a new tab. Anyway, so does it make sense now why I don't have a redeem for this? All right, let me just SSH back into the server now that the process is killed. And then from there, what I can do is I can... Also, I don't think... Did killing it even kill it? Yeah, it did. Okay. Okay, so then I copy this. And then... paste it right here. Paste. Copy that. Oh, forgot one thing. And then it should load. So now that I've got this, which I should be able to show. Right here. Should be able to refresh this. Now it's updated. Are they open backed? Yeah, these are open backed headphones. These are Sennheiser HD 650s. People only ask me that like once a year, and then I have to check. They're much cheaper now than they were when I bought them. Well, when my mom bought them for me. They were a Christmas gift. Okay. Now it's your new addiction. Isn't that a punk song? New Addiction? Or like an album? That has to be an album. So anyway, for those of you on the YouTube side, you should be able to click on the link in the description called Legends, or just go to legends.blindirl.net. And if you're on Twitch, you can just click the link that Thonicum in the Twitch chat just plopped there by typing !legends. And then you can see the legends for the world that we're playing. Yeah. If you want it to come back, you gotta make it come back. That's what I've learned when it comes to open source or free software. If you want it, go make it. Go build it. If you build it, they will come, I think. So, what I don't know exactly what kind of biome I want to do. So we're going to have to do a little bit of discussing here. Maybe haunted, maybe not, but I need there to be enough stone or metal that it makes sense and would be doable. That's kind of cool. Shadowbirds, the mysterious palace. But I want there to be at least 1 or 2 types of metal that I could utilize. That was the previous fortress, which was Hot Spring. I want there to be at least 2 types of metal that I can utilize. I want there to be things around that are interesting. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to lie. It's a pretty dope volcano. It's Joyous Wilds volcano. That's pretty dope. And now you know what you guys can do. You guys can open up Legends browser here. Actually, hold on a second. I'm just going to turn something on. Just enabling my recording. What's the name of the volcano? The volcano is the Spattered Fountain. So if I go to Legends browser now and type in Spattered Fountain. Oh. Spattered Banes, Seal Skulls. Okay, there's no history for the volcano itself, but it would be considered a geography? What's the region? The Dune of Courtesies. Right here. You can see everything that happened there. And how'd that go, Von Lo? You ended up having to install an extension to increase the volume of this tab. Volume as in, like, making it louder? Because, like, I boosted my microphone this past weekend, so it's less quiet. I think that this is an overall volume problem. Like, turn down the volume of your computer. Yeah, so turn down your system sounds. I don't know, man. I think it's honestly just my, the input device I use for my microphones. It's not the highest power thing in the world, so it's probably all on me. You've tweaked your world gen settings to get a ton of Joyous Wilds volcanoes. That's the only tile set you like to play in. Oh, you really like the color of the Joyous Wilds grass? That's interesting. There's also this mirthful ocean, which, how deep is this? Pretty shallow. That's pretty deep, actually. That's also pretty deep. Which is like way up here in the corner. That's what? Just a wilderness? Gold, silver, and copper. So the main thing I want to do is I want to mess with sieges. And it kind of just depends on what kind of flavor of sieges we want. That's really it. Dark Human Fortress. Destroy... I wonder, is there no civilized... What's here? Just iron? It's a calm and wilderness location. Yeah, no, that's a unique thing to the tutorial, Vaughn. It tries to put you somewhere safe, and sometimes it's successful, and sometimes it fails horribly. It's particularly funny when it fails horribly. That's probably already connected. What's the most likely way to have to die or restart? That is like asking... What's the most likely place on your body that you're gonna get rain? Actually, no, that's a weird analogy. That's like saying... Chat, explain why that's not an answerable question. If you're brand new to the game, probably starvation? I don't know. Flooding? Maybe, yeah. Ooh, actually, hold up. Joyous Wilds Desert. That could be interesting. That could be very interesting. Also, it's not flat. I want to know what this looks like. Which is like right in the middle of this, because like that's a pretty steep drop. For those of you who are wondering what I'm looking at, green is like flat, and then the darker the color, the steeper it is. Also, I realize that I'm just like disappearing when I do that. That's really fucking funny. Hold on, let me fix my thing. Really? It's brutal. So what happens when I turn this off? Does it completely ruin my green screen? Eh. It's fine. So it would be like right there, basically. That's pretty dope, actually. One of the things I don't like about deserts is they tend to be far too flat. It's not a waterfall, but... Also, in regards to dying, lack of a fully featured hospital if you're new is probably a more common death than not. I really like this, actually. This is a pretty dope location. Also, Basement Gear is a pretty good name. Just as a randomly generated name. Now we need to think of some limitations. I know that I want to basically do the service guarantees citizenship thing, but for Marks Dwarves. Because I did a fort last year, I think it was like the beginning of last year or like maybe the year before, where literally every single dwarf was a Marks Dwarf, and it was fucking hilarious. Because any threat would show up, and I would just, like, turn on every squad, and they would just turn into a pincushion immediately, and I would laugh maniacally. I remember a Titan running into the fortress, and it was like, "You've come to the wrong neighborhood, buddy!" Brrr. It was very funny. So I want to do something like that. But I think this could be a good place to build a fort, if you will. How deep is it, actually? Goes down to layer 70, so it's, like, decently deep. It's like 100-something layers deep. And it goes up to layer 61. What do we think? I think we can roll with that. A big dam you made? Yep. I wonder how well it would run now. Actually, Sam, because I remember that fort running at like double digits. If you still have that save file, I really wonder how well it would run. Also, that dam that you made, I'm like 90% certain. I say 90 because I'm not actually 100% certain, but isn't it on the Steam page? Yeah, like, isn't this it? No, that was the other one you made. Yeah, that's the other one you made. But yeah, no, the creek is frozen. The dam one was taller, right. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. I think we're gonna do that. Start new game in existing world. Sort by folders. The Realms of Soul. Alrighty, Unc. Can do once we get into the prepare carefully screen. So as a reminder, just about anything can be looked up within reason. We get to pick what faction we're gonna... Actually, you know what we could do? Here's an idea. Because I do want to go to war. I want to fight with people. Here's an idea. There's 2 dwarven factions. One of them's almost dead. What if we do I must acquire the king before an animal dies? But I give myself something that'll live longer than a KV, because that's like 5 years. Must acquire, like, nobility. Because there's the humid volcano, who I've played as. Also, holy shit, that is a stacked fucking location right there. It's like Joyous Wilds Volcano. Right there. Yeah, I'm still partially unexisting myself with the green, but that's fine. Right there would be our spot. So the location is called the Land of Nourishment, the Dune of Courtesies. The game crashed. So I was able to melt the ocean, but when I went to finish the project and channel through the ocean so I could cave it in on itself, the game would just hard crash every time I did it. So I gave up. I was pushing the game a little hard, I think. The Tundra of Stinking. Who farted? So we have 2 dwarven factions. We've got the Mahogany Mine, who's dead. There is a queen named Lore Netcloistered. I don't know where Lore is. You guys could look it up, though. I could also look it up. Or there's the Humid Volcano, who we played as previously. What's more interesting to you guys? Playing as the Humid Volcano again? Or playing as the Dead faction? I mean, breaking the game is kind of beating the game in the case of this game. I don't know who Edgens is, but at least it's not Edgen Z. What is the name of the queen? It is Lore Netcloistered. Where is she? Oh, she's a necromancer. Everybody wants to rule the world. She's in Craft Cradled, which is a fortress ruin of the Mahogany Mine. Agent number 1, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Seriously, man, what are we up to today? I wonder if that's reclaimable. Whoopsies. Or where it is, rather. No, I can't. Oh, no, it is. There it is, actually. Sorry. So she's here. Wonder if I could free her as a prisoner. Because I'll bet you I could. Uh, 100% you did, Unk, but it's okay. I should have disabled it. So that's on me. Interesting. Well, I mean, you know, it's an absent leader, right? Tiny Hippo, so it makes sense. So, what kind of animal, chat, do you think we should limit ourselves to? What should I have to keep alive? Free her and restore her throne to somebody who isn't a necromancer. How long do geese live? That's a genuine question, actually. I don't think lemmings exist in Dwarf, do they? They live 10 to 24 years. That would be a good amount of time. I feel like I knew that. I can't embark with a Crundle. I'm very confused, polar bear. Well, if I do a goose, then I could do a gosling. I mean, if lemmings do exist, they would be a vermin, though, right? Yeah, no, there's no lemmings in Dwarfort. Also, I legitimately forget that lemmings are a... what's it called? Like an animal and not just a character from the hit video game series Lemmings. So what kind of fort are we playing? I did this challenge with the last fort that was interesting, which was I had to complete a goal before an animal dies because everything dies of old age, right? So start with a baby one. And what I had to do with the last fort, which I ended up breaking the game. Like the game crashed repeatedly whenever I tried to do the thing. What I was trying to do was... no, I would name it Time Bomb because that's the spirit of the challenge. Bonesaw. But how long do yaks live? The idea is I have to complete a task without a creature dying of old age. Yeah, so yaks also live 10 to 25 years. I would have to give it a pasture. What do you think, chat? Goose or yak? If I have to keep an animal alive in order to complete a challenge, which one would you rather I do? A goose or a yak? And then the idea, or the kind of fort that I want to do anyway, is we're going to do a fortress based on the Mahogany Mine, which is a dead faction. So they have a population of 5. But there are quite a few dwarves in this world, so I'm not too worried about getting migrants. I'm seeing a lot of geese. I'm not going to do a cat, because cats, like, break a lot and escape, so I would have to chain it up, and I don't think chat would like that very much. Goose is funnier. Make a fort with an evil goose. We could name it Overlord. No, I'm going to name it Time Bomb, probably. I mean, at this point, Wrath of Seth, what about Zoidberg? It seems that Goose is one, by the way. Sharks live 500 years. You can't embark with sharks, and they die of... they suffocate when above water, so can't bring a shark. I can only bring stuff that I know that I can embark with. I mean, unless I want to do, like, run stuff over with an adventurer, but honestly, I kind of don't. Oopsies. It's just mirthful, though. So the area that I found here is right here. It's a canyon right here that is making me see through. But it is a canyon in a cold desert that has iron, silver, and copper and flux. So that is plenty for us to go to war with things, and should be interesting. We are a dead faction who's trying to reunite themselves with the queen. And there was an ancient prophecy that if... chat, it would be amazing if this faction had a goose god. Actually, chat, for those of you who have Legends open, are there any animal gods in this faction? Because I could bring that animal if there are any that would work. I doubt there would be, though. The odds are pretty low. I'm just going to do a normal size map. I'm not going to do anything crazy or out of the realm of normal for this. We're going to embark right here. And then prepare carefully. Wow, I'm seeing spots because of all that green. Holy shit. I'm just going to select the first dwarf in the list. There you go. Mr. Early Bird. It's called successful marketing, Feral. Or not Feral. And Lev. That's who said that. Fortress of the Dire Goose sounds like a winner. Ooh. The Dire Bird. Actually, is Dire Bird a word? I could name it Dirt Bird. Hold on. I could name it Bird's Nest. Do I ever do non-square embarks? I'll be honest with you, it really annoys me looking at the minimap and seeing, like, the player space, like this weird contorted, like, rectangle. So kind of no, actually. Mostly because the minimap bothers me. If I could disable the minimap, then probably I would do them more. But sometimes, I basically only if I'm settling on an ocean or trying to build a bridge. Wish they'd just bring back the bars. I'm not ever going to be a person that's just like, they should do this or that, but yeah, I don't know. It would still be a rectangle. So I don't know. I like square maps. Camels in real life, Georgie Pie, who says camels in real life have sassy personalities. Camels in real life are just llamas who think that they're cooler than llamas. And alpacas are just shitty llamas. So, I don't know. They're like llamas with a built-in water bottle. That's all a camel is. So because we're the mahogany mine, let's go look up a little bit of history of this world. Because I can. Just have the YAK page open on the wiki. This desert's cold, though. It's taking a second. The mahogany mine. Lots of different locations were founded. What I want to know is, when does time start jumping? Because where do they get demolished? Because they very clearly just, like, get wrecked. The Persuasive Sin defeated them in the year 148 at Lashed Crew. I love how we just... They just gained a bunch of unknown positions. It's just a bunch of royalty. So Lore became the queen. Not very successful at ruling the world. Well, cheers, Unicorn. If you refresh the stream, you should, what's the word? Get a notification. I don't know, you could go look it up, Zalvi. That's why this is public, is so that you could go look it up. I actually don't know how to look that up. I think it would be identities, historical figures, geography. It would probably be historical figures, no? It's going to put them all on one list, isn't it? It does not update live. I have to update it manually for the moment. I did it earlier, and it just asked chat how long it took. Does it not specify that? Can I do dwarf deity? Nope, doesn't look like it. All right. Let's type in God. See what it gives me. Oh, I see. It's like breaking on me. Let's just refresh this. This is way too big a list. I think I should give this thing more RAM. Of course, time bombs and legends. Okay, let's just back out of here real quick.
Fear meowdy.
Thanks for the 17 months. For the map function to work there, ask suited giraffe if he's in chat. What's needed? This isn't the software that has the map function. This is Legends Browser, not Legends Viewer. Legends Viewer is a different piece of software that requires running locally. From what I understand it, like it would have to be rewritten. Or large portions of it would have to be rewritten. And we haven't done that. So if you want to do it, go nuts. Let me know when you do it, because I'm not a coder. World map? Yeah, no, well, because this is, so this is, as far as I understand, Legends Browser hasn't been updated in a very long time. No, certainly there's a Legends viewer, but to be self-hosted? So that other people can see it and distribute it? Not that we were able to get working. At least not consistently and easily updatable. This, on the other hand, is. I'm sorry, there's a legendary Yeti. Lives in a lair, obviously. Man, that would be fun. Imagine having an object of worship that's a Yeti. Dingo Man, Forgotten Beast. Just curious if it's going to specify deity here. It doesn't specify on the search function, so let's just scroll back up. So if I search by you and then refresh, it doesn't seem to want to give me much. What about force? Oh, that's interesting. So force works. So these are all of the beans of autumn. Well, that's the best name. Can't find anything, really? Yeah, I guess I'll just go back to civilizations and go to their first king. Or queen. I mean, this is far from perfect in general, because it's old software. The YAK deity, are you for real? Well, that settles it. We're starting with a YAK chat, because they worship a YAK god named Lenod. They also have a dwarf deity named, who's the dwarf deity of fortresses and war. I have a deity that's Sarek, the Knight of Hollows. Ashen the Flaxen, that almost rhymes. Thankfully, no. Suited. Yeah, I guess that, like, settles it. We have to start with a YAK, and we have to keep the YAK alive. Until... Chat, I have a question. Is it YAK to Mountain Home? Or is it YAK to Capital? Yakidal. Yapital? I am beginning to feel like I'm a YAK god. Yeah, that's pretty good. Actually. That is pretty good. Also, sorry. Datan here was struck down by the demon Zumzust Snarled Tail, the heliotrope, excuse me. YAK to the future. Wow. Okay. It is impossible to force a religion in Dwarf Fortress. All you can do is expel everybody who doesn't worship it, but you cannot force people to worship it. The pink seduction? That certainly sounds like something, yes. It's a civilization, in fact. The demon started the pink seduction. He's the spheres of animals and deformity. And was also struck down in that same fight after killing that dwarf. So, didn't really do much of note. The pink seduction seems to be a bit of a failure. He says that and scrolls down. Nope, they're still around. Currently, they're attacking this. Oh, sorry. The maligned devil is attacking them currently. Wait, hold on. Is that another goblin civ? The serpent of Waith of Vigor. The wickedness of creeps. I mean, it is, yes. This one was founded by Edry Jump Gorges the Terrible. Seems friendly. Who worships Lelgo, the South Wreaths, which is the deity of wealth and trade. And is alive, in fact. Currently hangs out in Lull Dungeon. All right, well, we're going to worship the YAK. So the YAK god. I'm just going to go pop that back up. I'm just going to get back to where I was. The YAK deity. That's so fucking funny. This is the YAK deity for anybody who wants to pop up the screen. Take a peek. Although there's, so much information there. It's the god of mountains, volcanoes, fire, sun, and creation. Now I feel like we should settle on a volcano. Okay, so I'm going to take that deity's fears as a prophecy. Work with me here, chat. We embark with a YAK. Okay? Step 1. I have to keep the YAK alive. Step 2. In order to summon our god, if you will, it's also a female YAK, so it has to be a lady YAK. I require constructing a volcano, building a sun, and setting that YAK on fire. That's what I'm thinking. And meanwhile in YouTube chat, I just had a werehorse annihilate my first fortress effortlessly. Yeah, they'll do that. You've always wanted to do a custom start, but could never get all the right skills and stuff? What do you mean by right skills and stuff? Just YAK things, yes. Chat, you guys think of names? There's an ad running. I'm gonna go use the toilet. I'll be right back. Need a yak emote? We'll keep yakking about it and maybe it'll happen. How about Royal Beast? Chat, fill in our friend here. I'm not going to do it every single time it comes up, although I will update the commands. Last fort is now updated to say, he says that as he's updating it, so it's not so. I retired hot spring due to crashing. And then goal. Okay. Let's see. All right, goals also updated. We've got too many tabs open. I need another monitor, chat. I should get four monitors. Another streamer I know, Cringer, posted a photograph of his office, and he's like, I don't know why it's so hot in here. Anyway, I have 7 monitors now. I'm like, Jesus, man, I'm so jealous. That's early for you. Well, have a good night's sleep, Zoe. Get at least 10? I mean, I have a 4th monitor. It's just old and crappy, and I don't really want to plug an old and crappy heavy monitor in. I also use it to do stuff directly on my server when I need to do that. In the rare situation where I need to do that. Just had a where I'm just skipping through. Okay. I kind of like Royal Beast a lot. What's the name of the... It's Lenod. L-E-N-O-D. Does anybody know what that word translates to? Because if I could find it... L-E-N-O-D. The name of the god. I just keep clicking random words. Is it seed? Oh, man. I'm kind of scared of projectors, I'm not going to lie. Just because, I mean, projector technology has probably gotten better, but a friend of mine had a projector years ago, and I remember playing the first Forza Horizon on it, and it giving me a horrendous headache because it slightly flickered. Relon Lenod? It's not that crazy. You know, oops, that was a mistype. I don't feel like there's a way that I could make this not sound like a euphemism for something. You know? Like like it works, but maybe I should use the name of the god in the symbol or the group or something. I mean, actually, oh man, is tube a word? Because I could call it seed tube, and that's even worse. That just makes it like worse. It keeps getting worse. Well, the god is mountains, volcanoes, fire, sun, and creation. Nope. Nope, not using that word with the word seed. Yeah, that's why I'm not using that word, because it's just gonna, chat's gonna be like, where's the whales? I mean, calling it mountain, sun mountain. I mean, that's like silly, because like there's no, I could call it sunfire. Sounds like a sunflower seed. Actually, I could just call it sunflower. Source isn't a word. I can't use the word YAK because the word YAK doesn't exist. I mean, Sun Gift could work. I mean, the first thing I went with was Royal Beast, Sapphic Megalodon, which I think works better than that. Something with horns? I feel like fire sounds better than sun. Like Sunhorn to me. Like Firehorn sounds better. How about this? So this is a desert, joyous wilds. So we're gonna get attacked by the wildlife when I do stuff on the surface. I am going to try and make just about every dwarf in the fort into a off-duty Marks dwarf. Because it does, Firehorn does kind of sound like a Wild West thingy, doesn't it? I'm gonna go with that, Sunspire, for the fort name. The group name... Actually, I wonder. Seed of Creation. Jokes, 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 jokes. Yes, I get it. Give me 2 seconds, chat. Just gotta do something. I literally 2 seconds. I just had to stand up. I need a medically prescribed juice box, apparently. What am I pausing for? Secondar Sam, do you need to use the toilet or something? So, Wraith of Seth in YouTube chat says, according to Wikipedia, both grunting ox and hairy cattle are synonymous with YAK. I'm going to tell you this. I'm not calling anything the grunting of creation. Please do. I mean, giggles. That's the correct response. Much more of, the I don't know. The pain of creation. Grunting ox seed? Uh-huh. Anybody who has too many hours in VR chess is gonna be like, I notice you, and I'm gonna be like, I hate this, and then I'll delete the fort and do something else with my life. Grunting ox does sound like like an early Metal Gear boss. That is true. I will have to give you that. Harry's seed ain't much better, my dude. Pain of salvation. I actually really like the Seed of Creation. I know it's not the funniest thing, but... Alright, so... Lanod most often takes the form of a female yak and is associated with creation, the fire, volcanoes, and mountains. Watch nobody worship this god, by the way. I'm just kind of imagining, like, an elephant freaking out at a mouse. It's the deity's just like, oh god! Ah! Is the image I have in my head, but... You should have it inside a temple. Well, I'm gonna build it in a temple anyway. Like, I'm gonna give it a temple. Don't you worry about that. That is, like, the least concerning problem here. Of which there are probably many. Okay, so it's the god of mountains. So I need a mountain? Blazing. Shining sun. Let's do that. Mountains, volcanoes, fire. Something needs to be burning. The mountain is burning. The shining sun is admiring the mountain. Lanod is falling. My favorite gods I've ever had, Darut, are the fluffy Wambler god of death and disease. A+ on that one, Dwarf Fortress. And the, what was it, the god of creation and mountains and something else that was a chinchilla. How family friendly are we being in this chat? I don't know, within reason. Like, if you're just here to, like, ERP, go away. If you're here to make a joke, feel free to make the joke. As long as it's for like the like humor YouTube folks, I don't really care so much. Well, they're talking about YouTube chat. I mean, if you're here to erotically roleplay, like, just, I don't know, keep it in the DMs. No, I'm saying YouTube can make jokes, but if you like are just going to roleplay erotically, I might just shoot you out of the fucking sky and not allow you to post in my chat anymore. No, it's for your DMs, and what you do in the safety of your own direct messages is not my business. Unless you're harassing my viewers, then I will, I don't know, probably ban you. Ask you to stop politely. Probably that first. What's up, some otters? So currently I have this cursed thing, an image of Lenod, deity of creation, the sun, fires, volcanoes, and mountains, depicted as a female yak cow, a firefly, a mountain, and a shining sun. The firefly is admiring Lenod. Lenod is screaming. The mountain is burning. The shining sun is admiring the mountain. Lenod is falling, and then being devoured by... The mountain is devouring Lenod. This is what we call the future of you know, honestly, the mountain is future kind of fits. Of fire? There you go. How's that? Although I actually could call this the... Aw, man. Rule 34. I'm Corian. You don't need to bet. There are someone over there. There's some really heinous ones too. Just remember the era that Dwarf Fortress came from. I think like although I feel like most of them were on something awful, the ones that I've seen anyways. Because every now and again people like link them at me, but oops, keep working. Actually, here's a better one. Trying to use all of the words. Although, actually, let's do future. Whoops. Fungus? No. Yeah, I don't know. This is just a mess. What if the goal was the description of the image? That's kind of what I'm trying to do. But, I mean, okay. So, seed, burn, bunnies? Excuse me, game? I'm like, there's an R in burn, right? Seed, burn, the mountain of fire. Yeah, I mean, that's like minus all this nonsense. Like, that's about as close to the goal as I could get. I mean, maybe blend sun and fire. I don't actually think I can do that. Do that. Because it would be the mountain sun then. I mean, I could do this. Sun. The Sun Mountains. The Sunny Sun Mountains. The Sunny Sun Mountains. So I could do the Sunny Mountain, or I could do the Sun Mountain. Or I could maybe do the Mountain Sun. Or I could do the Mountainous Sun. Go away, hyphens. I could call it the Mountainous Sun of Fire. Is there a way to get more words? You can mod more in. The game just kind of has like a text file with some commands in between, and you could just go add them in. There's several like expansions to the dictionary that you can download. Actually, could I call it 1,000? No. I mean, actually, hold up. I could call it the Mountainous Thunder Sun of Fire. Is that a bit too over the top? I may or may not have been listening to a podcast last night talking about the live-action He-Man movie. And I've kind of just got this line in my head of the I have the power! Which is like a horrible movie, allegedly. I've never seen it. It looks like a horrible movie. But that one line might just be stuck in my head a little bit. Seedburn, the Mountainous Thunder Son of Fire, is the name of our symbol, which is a deity of the god Leonid, who also happens to be a female yak. The deity of sun, fire, and volcanoes and mountains, depicted as a female yak cow. A firefly, a mountain, and a shining sun. The firefly is admiring Leonid. Leonid is screaming. The mountain is burning. The shining sun is admiring the mountain. Leonid is falling. The mountain is devouring Leonid. It is, from what I've heard in that podcast, it sounds like it's decidedly a really bad movie, but I liked plenty of bad things when I was a kid. I liked the Dragon Ball movie the first time I saw it, although I don't actually think I saw it. I think I sat on the floor and like played with Lego while it played on the TV, and that was also a terrible movie. Now, obviously, I need a female yak. Watch this faction not have access to yaks. I was going to say, they're all the way up at the top. So I need a baby yak. The question is, what other types of animals should I bring? Chat was saying camels. Seems like a waste of points. Because I could only bring camel, singular. I could do 2 alpacas. Turkeys are the classic. Chat was yelling earlier about geese. We could bring geese. They're cheap. Yeah, shitty llamas, exactly. I should just take all the alpacas and rename them shitty llama. That's like my level of modding. It's just like, okay, I'm going to rename this species from alpaca to shitty llama. Yep, Alan, new fort. The previous one was crashing. Yeah, we could do some pigs, actually. Could also do some sheep. Why don't we do sheep? Let's do sheep. I haven't done sheep in a while. Besides, I need more DDR5s, so. Now let's see what we've got for picks and items. I actually don't know if there's going to be trees here. I don't. Does it say what they worship? I don't think so. Hold up. We've got an Among Us god, chat. Okay, one person worships Lenod. We could do something special for dwarves who worship Lenod. Yeah, I know. Piticato. I've named a number of goslings Ryan before. We've got one Lenod worshipper. Our prophet, yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to have much in the way of wood. I'm not going to bring any wooden items. I'm just going to bring logs. Just bring bloodthorn logs. Just bring like 30 of them. I'll just make whatever I need. He says 30. I'll bring 40 of them. So many save points. It's wild. Only gods who worship Lenod get bedrooms? I was thinking only dwarves who worship Lenod get positions of, like, nobility. Or, like, maybe don't need to be in the military. Or just get safer jobs. It's very difficult to specify clothing for a specific group of people, Lore Nerd, so that would be very difficult. I mean, I could do that. All nobles must be Lenod worshippers. Because that just limits, like, who can, like, how do I put this? Become a baron. Which would be interesting. I'm just going to leave all this default, I think. Let's pump that up to 40. Otherwise it's going to bug me. How much does the cloth cost? 125 versus that. I said I was going to bring crossbows. So why don't I bring 2 copper crossbows. And then some individual bolts. How's that? Maybe I'll bring in extra pigtail seed. I'm not going to do that, some otters. I will never promise that because I've tried that. And every single time I've promised that beforehand, some otters, and tried that, it's ended with me expelling 90% of the population. So that's, I don't know. I mean, maybe we could do that as part of a finale, but like, got a quiver for those bolts? 3 of them. Actually, I only need 2 of them. No, they always start you with a bunch of quivers for some reason, which is actually a little weird because, like, you start with quivers, but you don't start with a crossbow or bolts. Non-believers get pikes. Where am I getting these pikes from? Dwarves can't make pikes. Actually, that could be kind of fun. I could have 1 melee squad. All right, no. I think what I'm going to do, actually, here's a fun thing. And this is something that I could do, but I can't really promise it in advance because we don't know what the density of different religions are like. I could say that worshippers of Lenod are granted immunity from any crimes. So if they commit a crime, I can't convict them of it. I mean, I've done that before, enemy. That's what happened in Gortusk. That fortress ended with me dropping like 80% of... Gortusk was actually a fortress where I wanted to restrict only for a specific religion. That was my entire goal of that fort. And basically that fort would never have gotten going if I'd actually gone through with it. So I just ended up burning everybody who didn't worship that religion, which was like 90% of the fort. Yeah, basically like permitting corruption. Basically like, okay, so this is a dead faction, right? There is 5 population in the faction. In my mind, in my headcanon, the idea of this is I'm rebuilding this faction. But I also want to rebuild it in a way that makes perfect sense as to why it died, you know? Where we are embarking with a YAK, and I have to keep this YAK alive and build a son and sacrifice the YAK. But I don't want to sacrifice the YAK until I've become the mountain home, which actually might require me retiring the fortress at some point. But we'll see. Because I know where the queen is. The queen is a necromancer, and the queen lives in the old destroyed fortress, which means I might be able to explore it. Worst case scenario, I'll just go kill the queen after the fact if I don't acquire a noble. You hate royalty necromancers? I mean, I want to kill her. That's my actual goal. But we'll see. So this is the only dwarf that worships the god. I'm going to give her the role, not the name. Royal Beast, because she worships Lenod. What skills should you have? What if I make her into a... Actually, what's your... Good spatial sense, frenetic, good focus, poor social awareness, not lustful. Terrible cultist. She personally doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. I'm thinking Intimidator, Judgment 10. Liar. And also, I'm going to make you in my broker and my sheriff right off the bat. I think that's what we're going to do. I'm going to build a, not a crime fort, but like, I'm going to do an early captain of the guard. What about you? Disdain romance, weak, recovers quickly, high kinesthetic sense, poor spatial senses. I'm just gonna give you mining. Maybe just mining and like, maybe not mining and weaponsmithing. Let's say mining and engraving. And then some 2 points in carpentry, maybe? I don't know. I'm also really curious about what animals we're going to get. Let's do a brewer planter. No, that's a gem cutter. Brewer planter. Brewer planter. Maybe a furnace operator? What year is it that we still say Forsen randomly with no context? I'm sorry, I just rewound back to like 2014, 15 for a second there. Let's do a woodcutter, but pop over here and just give you some points in wound dressing and diagnosing and surgery. Let's go with another miner. How do you feel about life, dwarf? Completely closed-minded. Never changes his mind after forming an initial idea. Personally respects the law. Sees merrymaking as a waste. Well, you worship the wrong god. This is why it's like you can't dedicate too much to specific gods for things, otherwise you'll just be completely fucked. Maybe Persuader, my negotiator. Meanwhile, you, weak, low stamina, in terms of mastering a skill, finds the ideas of law abhorrent and sees values tradition and sees war as a useful means to an end and does not particularly value the truth and doesn't particularly respect commerce. I like this dwarf. I think I'm going to give this dwarf a bunch of combat-related skills. I know that they suck at it right now, but we can make them better at it. I'm just going to go with some archer skills, and then just some points in fighting. And give them points in leader, tactics, and teacher. And you... Also, just in case you guys aren't aware, because nobody's redeemed it, redemptions are open. You could redeem stuff, chat. I don't know, chat, what do you think we should give this poor spatial awareness, patient, not musical, overbearing, weak guy? Who's unswayed by emotions. Purring maggot leather tunic? Good lord. Times are tough, eh? Can you be the YAK worshiper? Rigoth? You mean the lady? I mean, I could just name her Dave. Dave! Unless you're just shouting about bass. Dave. We can name her Divette? Nah. I mean, sure, I guess. That doesn't really work for me, but... Your wish isn't my command, but I'll do it. Napalm.
Button. Crypt wave.
Congratulations on locating the button once more for a 38th month. Check, and I get a round of beers. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people like you. So thank you for that. What do you want? Dreams of raising a family. Am I crazy or none of these were lustful? Okay, this one isn't not lustful. Let's just go kind of general. We'll give you a little bit of brewing, planting that. Give you a little bit of armor smithing and weapon smithing. A little bit of stone carving and a little bit of engraving. All right, that'll do. So we are the Fortress of Sunspire chat rooms of the Seed of Creation. With our great symbol, the image of Lenod, the deity of creation, the sun of deity of creation, sun, fire, and volcanoes and mountains, depicted as a female yak cow, a firefly, and a mountain, and a shining sun. The firefly is admiring Lenod. The Lenod is screaming. The mountain is burning. The shining sun is admiring the mountain. Lenod is falling. The mountain is devouring Lenod. And we named the image the seed bird, and the mountain is thunder, son of fire. And that's it. Send it! You gotta stream on Friday, and then you can button again? I'll probably stream on Friday this week. I don't get paid to advertise streamers I don't like. So, sorry, George. Sorry. Maybe if I, like, enjoyed Forzen, then sure, but no. No. Sorry. Sorry, it's never gonna happen. You're never going to get over that group name? Good. That's good. Which also sounds like a psychedelic band from the, like, Iron Butterfly. Is that what we're going back to? You know what to type in, chat. We just hit the struck the earth button. You've arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all. Sezo Movus. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the jaguars get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Ada Tour. Ada Tour! Sunspire. We have an emote for this. It's very simple, chat. Nobody knows that. Okay, well, I'm going to go chuck this empty juice box into the trash bin. And when you figure out what the emote is, I will come back.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Hey, they found it. We have a strike the earth emote. It's literally the dwarf with a pickaxe.
Cheese for everyone!
All right, so now that you found the cheese for everyone, I'm going to save the game. And let's see what the hell we're in for. I actually got up and ate a boiled egg because I learned that Foamy the squirrel existed after that sound command was created. Kite blind. Just saying. Me grumpy? No, my blood sugar just went low and I had to go eat some protein. So I went and ate 2 boiled eggs so that I don't have to drink another juice box because juice boxes are expensive. So I need some protein to stabilize my blood sugars. I'm actually not even remotely grumpy. I was just looking for an excuse to stand up and go back to the kitchen. All right, let's pause the game and see what we're up against. Kangaroo, dough! Where's the kangaroo Ray and the kangaroo me? All right, so we've got the Royal Beast, who's the expedition leader, which honestly is kind of fitting, is driven by a bouncing frenetic energy and rarely looks on others with lust, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she rarely feels discouraged. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she is slow to anger. She tends to think before acting, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. Doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. She likes lemonite and electrum and moss agate, as well as the color aqua, so that she can summon Dr. Jones. And bags and cavies for their adorable call, except for when they're alive, because they're better when they're dead. I mean, what? Barn owls for their coloration. Actually, I agree with that one. And the words of the dutiful boot. And the sound of their rhythmic sweetness, and the sight of the radiances of twinkling. I mean, impossible. Prefers to consume sunfish. Cuttlefish. Kenwa beer and absolutely hates bats. She is not a member of any religions. She worships Lenod. The other named dwarf in the fort right now is Ankh. He feels love when caught up in a new romance. That was quick. He's almost in love with her. Anyway, he doesn't generally think before acting. His lover has the most sus-looking eyes. Like, it's almost like the, you know, the... Not quite like the Futurama meme where he's just, like, looking and squinting, but, like, almost that, you know? Like, maybe if his eyes were, like, half more open. Yeah. He doesn't generally think before acting, doesn't often feel lustful, rarely is happy or enthusiastic, is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and occasionally overindulges and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and isn't given to flights of fancy, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and isn't particularly curious about the world. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and does not go out of his way to help others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Also, I'm just realizing something. I need to get underground really quickly. We've got no grazing space. Like at all. This is also completely treeless. So yeah, we have to get down to the caverns. To find farming sorry, I got distracted. I'm not gonna say those words out loud, but I will say we must mine into the desert. I will say that much. Anyway, so this dwarf. What's your last name? I read that as Sweet Road. That's not at all what that said. It's like Sweet Road, Alabama? Anyway, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He isn't given to flights of fancy, to flights of fancy, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Protect the yak from dry ground, yeah, something like that. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally is somewhat disgusted by romance and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. We've got Dieflax. The redemption for names, by the way, will be up in 11 minutes. As for the YAK, should I name it Time Tom 2 Electric Yak Go Boom? I don't know. What minerals are on this map? Correct me if I'm wrong. Copper, silver, iron? Like, we're fine. We've got plenty of metal. There might actually be more than that, but... We've got the works, more or less. I'd need to scroll back through to look specifically. There might also be tin. Or zinc, one of the others. I mean, I could be overly serious and call it like the holy sacrifice or the holy cow. The chosen ox. Isn't an ox different than a yak? Or are yaks and oxes the same thing? There's also the holy hog. I mean, it's the shook, like that would be the shook yak, right? How you doing, Laughing Llama? Did you do the new sheep sprites, by the way? Because they look nice. You like holy cow? Okay, we'll call it what? Sorry, I get jump scared whenever I see the tutorial. Okay, we're just gonna stick with holy cow, which should update in a moment. So the holy cow has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, is confident under pressure, and finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She is very humble, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She sometimes acts with a little determination and confidence, and does not often feel lustful. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tends to avoid crowds, and she is quite ambitious. She has a calm demeanor. Guido did the new sheeps? Gotcha. That's also a name I have no idea how to pronounce. So now I've got to figure out where I'm going to dig in. So the idea is I have to build a volcano and throw that yak into it before it dies of old age. Oh, also become the mountain home. Which is going to be difficult. This faction is dead. I want to go to war with people again, because it's been a while. The last few forts I haven't. And I'm trying to think what else. Oh yeah, I want everybody to be a Marks Dwarf. Like, no melee weapons. At least try to not do melee weapons. Not familiar, Dagroth. So I'll just believe ya. Let's see if we can dig. Or rather, let's begin digging. The question is, how deep are we going to end up going? I'm also going to pause for a second and just go pen pasture. I'm going to need a bunch of grazing space. We're going to need that quickly. I'm not going to lie, I kind of refuse to believe that nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. I feel like everybody expects the Spanish Inquisition these days. Oh, found the aquifer. Beware of dwarf bugs? I don't know what you mean. I mean, I did crash the game in the last fort, but I was doing some pretty extreme, silly things, so it's not too surprising. This is going to be fun, because I've got nothing to put in the edges, so hopefully we just get through it quickly. Oh, excellent. That was very quick. That's exactly what I needed. So now I've got water coming in here, but thankfully we're down into the sandstone. Let's just build a stoneworker right here. Real quick. Let's start making blocks. What are you? Okay, so it looks like he's holding a knife. Does it not? But that's definitely the pickaxe from the wagon. It looks like he's got a little beat stick or like a club or a baton or something. That looks really funny. You fell for that too? I was like, what the hell is in his hand? I'm glad I'm not the only one falling for it. All right, let's grab you. So what are the odds that, like, you know, I don't get a usable space in the first level? Well, at least we're getting missed. Missed in action. I notice it still says just make rock blocks plural. Doesn't state the number in that screen, which is a bit unfortunate, but... My friend, he's got a knife. Kind of looks like it. Okay, so that'll get filled up nice and quick. They're continuing to dig down. At least you're getting all kinds of happy thoughts. That part's off to a good. If you specify the rock material, it says it says the number, which is odd. Like specifically in the workshop. I wonder if that's just an oversight. Like they probably just missed a block of text that's like update this. I'm gonna make me a little bit smaller. Move me over here so you can see the frame rate. And as always, if you want to look at legends for this current world, obviously it's not updating in real time. I have to update it manually. Type in ! Legends. Also going to give you mining, because I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. I could also turn this into a very easy little mist generator once we get to the bottom. I just don't really want this to fill up. Which thankfully it hasn't, and probably won't. In the workshop or in work orders? No, that makes sense. Wait, so hold up. I mean, obviously I can't assign work orders yet because I don't have a manager, but almost you're gonna be my militia commander, and was it Davette that I said would be the sheriff off the bat, chat? I want to say it was. As far as manager, I'm gonna give that to the woodworker. But and check this because I'm actually kind of curious. Rock blocks. Yeah, okay. So it just says rock blocks unless you specify. I get you. Okay. And then unpause again. Sad. They finally noticed the problem. Keep digging. Because they're the first dwarf to worship the YAK god. If you type an exclamation point goal, it won't explain anything, but it might help you understand a little bit of it. Oh shit, did I dig back into an aquifer? I dug back into an aquifer. At least these I can just smooth. That's kind of funny, actually. I wasn't expecting to dig back into an aquifer. Well, raising never deletes the site. So dwarves won't kill peasants. If there's unarmed populations there that aren't just a military, you have to conquer it. Dwarves don't just as much as the players like to joke about it, dwarves don't just go out and commit genocide for no reason. So you have to take over it. You have to conquer it manually. So raising doesn't always delete the site if there's a large civilian populace that doesn't scatter when you try and raise the site. Like if they refuse to leave their homes, you have to manually conquer it. I don't really consider it a bug, but it's just what happens. You often get blank reports. There is no report for it, but that's what happens. If there's population of 10, there could be 250 neutral dwarves living there. You're just simply taking out the powers that be. It's no longer a threat once it's at that point, but squad just comes back. If the squad leaves and then immediately comes back, then they didn't do anything. That's not a blank report. That's literally the mission failed. Or you fucked something up or asked them to do something that's not completable. Yeah, that whole screen needs a rework, but I don't actually think that's a bug. I only see that happen if I try to reclaim artifacts and they have no idea where it is. If it doesn't have a known last position, they don't even leave. They just come back immediately. Game's paused until the ads are done. Is the High Priest of Lenod? Sure. See, you forgot about the fancy yak. See, that's a very critical, basic level of understanding of this fortress for anything to make sense. With a bit over 800 trolls? Certainly. Yeah, I don't know. I realized that the last fort, JWU in YouTube chat, died due to crashing, but I know that people meme about bugs in this game. I think this game is significantly more stable than many games that I've played in the last 15 years. And less buggy. Especially because the bugs generally don't break the game. They just cause interesting interactions, which I'm not actually that bothered by. I actually kind of like it, to be honest. There is a element of that I do really enjoy. Now, I know that we're in an ad break, which is just winding down, but I just want to remind everybody that this is a crowdfunded channel. I get to make videos on YouTube and stream here on Twitch because people subscribe to the channel and help keep me funded. If you like the way I do things here without long sponsored segments and sponsored games I don't want to play and you don't want to see, consider subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. Keep this channel alive with a Prime subscription, or by gifting a sub, or by supporting me on my blog or one of the other offsite platforms. It's up to you, but if you like what I do here, help keep it funded. Let's continue digging. They're not bugs, they're features. Exactly! They're just unintended features. Like my favorite unintended feature, the fact that giants and cyclopses and other such big mega creatures can become religious leaders and or deities. That is a bug. But I love it. It's great. I appreciate Will Fries. Thanks for the $1. Helping fill out that that leaderboard. And Alo, Taco VR. I think it's Taku, but Jack, can I get a couple beers for the bits? Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, something that I think is really funny. I discovered again, I'm not entirely positive this is a bug. This was just something that happened. And Putnam said it's technically the game working as intended, but probably should be intended differently. Which was, if goblins have no idea... Okay, so if you've never attacked a location before, or visited it in adventure mode, and they have no contact with your faction, and you send one dwarf and say, surrender! They will surrender because they don't know how strong your army is. They don't know how strong your mountain home is, and they don't know what your faction's resources are. So they presume that you're really strong and they just immediately surrender. And I find that really fucking funny. I feel like babies should continue worshiping unknown gods, and they should just be hidden. Like, I feel like babies should inherit their gods once they can stand, but well. Bearded dwarf. We're going to run out of those extremely quick. We have that one, or that one. Which one would you like? Or that one. Actually, maybe not that quick, actually, because we got beard. So pick one. Squizzly, as you can see, we have a very wide selection of not many. Which one is that one? You got to specify. Or I will give you a goose. Hey, baby Blueford. Was able to take over 3K site. Yep, that one. Okay. Squizzly. Lantern speechless. He is completely closed-minded and never changes his mind after forming an initial idea. He is convinced the moon is made of cheese and will never go out of his way to help others and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops a positive feeling. I have to say that never changes his mind after forming an initial idea is really funny to me because that would imply that he has like a lot of 5-year-old logic. Like, just never changed his mind. It's like, the moon is made of cheese, the sun is a giant apple pie, and the Teletubbies are real. Terrifying. Does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord and day-to-day living, mostly about the cheese thing. And generally acts with an arrow focus on the current activity. He is quick to anger and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally respects the law and sees merrymaking as a waste and values nature. He likes cobaltite and brass as well as Carillion and coral and coal cats? What? For their coloration. I don't know what that is. I feel like I've been over this one before. Bayberry trees for their waxy berries, in the words of the Lanterns of Lavender Wisp, and when possible, prefers to consume 2-grain wheat beer and absolutely hate biscuits. Wait, why don't you ask him to give it back? Yeah, his dad took his nose when he was little and he still hasn't gotten it back. His dad took his nose and then went off to go get some more milk. Never did come back. Except in Dwarf Fortress, that probably just means you died to a night creature. I know it's a fish, which is why I'm pretty sure I've been over this before. Coelacanths. I also agree. I'm pretty sure that's a fish. Baba Hangushi. I have no idea how to say your name. Can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime subscription? Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. That's like $4 I get off that. I mean, in Canadian dollars once it's converted, and then I have to pay taxes, so it's like $3 I get. But thank you. Those ancient fish. Right. Yes. Okay, so we are still in the aquifer. I was waiting for one of them to dry up. Oh boy. It's interesting that we have a whole bunch of open areas that are like not aquifer, and now we're back in the aquifer. This does go down to like layer -70, so we've got a little bit of a ways to go still. Oopsies, that's not the tool I wanted. That's the tool I wanted. Ah, well, that's interesting. You have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. It's not the best of prices. I mean, I get paid in US dollars, so, like, it's not the worst of prices. I don't really know why you're sorry that I have a currency that isn't American dollars. It's not like it's completely fucked. I guess that's a strange thing to be sorry about in the current year. There's plenty of things that to be sorry about, and that ain't one of them. Why some caves don't have moss? So caves have like a range in world settings, Kamakurat, where it's like on one end they're very dry, on the other end they're very wet, and you kind of get, it depends on like the average rainfall of the world for the frequency of like damp caves versus dry caves. And if you get dry caves, nothing grows there. Well, then don't look at the map, Secondar Sam. That's on you, I'm afraid. You feel sorry for not eating enough oranges this year? Need some vitamin C? How about some vitamin C, these nuts? Let's see what we're up against. Ah, would you look at that? Glorious. That does fix the drainage. Good news, the aquifer seems to stop around this level. That's actually really nice. We've got iron ore, lemonite. Got some sapphires. Some more rough diamonds. I was really hoping that would have lava in it. Whoop. We've even got some reptile min. Gotta do all of the reps for the tileman. Oh, Yuristov, thanks for checking out a subscription. I'm thinking we just drop in here and just block this off. Cave spider silk. Lots of cave spider silk. It's 3 levels tall. How about this? Okay, so this right here is 1 level tall. Is this an aquifer? Yeah, okay, so this is kind of... Okay, I legit thought that was smooth. Because of the moss beneath it, when more zoomed out, I was like, is that smooth? What the fuck? Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm actually going to dig into here. And then down through here. Because I can then... Problem is, how the fuck do I do this? Because everything is aquifer. Although, actually, let's see. Let's just see. What is aquifer and what isn't? Nope, all of it's aquifer. But I could just dig straight down and then build around it. Such an awkward spot. Like, truly. And I don't really want anybody to drown. Especially if I can avoid it. Yeah, I guess that's just what we're going to do, is I'm just going to basically build horizontally over to here and then into here, because this will just be one layer that I need to roof off, right? This is much less space that I need to roof off, and I could very easily just go around the edge of this. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So here they go. And I can also go here. Put shale blocks in. Can build this. And let's hope nobody gets splooshed. Because if somebody gets splooshed, that's very unfortunate. No splooshing, chat. You got it? I didn't put any swimming skills on anybody because I didn't think we would need it in a goddamn desert. Okay, there we go. That's coming next. If I can. Just gonna dig down here. Let's just go here, do flooring. And then start building. You still making rock blocks? Nope. Get back to it. Water are we waiting for? Not ice, that's for sure. Well, now we know why it's a desert. At least someone must have drained their ocean and killed all those poor fish. Yeah, of course. Rest in peace, fishies. I may also have to make or cut out all of this ore right here. It may also be a while before we get any migrants, because this is the second embark I did in this world, and we embarked in late winter. So if I don't get that first guaranteed migrant wave, it's going to be a while. So I may also turn off, what's the word I'm looking for
70
here?
months of forgotten beasts and drunken dwarfs. Long damned time.
I may also disable, what's the word I'm looking for here? Naming of dwarves, if that's the case. Pilot, thank you very much for the 70 months. That is a long damn time. Chat, I need like 70 beers. Please and thank yous. And all that jazz. So this is an aquifer on this level. As far as the Legends readout goes, I will update Legends once stream ends today. I think You know what? Fuck it. We'll just take down right here. And they'll dig down to that, and then across here. This will also just block line of sight, which will be pretty good, which is kind of the main thing I need at the moment. I may actually just end up digging out this whole thing. What's my other... You're smoothing. You're making rock blocks. That's unacceptable. Stop it. Need 2 dwarves digging. And then I'm going to go down here. And I'm going to make a stockpile for rock blocks. Stone and clay. We are going to have a big-ass glass industry in this. That's one thing I know for sure. I'm also going to need to make sure they don't get too much exposure to the, you know, the bad things that... Uh-oh. Reptile Man went and murked a troglodyte? Huh. Maybe I should chop down the trees that are up here instead of the trees down there. I think we should do that. Underwater? No, the Reptile Man wouldn't be underwater. I mean, it's possible that he's either stealthed or that it was one of these guys. Yeah, it was this one. Reptile Man spearman goes and stabs him. Doesn't quite have a name over it, but... Unless somebody else got it too. Did 2 of them fight with it? No, I think it was this guy. Yeah, I mean, he saw the troglodyte die. So he ran over there, killed him, and then ran back. It's also possible that the troglodyte ran past them, and they simply, like, how do I put this? It is possible that the troglodyte ran past them, and then they stabbed it to death when they saw it run past them. So let me do this real quick. There we go. So no, the troglodyte's just right there. That part's pretty straightforward. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here and I'm going to make a stoneworker. I'll just use Bloodthorn, that's fine. And I'm going to deconstruct you. And then I'm going to put in another stoneworker. And another stoneworker. And another stoneworker. And I'm going to go here and I'm just going to type in rock blocks. And let's just say, I don't know, it would help if I turned on my numpad. 50! And because we have 7 dwarves and I already have a manager assigned, I don't need to assign a manager to get the basic managerial tasks done. You only need to assign a manager once you have more than 20 dwarves. I'm also going to go right here and I'm going to make another stockpile, which is just going to be for rocks. Not metal ores, though. These are all probably just going to get deleted. So, chat, what were you guys up to this weekend? Like I said earlier, I went and saw Bad Religion and The Offspring, and it was kind of a great show. The Offspring is a very well-rehearsed band. I'm like, I don't know. I kind of grew out of The Offspring. They were one of those bands that I feel like I got a little bit too old for, but I still have a soft spot for a lot of their music. Which kind of surprised me a little bit, I guess. Board games and tabletop RPGs, gotcha. You've been watching so many of the VODs that you almost forgot that this was live? Yeah, no, I'm here. timing not worked out recently, Baby Blueford? Or have you just been busy? Wait. Ordered parts for a new PC? 'Twas due time for an upgrade? What kind of RAM did you end up getting? Whenever I see that people are upgrading PCs in the current year, it kind of freaks me out a little bit. Okay, so down here is where the reptiles is. I'm just going to do that. Let's actually just dig out kind of all of this up here. What kind of animals are on the map at the moment? We've got a giant bat. Who's flapping around. Man, bats have scary-ass images. They so scary. Bats can be hunting trained, which is kind of fun. Well, that's going to take a while. Let's just let them work on stuff for a wee bit. Umbral, Alderman, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. I'm also going to go down here and just real quick make a meeting zone. I'm just going to set this to a temple to know... The god of trickery is among. Which one of you did that, chat? When you ordered them 2 days ago, they were going for 274 for the last two pieces. Today they rolled a new batch for 333. Wow, that still seems really cheap. How many gigs did you get? Training an army of rocks to take out the goblins. Oh my god. The boulders are flying. So just as a reminder to people who maybe missed the beginning of the stream, something that I'm doing is I'm hosting Legends on a public space. So you can... If you're in Twitch chat, just type an ! Legends. If you're in YouTube chat, it should be in the description, but... How do you spell that? A-M-U-G. A mug! It's Among Us. A mug is just a deity of trickery. Hasn't, like, turned anybody into a vampire. Well, that's good. Anyway. Boom! The Bowl of Kings, sure. At least we're not in the bowels of kings. Deity of Sus, absolutely. 100% checks out. Says what it is on the tin. Man, I should just do like half these. Basically just trying to wall this off. We can reclaim the rest of this later. But the plan for right now is to just get all this around the edges more or less walled off. Yeah, no kidding. So waiting this long got you those prices? You probably saved money. Like, if you were to have built 2 or 3 new computers in the interim, you probably would have ended up spending more as a whole. But yeah, no, I do kind of agree that just sucks. Having to deal with the current prices. It's just kind of hell. It's just kind of hell. Got 2 more. I'm actually just going to erase this for the moment. $710 from the overall build? Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. We would get an abacus. Yeah, I don't know. I try to not just be a doomer because it's very easy to be a doomer right now. Because man, that shit just gets grim so fast. But congrats on being able to save a bunch of money, hey? What's up, Cervix? Do I get twice the viewer count? You're wasting your bandwidth. I mean, maybe if you're signed into 2 different accounts on the same IP, or if you're like masking your IP address, maybe, but like, is it really that helpful? No, not really. I truly, like, if you just want to support the stream, the best thing that you can do is just hang out and chat and talk. Like, there was eras of Twitch where, yeah, you kind of could get benefits by doing that sort of thing, but not anymore. All right, I'm just going to pen pasture my animals down here now because there are giant vultures on the surface, chat, and that is scary. I'm also going to put a just about everything stockpile right here, or at the very least, finished goods, furniture and ammo, and food. My very nice looking stockpiles. I'm going to actually make these look a little less terrible, though. Just making it look like there's some intention behind these. At that, really, when it comes to like opening the stream on multiple devices, do that if you're trying to help somebody get like affiliate. Don't worry too much about it on my end. Of course, it's nice, but although that being said, it would help if it does help, I guess, if you open the stream up on Twitch and on YouTube simultaneously. Speaking of those of you on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. It's got 71 likes right now, and there's over 100 of you watching, which means less than half of you have left a like. And I'm sure we could do better than where you're currently at. We can make that number go higher, because only you, chat, can take me higher. Yeah, the slight drop in the frame rate, I guarantee you, was the giant vultures. There's a bunch of them. That's actually kind of freaky. Yeah, okay. Just gonna say pause, 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 pause. Pausing all those make rock blocks jobs. Cancel this. Cancel this. Bring the animals down. We're in an ad break. I gotta pause game. Can we get much higher? No, not really. Kind of diminishing returns after a while. I don't, also, I'm just going to state this. Sam, I read that joke a little while ago when you first wrote it down, and instead of reading the word magician, I read that as, what do you call a Michigan taking a leak? And I was like, this is a localized joke that I don't get. And now I realize that I just misread the word magician. Do you see a dwarf fishing? Possibly. Yep, that you do. Although there's actually more reason to fish in caverns if there's stuff to catch, but I should probably nuke that job for the moment because we don't need it, but I might permit fishing. That could be fun. Partial cavern fortress with underground fishing. It would also be really nice to like actually take over this whole area down here and then go up vertically like this way to up here. Could be fun. Okay, here come the dwarves to move the livestock underground so that Holy Cow can cease starving. Because there's giant birds that are trying to scare them away. Come on, Holy Cow, we got this. Or don't got this. You're just still constructing buildings. I like how they're doing the important animals last. Like, quite literally. Like, I just need the Holy Cow. I have almost no dwarves left available, let alone bearded dwarves, but pick one. So you have a very small options. You could go with Logem, or you could go with Doran or Irith. Also, I don't think beating is a dwarven craft. Naoshi, thank you very much for the 5 pennies. Appreciate you. Filling out that leaderboard. Helping me afford to continue paying my bills while streaming video games on the internet to you. Mostly for free. I'll also, not to go on a woe is me train. The most recent video didn't do very well. It is January, but I made about half of the amount of money I would have made if I just streamed that week. So, I do appreciate the bits. Darius! Cardrin. You are sloppy with your living space. Dislike abstract discussions, would much rather focus on practical examples. Is dour as a rule and is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He's quite ambitious and he likes to take it easy. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and does not go out of his way to help others. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he tends to think before acting. He doesn't often experience strong cravings and or urges and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and needs alcohols to get through the working day. And likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at shit weather. Dreams of family raising and values artwork. He likes brimstone and zinc, wax, opal, and papyrus! And decahedra and shields and crowns and large serrated discs and turkeys for their snood, and the ashes for their autumn coloration. Ash trees for their autumn coloration. And the words of the dutiful boot. When possible, prefers to consume narwhal and rambutan wine, and absolutely hates leeches. And his hair is wavy and his long beard is braided. He is in love with Davette. And you worship a Mung. You're a member of the Mahogany Mine, of course, and the Seed of Creation. Those were giant vultures, not giant eagles. Close, but wrong burb. Vultures are mean.
Hello. The next beer comes from me winking face.
Sandra, thanks for the 13 months and the 14-month streak. Next beer? Yeah, I could buy a small beer with that. Or like a can of a cheaper beer. Will they mine? No. Nothing will path underwater in fort mode. And amphibious animal people cannot join your fort in fort mode because 1, they can't talk, so they can't join your fort, and 2, they can't breathe above water, so they would just die if they were in your fort in fort mode. YouTube chat. And I don't know if they're harder to hurt. I'm pretty sure everything is just based on size. There's some questions about like animal people in the YouTube chat, which are difficult for me to answer. Because the game doesn't really account for them, is the issue. Okay. Where is the Holy Cow? Okay, good. You know, honestly, I think it's fitting that Davette, the only worshiper of the Holy Cow, is the one that has to haul the Holy Cow down into the fort. Why don't the dwarves just turn on creative mode? Because they're not playing Minecraft. I don't know how else to answer that. Have I considered? Yes. Will I? Probably not. I don't like making content about other people's forts. Because that requires other people to give me things for free, which I really don't feel good about and never have. I've talked about this so many times. Jack could probably grab a bingo card and make it out of the number of times I've talked about this, but I think that making content that is entirely based on user-submitted content is interesting, but does nothing for the creator aside from create a fuck ton of headaches that you probably don't see. I'm currently trying to run a giveaway through my blog, where I'm trying to give away several copies of the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack to people who subscribe to my blog. And I've drawn 4 names out of the hat, and everybody has respectfully said, don't want it. Doing audience-submitted stuff requires participation. I don't want to do things that require participation. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Are you sure this is a Wendy's? Actually, I don't think I've been in a Wendy's since, like, pre-pandemic. It's been a long time since I've been in a Wendy's. Let's just throw food over here. Vulture has stolen plump helmets. Speaking of, I'm also just going to real quick place a forge. Just so that the vultures don't steal it. No, it's just like, I'll put it this way. I used to do fort tours of other people's fortresses, and it got to the point where it was the worst viewed thing that I was making, and people got agitated and angry with me if I didn't make a video out of their fort in what they considered to be a timely manner. And very quickly you realize all that making content that requires user-submitted content does, unless you're a channel that, like, is primarily playing on, like, a public, I don't know, like, Space Engineers server or something, which I don't do. People get weird if you don't cover their thing, you don't look at their thing quickly, and if they don't feel satisfied with how you look at it. Like, when around the time people started demanding that I go back and look again because I missed something and make another video, I was like, this was a mistake. I fucked up. I should never have done this. And I'm pretty staunchly against doing that sort of thing again. People, what a bunch of bastards? No, I mean, don't insult people. It just... If I am making money off of something you've made, it makes people very entitled. That's all, really. Because that's what it is, really. It's me making money off of things that, you know, somebody else made. It's a joke from the IT crowd? Yep, a show that I haven't seen. So... I would get it. How exactly? How exactly would I understand a joke from a show that I haven't seen? Wild assumption you make there, my friend. Telepathy. Valid point. I'll work on it. I'll get to it. I'll let you know once I've mastered the skill of telepathy. Telepathy. I feel like telepathy is like a telephone service. It's like, who's this epathy and what do I have to tell him? Man, lots of stuff we gotta bring underground. I feel like I should start collecting webs. I mean, it's the parasocial aspect, and then the other aspect, which is when I did Fortress tours, like community forts, that was the biggest the audience for Dwarf Fortress probably will ever be, and also the most people I had actively interacting with my channel. Will do, Ashrock. So like that January, February, March, April, May was likely the most traffic I will ever get, period. If I keep playing Dwarf Fortress forever. At least, rather, new traffic that has never seen my stuff before that is just getting into the game. And definitely the highest number of players that Dwarf Fortress has had and probably will have in the foreseeable future. Because at the time, Dwarf Fortress had like 30,000 concurrent players, and now it's like, 1,100 on a good day. And of course, there will be some people that will tell you that that's because, everybody's playing the classic version. That's not true. But the vast majority of the people playing Dwarf Fortress at this point are on Steam, and they've already seen everything. So, like, if I'm going to, build a fortress based on, or if I'm going to do a series of things based on fortresses people send in, there have to be enough people playing in my audience to actively send in fortresses. And the thing that I have come to discern and realize is, one, I don't make a ton of content. And two, if I'm making an entire series that requires people to submit something, that thing that they submit also has to be entertaining. So if you send in a fortress, I'm like, well, there is no video here. Like, what's the point? Like, I'm just wasting my time. The actual submissions for community forts got so sparse within 3 months of the release of Dwarf Fortress that it almost lost all reason to exist immediately. So it was a neat thing initially to show people what was possible, but I could pull your name out of the hat for the soundtrack. I'll keep that in mind, the Musketeer. Although I'm just using a random number picker to pick lines in a spreadsheet, but nope. No, I won't, Dagroth. I mean, I did one last year. We did a community succession fort, Dagroth, and we ran it on Fridays, and I think the people who took part had fun, so I'll give it that. But unfortunately, like, that was some of the worst audience retention I've had on anything. As soon as people realized it wasn't the fort that I started, they tuned out. And I want to say we had an average of like 112 people watching that day, which was not my worst stream last year, but top 5. Least interactions, slowest chats. Like, what is the point? Like, I would rather just do something different that day. I would rather do almost anything else. So no, it is very unlikely in the current state of Dwarf Fortress and the way I run my chat and the way I run my stream that I will do anything of the sort in the foreseeable future. Some more even missing a part of a stream, and here's for an investment, and here is as an investment for watching. No, absolutely. Like, I mean, yeah, no, when it comes to viewer interaction things, I don't think that's for me. That I could see why it could be for some people, but I just, at this point in my streaming career, I just don't think it's for me. I almost always end up regretting it and then explaining for the next 2 years why I regret doing it. Okay, so I'm going to deconstruct one of these and make a wood carpenter. And then I'm just going to make some wheelbarrows real quick. I think that the truth is in the pudding, or in the statistics. the majority of people who are watching Dwarf Fortress watch Dwarf Fortress because they like watching Dwarf Fortress. The majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress probably watch Dwarf Fortress, but are not the majority of people watching Dwarf Fortress. Like, that is the reality. This ain't Minecraft, you know? Like, to give you an idea, my stream team runs a charity event called the Hot Potato, which is essentially just we're gonna get some mugs made. Let me just make 2 wheelbarrows. And also some beds. Which is a charity marathon, basically just a succession fort. But it started off as a RimWorld event, right? And it happens every year and has raised like more than $750,000 US for Doctors Without Borders over like the 8 or 9 years it's been running now, which is amazing and kind of an incredible achievement. And it's neat to have been, or to be a part of that thing. But we did one for Dwarf Fort. And the first year was okay. And the second year, getting enough people to actually run the event, to participate, was like pulling teeth. And I gave up almost immediately when I tried year 3, because basically everybody that got back to me was like, no, I think I'll pass this year. Because there just isn't enough people who play Dwarf Fortress and make content about it to run events like that. And it's like, that part kind of sucks. It's very humbling, I guess. 'Cause it's like, it really kind of is. There really kind of is only just a few of us, you know? I feel like most people feel like I feel like that might be part of the issue, Eternal Archangel, is everybody feels like they hardcore suck at Dwarf Fortress. I think Dwarf Fortress isn't a game that's designed for you to be good at. It's a game that you're designed to just kind of witness things fall apart. Sort of like, you know, those old sand games. Like, you're not good at a sand game. You just, like, watch sand fall good. Like, Dwarf Fortress, do you really need to be good at Dwarf Fortress? Like, I think the ideal is that you just watch the Dwarf Fort fall apart real good, you know? At least that's how it is for me. Okay, so let's get some farming up and running. Interesting. You need soil to be able to make roads. I've had so many people tell me, oh, just put a road on top of the cavern trees, and then they go away. It's like, need soil. I guess we just have sand. You know what you're doing in Dwarf Fortress until you don't? I mean, hey, isn't that part of the fun of it, though? I feel like that should be part of the fun of it. At least for me, that's largely the idea. Okay, so now we've got this little surface structure. I'm also going to queue up rock mechanisms, wooden cage, 4 wooden cages, make the rock mechanisms out of, I don't have any rocks, okay. Whatever rocks we have by the time I make those mechanisms, because I don't actually have a mechanic shop just yet. But what I do have is this layer, which doesn't have the aquifer in it. So we're just gonna start digging out here. But I don't know. I wouldn't say it's something to be sad about. I think it just means that, like, you know, if you like this game, if you play this game, if you care about this game, just do the things that help other people find it. You know, if there's somebody that makes videos or streams that you like, share their stuff around sometimes. If there's, you know, a patch or an update that comes out that you like, share it around. Tell other people to go check it out. If there's, you know, a story or something that you like from the community, go retell it. Go share it around. Go help other people see it. know, if Krug Smash uploads a video, share it. Like, that's really all you can do. Is just keep sharing it, and people get interested occasionally. You always wonder if you were doing something wrong, since most of your forts don't die, but you feel like you can do something better. You restart or try to... 2 or 3 forts really die to... I think I've only ever had 2 or 3 forts really die to enemies. And like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that's constantly in flux, right? The current game, since the Siege update specifically, has been quite easy. And I know that might make 1 or 2 of you guys blink and look at me like I'm crazy. But no, seriously, like, Dwarf Fortress is quite easy right now. It's been quite easy for a bit of time at this point. It takes a while for the enemies to invade you and attack you. It is difficult to upset the bad things enough so that they do attack you. You really kind of have to go out of your way to aggravate the goblins, to encounter issues with them. And that has just been how Dwarf Fortress is for quite some time now. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but it is the state of Dwarf Fortress at the moment. It got bad and rough. Sounds like something that you should attempt again. Let's see if I can get rid of this leakage. Build across here. Currently trying to wrap your head around fluid power. That's always a fun one. And not allowing to find more tutorials. You really stuck on it. You only watched the tutorial fort before going into your first fort. I mean, what are you trying to do? I could offer some pointers without directly telling you what to do. Like, what is your goal with water? Aside from the obvious of unironically shouting, "What are you doing, Urist?" My favorite joke. You're about to make a massive tavern when these doors are done digging it out? Hell yeah. Yeah, I think that one of the better things, the 2 things that I would really like to see, Mithril, also, what's up, Nightly? 2 things I would really like to see from Zach and Tarn over the next few years is I would really like to see them work some of the... How do I put this? I would really like to see them work some of the end goal of having... Oops, no, I do actually need to build those. The end goal of having mission structures in Dwarf Fortress, because that is a planned thing for the future, is like basically like you start a fort, and this fort is from the get-go a military fort, or it's a diplomacy fort, or it's a farming outpost, like kind of going in with a set intention for the fortress itself from the get-go. I think that that's a intriguing thing and something that I would like to see acted upon from the development side. So that's something I'm really hoping to see more of in the next year, because I think that would help give players direction for people who really need that. Outside of that, I would also really like to see achievements to give people the idea that they're going the right way. You know, like just some very basic methodology of like helping people get over that "what the fuck am I doing" phase. And while I do think that the "what the fuck am I doing" phase is fun, I think the problem with the "what the fuck am I doing" phase is some people will just never get over it. They will just give up. And I think that kind of sucks. Got a dwarf sleeping over there. Let's just dig into this a little bit. And I'm just going to place some beds over there. That's like most of my jokes, unless you're telling somebody else that, Jay. Help with the what the fuck phase would be an actual good tutorial. all I'm going to say is don't get your hopes up. I feel like the tutorial we have right now is probably about as good as it's going to get. I don't know what either of those things are, so you're going to have to ask chat Eternal Archangel. I know there's a Pokemon mod that'll just put whatever the fuck you're talking about into that, into the game. But I don't even know what those are. So help me out here, chat. Beekeeping is possibly one of the most complicated, like, production chains in the game. What you on about, YouTube? I think like what Dwarf Fortress needs more so than a strictly just a better tutorial. I think Dwarf Fortress just needs I mean, what the hell do I know, really? I personally feel that Dwarf Fortress just needs a slow and steady improvements to the user interface to make the game just make more sense. There are no steel beasts in Dwarf Fortress because they would be unkillable by most weapons, unless you mod them in. You can get iron or iron ore creatures. Sorry, iron ore creatures. You can't get iron creatures. Rock creatures? Yeah, I'm sure the game's generated a rock forgotten beast. You know, like, I know some of you have played Caves of Cud, and I know Caves of Cud is a constant thing that comes up in this chat, but like, Caves of Cud, as an example, didn't have a tutorial until it released on Steam, out of early access. But what it did have was it had a unofficial tutorial that was made by one of the writers, who basically just made a mod that like base explained everything in the game. I have a feeling that's the sort of thing that will be more plausible to do once we get moddable UI through Lua. Like, I wouldn't surprise me too much if we end up with a third-party tutorial script or something. Like, I could see that being significantly more plausible. Versus, you know, the alternatives. I am now in an ad break. I finished my coffee. Especially Colony and City Builders. Dwarf Fortress is definitely one of your top favorites. You think it's more of a symptom of the genre? There's a lot of complexity in these styles of games that can be overwhelming. I mean, it is the... Okay. I'll use MMOs as an example here. Would Dwarf Fortress be the Dark Age of Camelot or the, like... the EverQuest of MMOs? It certainly ain't a mud, because there's more people playing it than that. But like in comparison to like Final Fantasy, you know, like one of the biggest MMOs right now, Dwarf Fortress is EVE Online, you know? Like it is a thing that people are aware of, that people who like that genre respect, but like keep at the distance of like a 150-foot pole. You know? Like you know it, you respect it, you think it's an interesting thing, but like fuck that. And I do think that's kind of how a lot of people probably feel. Then it comes to the dwarfdom. Okay, so also the more aesthetically astute of you may have noticed I'm out of food. So I'm gonna go all the way over to here. We're gonna go gather all this food over here. Actually, why don't I go north instead? Because if I go north instead, then I can instead not be as at risk, and I can go get all that wood that I chopped down. forage zone go. Yeah, pretty much. And also make a fishery and see if we can catch some fish. I could also butcher some animals, but I kind of would rather not. Although maybe I will, actually. Yeah, because I've got 2 bulls. Yep. Yeah, thanks, game, for informing me of this. Fishery. Yeah. Let's give it to almost. Do you have a hat on? No, it's just the angle that you're at. Kind of looked like this dwarf had a weird, like, wide-brimmed cap. Oh well, that'll sort things out. That'll sort things out. But yeah, I don't know. I think when it comes to the content that I make and the videos that I make and the types of videos that I make, if you like them, that's fantastic. But currently my goal is 2 things primarily. Trick people into learning bits about this game and entertain them while I'm doing so. And what I mean by trick people is, I mean, if you watch my bigger, I call them movies, the bigger videos, like the one that I uploaded earlier this week. Those videos are designed to be secret tutorials. Like, they're not openly getting started guides, because the only people who watch getting started guides are people who are trying to learn a game. But my goal is to trick people into thinking that they might want to be able, or might be able to, or might want to try and learn the game by conning them in with a false sense of security known as entertainment, and then provide them with more. The militia commander is nameless. Is that what you'd like, Elf? You tricked me into learning about plumbing. You're welcome. Pingmiter, does your sink work now, though? What's up, Bod Homie? It's good to see you. And Necrontier as well. Yes, the iPeelator, the product that Apple failed to launch. Yeah, but I don't think civilian uniforms would be good, because then if you have one dwarf that shows up with different clothing, they will be pissed off forever. I think civilian uniforms would actually cause more issues than positives. I don't think that's a positive thing, necessarily, at least not the way the game works right now. I think the game could use a lot of things. I don't think it needs everything that everybody suggests. But I think that there's something that we all need to remember about Dwarf Fortress. And I will explain that when I come back from using the toilet. I will be right back. Fell over. Stupid splint. I think the thing that we all need to remember about Dwarf Fortress is this. I often say this about video games because I wish that more video games would do this, but I say it kind of not realizing what I'm asking for. The thing that I often find myself saying is, I just wish that they would make the game that they want to make. But the reality is, most video games can't be the game that they want to make because they have to make a game that will sell. Dwarf Fortress doesn't need to sell, because Dwarf Fortress has sold. And the developers of Dwarf Fortress, historically, weren't making a game that needed to sell, because it was free. So, historically, Dwarf Fortress didn't need to sell, because Dwarf Fortress was free. Now it doesn't need to sell because it's sold very well. They just need to make enough to break even, and they're good. And I do genuinely feel that that's how the developers feel about it. So the reality is, as much as there's 1,000 things that Dwarf Fortress needs to be a more popular or higher selling or whatever we, the audience, see and think of as more successful, I don't think they care all that much. There is obviously I think they want more people to play their game, but I don't think that is the priority, right? I think that the priority is just simply making the thing that they want to make. And I think that that's awesome and kind of beautiful. That's it. That's my 2 cents. Mind, thank you very much for the 71 months. It's a long time, God damn. Holy shit. This dwarf is gregarious. You don't see that very often. She enjoys the company of others and often feels envious of others, isn't particularly ambitious, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She likes to brawl, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She's grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Yeah, I wish more people could do that, but it does kind of go against, I think, a lot of things that people traditionally think of as what video games should do, which leads to a lot of, tricky discussions with the audience for this game, because you get people saying things like, well, they should do this. Well, yeah, no, they probably should, but I don't think they care. I don't think that is the goal, right? And, it hurts me because, the more this game sells and the more accessible it is to more people, the better I would do financially. But I think that's why the priority isn't, well, we need to remake the tutorial, we need to make the UI better. I think the priority is, let's just make the UI moddable and let the community do what they want with it. If there's something specific that you want in the UI, then we'll just make it so you can do that. And we'll just keep making the game that we want to make. And I think that that's cool. Keep getting sieged, but it's only 2 war dragons and you don't know what's going on with that? Wait, are they just leaving? That's weird. Also kind of funny. I don't know. He likes gypsum plaster and billin and yellow jasper and giant animal bone and the color purple, talp, bolts and crowns and flasks and slothbearmen for their large floppy ears. And the sight of the massive bud and when possible prefers to consume cranberry wine and olive oil and single grain wheat flour and quinoa seeds and absolutely hates worms. They leave when you close your gates? Is the siege icon disappearing? I would try killing them, see what happens. Because there could be an army attached to them that's stealthed if the icon doesn't disappear. Because they can send multiple groups of an army now. So it's possible some of them are stealthed and some of them are not. Yeah, they could be trying to just break your doors or whatever. Or I would say probably have an ambush with them. Doesn't mean they have one. So yeah, I don't know. I think that I'm guilty of this as well, wishing that they would do certain things to help the game sell better and improving the tutorial, but this is, I guess, the beauty of a game that doesn't feel the need to expand beyond its means, is they don't need to. They don't need to expand beyond its means. They've done everything that they need to do to continue making this game forever, and that is the goal. right? And I think that that's very enviable. Maybe I'm completely off base, but that's just the vibe I get, at least. Sure, and also that the developers are going to be officially updating it indefinitely, right? Tibe? Like, the developers are going to update it officially indefinitely, and when the community feels things are needed, once as Lua gets expanded, we will have more options for things that we can do to change the game in ways that we see would make it better, you know? Oh yeah, I guess that was a double post. That's all good. Responding to people can be confusing. I do actually want to know if you're actually going to catch anything, because I haven't seen the fish number go up yet, but you right here, make some rock mug. By that I mean 3. Let's actually make 2. Because I haven't seen them catch anything yet. And you know, Dwarf Fortress is like, if you think about what Dwarf Fortress is versus what it isn't, what it is a open sandbox with very little direction that creates convincing, asterisk to a point, worlds that can be explored by the player, right? Like that's what Dwarf Fortress is. I really love cat poppers. They're like cavern monkeys, or like amphibious cavern monkeys. They're fun. I like them. That's what Dwarf Fortress is. And I think that the intent of the developers is to take that and make art with it. And I guess I kind of apologize for this to a degree. If, like, there's a type of content that I've made in the past that you like and you feel that I've stopped making it, what that might be to a degree is me trying to, instead of... Because, like, my goal when Dwarf Fortress released on Steam was to convince as many people as possible to play this game. That was my goal. That was like pretty specifically my goal, was to show people that this game isn't as intimidating as they think it is, and it's absolutely possible to learn it. I think that for me at this point, my goal is to simply just tell people that this game exists and you can make some really cool shit with it. And that is my goal at this point. It's no longer I'm trying to convince you to learn this game. It's no longer I'm trying to teach you how to play this game, even though that was my goal initially, which is why I don't make as many quick tutorials as I used to. It's why I don't go out of my way to try and oversimplify things and make it approachable to people, because for all intents and purposes, I've given up. My goal at this point is to just create cool shit with it that shows them that this game might not be as difficult or crazy as they thought it was. And I think that the best thing that the developers can do for this game is to simply just keep slowly expanding the Lua compatibility and modability. And eventually just let us modify the UI. Because I don't want Tarn to take another 2 or 3 years to redo the UI again. And whenever I see people saying that he should do that, I want to throw up in my mouth a little bit, because I don't know him that well, but I know him well enough to know that he certainly didn't enjoy that period of time. And I think that the worst thing that can happen to a self-employed, passion-driven business is that you burn out and don't want to work on that thing anymore. That is the worst thing that can possibly happen. And I don't want to see that happen to Dwarf Fortress, because I think that would be a net negative for literally everybody involved. It's a person's life's work, which is interesting in and of itself. Certainly, but it's never going to entertain the masses, you know? Like, you're never gonna pull the, I don't know, I think the Roblox crowd is maybe just like kind of a bit of a folly in and of itself as a joke to make, but like you're never gonna pull the mainstream kids. And I think that that's what people think that they're competing with. I don't think they're competing with that. I don't even think they think they're competing with that. I think that would be like a ridiculous overshoot, if anything. It is in a museum? Yeah, but does that really matter? That also... How many people do you think go to museums in the current year? I'd be willing to bet that the majority of the people who bought Dwarf Fortress on sale didn't buy it because it was in the Museum of Modern Art. They bought it because it's related to a game they like called RimWorld. Like, that's... Sure, yes, that is true. But also... I don't think that's... I don't think that's the reason it's sold as well as it has. I think it's sold as well as it has because people have heard of it because of the things it's inspired, not because it's in a museum. It's also in more than one museum, but most people don't know that. Vaughn, I would not get your hopes up for that for a few reasons. But the main one being, I think if you think that Zach and Tarn are going to incorporate mods into the game, I think you should listen to more of the things they say. Because from what I can tell, they don't look at what the community's doing, generally. Like, they listen to feedback. But from what I can tell, there's very little of the what's going on in the modding scene for our game right now. I don't think they do a lot of that. I really don't. Oh, right. I need to make a mechanic shop. It's like I'm forgetting something here. Have you listened to anything I said in the last 10 minutes? Grundig. Because if not, please scroll back in the VOD and listen to what I'm saying, and then come back and write your sentence again. Until then, you're missing the point. Yeah, and sometimes that sucks to hear if you really like a thing. Guinness, but it is what it is. Hopefully people stick around in my neck of the woods so I can continue doing this. Well, I mean, you do realize that bolt throwers existed in history, right? B-Lug? Like, there was, like, automated devices that fired bolts faster than a normal crossbow would. They just reloaded exceptionally slowly and were not widely used because they didn't really have the technology for them, but there were prototypes built. And Tarn was referring to those during the last interview, so I presume that the inspiration came from that. No, not ballista. Like, things that fired bolts. There were ballista that worked, but there were devices that had, like, basically a crank like this where you would roll it and then someone else would turn a different crank, which would wind it back and then fire it, and then you'd turn the crank to reload it, but it's faster to just place another one on it. Mechanics weren't quite at the level that they are. Historic prototypes are a fascinating rabbit hole to dive into. Also, didn't they have repeating crossbows in Age of Empires? Sidebar. I seem to recall those. I really, really, really want this water to go away. Chinese unique unit in Age of Empires 2. Hey! About how chain technology for that is something the dwarves should have no problem with. Yeah, absolutely. It's like working within the realms of like believability or reality, but like not going to the point of absurdity, I think is kind of one of the mottos of Dwarf Fort. Let's just bring leather down. Let's bring cloth down. Let's bring ammo down. See what most people are doing, storing stuff, putting stuff away. Shooting a bird with an arrow breaks your immersion? Maybe you're just bad at archery. Did you think about that? If you were better at archery, you'd be able to do it too. Which is a more compact version of the ballista similar to bolt throwers. Those were mobile though, right? Like they'd put them on the backs of like wagons and things, right? Like on the back of a chariot. I seem to recall reading about those. Never heard the word Scorpio before though, outside of Just Cause 2. Tarn has said it's probably more like it's much more likely, in fact, I guarantee it, that we'll get magic explosions before we get gunpowder. I don't know. I don't see gunpowder happening personally, but at least not anytime soon. But I don't know. It's never outside of the realm of possibility. They don't really have all the things needed for gunpowder. Mechanically, they do have all of the things needed for gunpowder, theoretically. Like, all of the ingredients are there, yes. But we don't have the ability to break down and purify those ingredients to mix into gunpowder. Does that make sense? That's all I'm going to say. Cassie in the YouTube chat says that automated bolt throwers would feed from a magazine. Okay, I'll grab my copies of Nintendo Power. All right. That's drying up. That's good. And this is where we're getting the base of stuff from. And probably what I will build into a tower at some point, but we'll see. There was somebody who got a good chunk of the way through adding gunpowder, Alan, and their words, not mine. It was too much work. But there was somebody that was trying to mod cannons into the game at one point and stopped. I'll put it this way. There's a lot of mechanics I would like to see added to Dwarf Fortress. And there's a lot of things that I would like to see in the vanilla game, like features-wise. I could care less about gunpowder. I think that, like, you see gunpowder and you go, dynamite. I see gunpowder and I go, okay, how many extra steps do I need to actually fire a thing now? Like, how many? Okay, so you're saying I need to find this specific type of rock. Cool. Then I need to find this specific type of rock. Cool. Then I need to do what? Grind them? Okay. Then I need to put them in a bag, probably. Then I need to put those bags in a barrel, most likely. Then I need to transport that barrel and or bags to a stockpile. Okay. Then that needs to be loaded into a thing so that another thing can be loaded into a thing. All right. So then I need to also have like iron or lead to make cannonballs or... Yeah, no, I'm good. That just sounds annoying. It's like, so hold on a second. Are you telling me I need to make dye in order to fire the cannon? The cannon's supposed to make the dye. The thing die. I have to make dye so I can make the thing die? Yeah, I don't know. Like, the second you start thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, no, I would actually rather just have magic. Because magic, we can just, like, poof, gunpowder, basically, you know? I shall create the gunpowder! Just seems much more economically sanity increasing. They're not super happy with the cruddy bedrooms, but hey, at least they're bedrooms. Darius, you are a glum motherfucker. Just annoyed at everything. Doesn't feel anything. Does remember speaking with a friend. Maybe I should make you two a bedroom. I'm trying to decide where I should put the bedrooms. I think people just have a gun fetish, Cassie, that they like to make known, which is also fair. Cassie in YouTube chat basically says this game has necromancy. Magic makes more sense than gunpowder. I don't think that gunpowder really fits with the era. At least not for what I think people would want gunpowder to be used for. Really? Forgotten Beast made of gunpowder would just be like deadly dust that makes all your dwarves bleed to death. It's like a deadly dust beast made of snow. It just goes in, goes poof, and then everybody bleeds to death. And you're like, well, that was great. That's all that is. Thank you for introducing you to Holy Fuck. You're welcome. I've got too many tasks running. Thankfully, these are almost all done. So let's just go back to here. Just gonna make bone stuff. So I got a bunch of bones sitting over here. Then decorate them with a horn, I guess? Probably. I won't remember that, Tony. But if I do, I'll check them out. Also, we are in fact getting fish. Cave fish. Cool. I don't really want gunpowder, like at all. The fact that that's like the first thing that everybody goes to when they're just like wish casting Dwarf Fortress features, to me just means that people don't actually have much imagination. That's all it really says to me. Maybe I'm being dismissive, but that's all it really feels to me, is that people just must not have much imagination if that's the only thing that they could think of adding to a game like this. What are the top 3 mechanics I would like to see added to Vanilla DF? A pop-up at the beginning of the game that says, stop asking blind what mechanics you'd like to see added to Vanilla DF. I would like to see tavern games, I would like to see procedural sports, and I would like to see... let me put poop in a catapult. Actually, no. Yeah, let me put poop in a catapult. Gunpowder seems boring. Just let me make like explosive rocks that I can put into a catapult using magic. So let me do that. Let me put a cow into a catapult. How's that? Let me put whatever into a catapult, actually. Just let me put whatever into a catapult. And let me, like, and let the procedural sports and tavern games exist. I mean, I would actually be okay with toilets and sewer engineering if there was like some benefit to it. I think a lot of games that I've played in the past that have stuff like that, it ends up just being a like tedium add. But if you get something from it, then I'm kind of okay with it to a point. Like if we had like sewages and we'd get manure out of it or fertilizer out of it, or like if there was some material benefit to it other than just there's shit now. Like, I think I would be much more for it. I mean, yeah, I don't need manual aiming. Fuck that. Changing what you can do with the new fort. I think what you might actually be wanting is scenarios. Some modders. But I don't know if I necessarily want it to... I don't know if I would necessarily want it to change based on what I did with the last fort. I think... Because right now, like, you know, you could do a military-focused fort. You could do a farming-focused fort. And the player knows, but the dwarves don't, right? Like, the dwarves' minds and opinions don't change based on the world that you are building in. They're just kind of along for the ride. I think it would be cool if the dwarves weren't just along for the ride. It'd be cool if if they actually had some say and or agency over the different play styles the player could possibly have, right? And like that is kind of what, from what I can tell, the intended outcome of scenarios is going to be. What do you mean defense constructs? Make some rock grates. Let's just do 4 of them. But what the heck is a defense construct? Golems? Like automatons? Well, we already have Iron Men. You just need to make them tameable. And capturable. There's firemen. There is... like gem people. Like those creatures already exist. There was a was that the Long Night? That has buildable intelligent creatures. They're just like robots in that mod. Hey, I wasn't sure if we'd get migrants this year. Okay, I legit thought this dwarf was naked when I first saw him. You don't worship the YAK. But you did bring an edible buffalo, so I will eat the buffalo. Buffalo, more like buffalo, no! Do you worship YAK? Nope. 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 Kind of want to look up their pets to see if anybody's pets have done anything notable. God, peacocks have such a good picture. Beard or no beard, snail? Cunning theaters. Man, they really like this god Reg. Beard cat. Oops. Snail, cunning theaters, finds helping others emotionally rewarding, is curious and eager to learn, and rarely feels discouraged. He tries to keep things orderly and lives a fast-paced life. He's brave in the face of imminent danger and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. Doesn't easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he has a greedy streak. He holds his breath when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees family as one of the most important things in life. Respects the development of his skill and values self-control, and sees no value in holding back complaints or concealing emotions. He likes marble, gold, and fire agate, as well as lion, tamarin, bone, and alpaca wool. The color sea green in cages, and when possible, he prefers to consume lungfish and cranberry wine and garlic bulbs, and absolutely hates oysters. He's very muscular, and he has a long beard. And hold up. I'm just going to make a no uniform squatty. This is going to be a Mark Source squad. You're a talented gem cutter. He likes gold and fire agate, and he hates oysters. That was the last thing I read. He has a pet dog named Attis, who could be a warpupper once he grows up. He grows up, she grows up. He grows up. You worship Avum, who's the deity of whatchamacallit? Probably going fast, right? Reg is the god of oaths. Ooh. Avum is the god of lightning, luck, games, and gambling. We got the god of trickery. He's not allowed in Avum's temples. Well, that's fun. You've got your patient music. Everybody here is gregarious. Does not really value skills related to fighting. Boo! Wait, what was that first thing it said? See what else we can find here. Personally, values friendship and is put off by family. She doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord. about you? Poor memory. Low self-esteem. Creative. Values artwork and views loyalty unfavorably. Great trouble mastering fear. Don't want to put you into initial squads. Finds that those that develop weapons of skill in fighting distasteful. Says competition is wasteful and silly. Likes a little tumult. It's quick to form negative views about things. It's conflicted by this. He values artwork in its creation. You're a metal crafter? Oh my god. Hold up. So this is how they're crossing the map. I need to build them a bridge. Yeah, I need to make a bridge. Thankfully, they can get across. Yeah, marginal amounts. Probably don't even hit dabbling. It's not worth it, really. Yeah. Well, this one's already a novice, because you may have been stuck there for a bit. I would say that it's not really worth risking, because you want them to have easy ways in and out of the fort. Why does the dog portrait look sad? Man, Darius, you are such a wet blanket. I have no idea where to put bedrooms, chat. I'm a little bit... At a loss is the wrong word. I'm a little bit, what do kind of feeling, you know? Just gonna make a little dining room over here. We're also gonna run out of booze pretty quick. So we need a bookkeeper. I'm gonna make that into Darius. Paralyzed by decision. Yeah, it's a little bit of analysis paralysis at the moment. Because I kind of want to put it up here, but this is like largely an aquifer, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. Like I could put it over like in here maybe, but I don't know how much of that is an aquifer. Like this aquifer is just kind of like throwing off my vibe, you know? That's really what it's doing. What I should do is I should just go claim this and then build them out here, because that would be the best way to do it. But then I have to get rid of these guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish making this squad and see what we can do. Oh, hey, this is all new. Crossbows metal armor, crossbows leather armor. Ooh. I haven't actually messed with a new fort since they've added this. Let's see what they assign. Okay. Metal shield or buckler and crossbow. Interesting. Wooden crossbow. Let's just make 8. Constructed bedrooms? Yeah, but I don't want to put them in here. Like, it doesn't really matter if they're constructed or dug. I want to put them out here. Like, it's not a what material am I going to make them out of issue. It's a where do I put them? I'm not going to put them on the surface because this is Joyous Wilds and we'll just get attacked, which would be bad this early. So I should probably not do that. There's a giant toad over here. Congratulations on your awokenness? Awakenness? Actually, you know what? I'm going to put the Boyer's shop. Did Nix decide to lick your face or something? I think Nix is the dog. It'll sound dumb in a second if Nix is not in fact the dog. I'm going to place one there. Get some farming going. Nix is the dog? Yeah, okay. Actually, you know what? Let's do plumps over Zivintar. Autumn, let's do cave wheat. And next summer, we'll do pigtails. Oh, that's interesting. They do actually unplant stuff that's been planted. I didn't know that. And I need to make a brewery real quick. Just get some alcohol going. Like at the moment, I can't even decide like where to put a manager's office. I said awokenness, so don't forget the Come on, don't misquote me, someone over there. That's mean. I'll have you know. I awoke real good this morning. I woke up and I screamed at the high heavens, realizing that I still am amongst the land of the living. Terrifying. Hey, look, Grundle. Gross. I'm going to... Cage trap. And cage trap. I mean, who doesn't? And it's no laughing matter, I'll have you know. You know that the viral goat scream, that, or at least the first big viral goat scream, is a default sound that's included with Apple editing software? You realize that, right? What are we counting to? Dearest? I hate Grundles. Alright, so now that I've done that, I'm going to finish this up. Now that I've got that little bridge. Oh, hey, camels. Speaking of camels, I'm also going to put 2 more of these up here. At least we'll have unlimited camels that we can consume. Homemade tamales? Ooh. Love me some tamales. Load cage trap. You going up? I can't actually remember how many I made. Those 2 have been loaded. Sweet. Which means let's actually just go here and say cage. Let's make 10 more. Did I just see a Grundle in the middle of here? Did I not? No, I didn't. Oh, I'm sorry you felt that way. Someone over there. And also, I'm just going to kind of squint at you for the next, I don't know, 10 seconds. Your mom used to say, if you die, I'll kill you. Yeah, well, that's fair. You do not want to entice the wrath of parents in hell. That seems like a bad way to go about things. Trying to figure out what to do with this. 3, 4. And we caught a camel. Time to eat a camel and a crundle. Mostly the camel, because there isn't as much crundle. But we'll eat the crundle as well. Need to move wood and crossbows underground. Wait, what the shit? Oh, I didn't see that sprite as an axe sprite. I saw that as a halebrid sprite. I was like, we have halberds? Excuse me? Where the fuck did we get halberds? That's a matter of fact of life. Why are we being so grim? Or do I need to keep squinting at you? You imagine crundle would taste awful? I feel like it would be stringy, very gamey. Is it possible to play New Dwarf Fortress and keyboard only? No. Quivers is what I'm making. Getting tired. That's all I have to say, chat. How you doing, Letterin? It's good to see you, by the way. Hopefully you got enough sleep even with the dog waking you up. It's always rude when they do that, but there's only so much you can do about it. Because if people remember you, you've done something very wrong. That's a good way to think about it. I don't know. I'm pretty comfortable with my mortality, and it doesn't bother me much. Sometimes I say the wrong thing, and then chat makes it unpleasant as all fuck, so I'm just gonna move on. But personally, say lovey. Just happy to be here for the moment. Okay, so we are up to midsummer. I don't know if we're going to get a trader or not, but I'm just going to pop up to the surface. And if we do get traders, I will trade. Although, is there still giant... Okay, there isn't giant vultures on the map anymore. Those are going to be the biggest threat to traders, but whatever. You almost always end up napping. I envy that. You would try some crundle meat? Neither of those things, Cassie Caster, who said halberds or halebreads. I would like to hail a good loaf of bread, though. That sounds lovely, actually. I could go for some sourdough. I do have a pretty nice rye in the fridge right now because the bakery I bought it from doesn't use much in the way of preservatives in their bread, so it'll mold if I don't throw it in there quickly. Gonna keep making bone crafts because that's probably where we are going to get the majority of our trade goods from. At least initially. Could also start making bone bolts. We'll do that after a couple bone earrings. Oh, interesting. They specify now. I'm just going to keep saying that because it's like nifty. Garlic bread is nice. Garlic butter is really easy to make. All right. I think I'm just going to go one layer down. By one layer, I actually mean... Yeah, we'll just do one layer down. And just try and move most of the crafting down into here. And as far as... offices go, I could put something around the kind of this area. Maybe like... Ooh, I got an idea. Could put the expedition leader slash manager bookkeeper stuff right here. Then up here, I could put the... Actually, I should make this one bigger. Captain of the Guards room, or sheriff, currently. Because this is going to be a double office, it gets to be slightly bigger. I mean, I kind of am a bit of a negative space, so I try my best. I think that'll look good, eventually. And I think it's time for... Whoops. Existing conflict. What are we in conflict with? Uh-oh. You good over there? His upper arm is bruised. Seems that a bunch of fighting just happened, and my manager is a war hero, having killed a giant cave toad by hacking the giant cave toad in the head with his copper battle axe, and the injured part was clearly cloven asunder straight off of its throat. And it's now a very mangled cave toad. So much for giant. Let's see if I can butcher it. Probably not.
Crypt beer.
Nope. Well. Oh well then. At least they can clean the blood up. Noto Casa. Thank you very much for the 32nd month. It's very kind of you. Appreciate you greatly. In YouTube chat, is it important to make socks and other clothes in this game? One of the worst sources of trauma dwarves can acquire in Dwarf Fortress is what happens when clothes rot off their body. They really, really, really are not a fan of having clothing rot off their body. They do not like it. So if you want to piss off every dwarf in the fort, allow clothing to get so old that it rots off their body. So if the goal is to have a writhing, pulsating bubble of chaos as your fortress, then absolutely do that. But the reality is you maybe don't want to do that. Oopsies. That's hitting the wrong button. Pot! That's what I want to do. Make rock pot. Let's do 50. You finally get to see me live? Certainly better than seeing me dead. What's up, mate? Also, top frag dad. I have a question. What are you fragging in? You one-tapping people in Quake, or are we talking something else here? Also, let's put them in the leather uniform. I actually want to see if I can get some leather armor. Let's just say like 5. Ammo. So metal bolts, okay, actually, let's just delete this. Delete that. Add ammunition. Bolts made of metal for combat. Add ammunition. Bolts made of bone for training. I may actually have to change that, but for right now. Quake on Unreal and Counter-Strike since 1996. I'm a little bit amazed that you didn't throw in a Half-Life deathmatch, but I guess Half-Life deathmatch is a bit too out there. I played probably more Half-Life deathmatch actually than Quake and Unreal. I played a little bit of Quake, but mostly mods at a friend's house. Didn't really play much actual Quake. Played Unreal once, and I played quite a bit of Half-Life deathmatch at that same friend's house because they had 3 computers on LAN, and then later 4. It was a good time. It was a good time. That's another camel and some more grundles. In 2001? That's... Does anybody remember that game that came out and immediately got... Actually, does it still exist? It was a game that came out and then either got shut down or, like, went away, called Rocket Arena. And I remember... Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it no longer exists. And I just remember seeing, like... Or hearing somebody just go off about how you can't do that. That's like naming a game Team Deathmatch, and I tend to agree. It's a Half-Life mod, it's a Quake mod, it's a Counter-Strike mod, it's a mod in a dozen different things. But there was a game that came out like in the last like 4 years. It was like 2020 or something. It was like a 4v4 hero shooter looking thing that was based entirely out of rocket launchers. You end up with a outside pigtail farm to keep the thread supply up? Yeah, no, absolutely. They don't get really mad. They get about the same equivalent negative mood, Cassie, as they do when they eat the same meal repeatedly for 10 days in a row. It's impossible to not create negative moods for your dwarves, but it is very much possible to mitigate. So the goal is to mitigate, not like annoy or worry about every single negative mood that your dwarves acquire. If you worry about every single negative mood that your dwarves acquire, just remember that you probably get a negative mood when, like, you bump into something in real life. You got hit with ads. Yeah, bad timing. What did you miss? Oh, I was just talking. There was a game that came out a couple years ago called Rocket Arena, and I remember a bunch of people getting really upset going, you can't name a game Rocket Arena. Like, it's like naming a game Team Deathmatch or Free-for-All. Like, you can't, although I guess that's basically just Battle Royales, right? You got a code for that? That's funny. I don't think it lasted super long. Launching multiplayer games is hard. Just in general. Because public perception has so much to do with it. Like when I kick the corner of the wall, you get a negative mood. If I can't find the second half of a pair of socks I'm looking for in the morning, I get a negative mood. Chat, what's something mundane that gives you a Dwarf Fortress negative mood equivalent every day? I get a negative mood when I don't quite have enough soup to fill up my bowl a second time, and then I get sad. This happened to me the other day. It was awful. Traffic. You know, actually true, probably. Every time I look at the price of RAM. Gets a negative mood. Stepping on a cat toy first thing in the morning. My hair tie snapped this morning when I went to tie my hair back. So I had to go grab another one. I actually have to buy hair ties. I haven't bought hair ties in like 4 years. I bought a packet of several hundred a few years ago. Too many dirty dishes, negative mood. The key is to just clean them as you make them, but... When you wash the spoon and water flies everywhere... Yeah, jeez. I know what you mean. Just spray yourself in the face absent-mindedly. So yeah, no, Dwarves getting a negative mood is part of Dwarf Fortress. It is the main mechanic, what make the game go round. And so my advice is to just don't bother yourself with every single possible negative mood that they could acquire, because if you do, you will simply drive yourself insane. I'm gonna make some wooden tables and chairs because they look nice when red, and I can make them red. Bloodthorn und Bloodthorn. After you thought you cleaned them all? Now, that would be crazy if that happened to me because I live alone. Like, if I was just like, you know, alone in my apartment as I am most days, and then somebody just like walks into my apartment and delivers another dish, I might actually just call the police. I might get into a fight, actually. I mean, thankfully, it's a relatively cheap workshop in the grand scheme of things. Top frag. Being caught in the rain. Currently, yeah, actually, being caught in the rain because I have a air splint on my foot with 5 broken bones. Or fractured bones, I should say. I saw Bad Religion and The Offspring the other day, which didn't give me a negative mood. Very positive mood, in fact. That was a great time. And when I was leaving, I was talking to my friend, and then my friend bumped into me. He goes, "Oop, to the right, Greg." And I step over to the right, and then look down, and I almost stepped in dog poo. And that would not have been pleasant. So that was almost a very negative mood. It's funny to see Captain Dissolution's logo in DF. Yeah, I guess it is kind of a Captain D. Although this is more like a Captain D that ate too much. It's got a bit of a beer gut. Always kind of amazes me how many people have no idea who Captain D is, and I'm just like, I've been watching that man since I was 10 years old. It feels like it anyway. Hello, Takru. God fucking damn it. Crundles are so stupid looking. Holy shit, man. Sorry, I've got to get some Crundles training, and then I'm going to go take a look at this person who's dumb enough to ask to join. Hello, Mr. Unibrow. Let's find out a little bit about you. Brightness Oats. Brightness Oats. So, for those of you who missed it, if you type in !legends, you can explore the legends for this current world, which aren't updating in real time, but if a notable figure shows up or something of note appears, we can go look and see who they are, where they came from, and where they've been recently. This human was last in Touched Paddled of the Kingdom of Faith. Apparently he's linked to Sut Good Wildness, whatever that means. Clashed with 25 Race 574, which is probably a probably, if I were to bet, a what's the word? Necromancer creature. Led a bunch of fights more than anything. Got divorced once. Got married, got divorced, got married. Doesn't seem like he's much of a criminal or anything. If anybody wants this particular person's history and wants to dig. Yeah. I mean, it seems like self-defense mostly. Skimming through. Like, he's fighting against, like... Or defending. The defenders were led by the Elfas. Okay, so he led an attack against the Lilac of Praise, which is an elven civ. Wounded a bunch of elves. It was really just the one fight, right? He did fight with an alligator man and judged trouble, but the latter escaped unscathed. Yeah, it seems like he attacked some elves once. I don't know, that's a pretty human activity. But isn't a were creature or anything. Oh, what's this? In your hand, you have Sitzeradir. It's a human skull. Okay, I need to know. What is Sitzeradir? Can I even look this up? Actually, hold up. If I go to objects. Ha! The Misty Mystery! Okay, what's... Whose head is that? Watch it be like his mom. I think everybody must be loading Legends at the same time because it's lagging. The Misty Mystery. Currently owned by Takru. It received its name in tundra clouds from the elf Amina Peak. Glittered. Was moved around a whole lot. So how the heck did Takru end up with it? Just always had it? Sure is a misty mystery. What else do you have? I'm sorry, a dwarf nail ring? Bronze bolts? I don't trust you very much. The Misty Mystery is what you call your shower? Oh. Maybe the elf who named it also made it? Yeah, let's actually check that. Received its name. Yeah, so like this elf also acquired whatever the Ashen Evil is. Yeah, it doesn't seem too much. Seem much. It. Yeah, Yeah, I don't see anything about that. I mean. The Ashen Evil's probably like a slab or something. The elf is still alive, though. Also preached to the lone creed of shadow, urging love to be shown to the subtle coven. Well, we don't know whose head it is, but they do have it. I think we should let this human in, and then wait until they drop their items, and then kick them out. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to approve this human. They drop their bolts, well, that's nice of you. I'll figure out something to do with you. You just wait. And now I have some bolts. Thanks for the free bolts. But I now need to wait until you drop that. Which hopefully they'll drop eventually. Robbery? Ah, it's fine. They deserved it. They showed up here. They didn't have to visit. Down here. Nope. Can I place another table? Let's get that chair done, please. Please and thank you. Oh, I need to make a log stockpile. The game's reminding me I need to log off. It's unhealthy to stay logged on for too long. I'm trying to make jokes, it's not working. You murdered a guy in Unreal World because he let his dog die in one of your traps. And he also kept fucking around in your camp. And had a really good spear. Which one of those things came first? The excuses or the spear? Right here. This is going to be an office. I'm going to give that to the Royal Beast. Right next door. I'll give one to my manager. Up here, I'll give one to my bookkeeper, etc. Bookkeeper, please go count my stuff. Thank you. So now we have a sheriff / expedition leader who's kind of good to go so far. Whoa. Bunch of useful things. I'm going to give Snail my... Actually, broker. Is it you? Who I gave appraiser to? Because I need appraiser. Skilled judge of intent, persuader, comedian, liar, judge of intent, negotiator. I need appraiser. I want to say it's Squizzling, but I can't remember who I gave it to. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just give it to Snail. It's fine. All right, I will be back momentarily. I realize I'm standing up a whole bunch today, but I'm going to go eat another boiled egg. I will be back in, I don't know, 2 minutes tops. Egg maxing. It is one of the best snacks to just have around. Boiled eggs. Chair hype, and you leave with it? I mean, hey, I'm back before you left. So beat you to it. You had 3 thieves, so you blanket interrogated everyone. Yeah, you kind of need to do that. The wife of that human guy seems pretty shady. Please do tell. I'd like to know. Feel free to link the pages in the chat if you find anything noteworthy of shady actors around the fort. Sorry, blue jades? There's like... Blue jades are not something that you see super frequently. They're a rarer mineral. Fun, fun, fun. Now you gotta boil some eggs. I have a lot of nostalgia for boiled eggs. I've learned as an adult that not many people like boiled eggs. But if I'm being honest, when I was little, my Oma worked at, like, basically a food court. But it was like a union food court for, like, the ports out here. And she used to always talk about this one guy that would always order a bagel and a boiled egg. And the first time he came in, he kept sending the boiled egg back. Until finally, after... And saying that it wasn't... Or that it was too soft, because he asked for a hard-boiled egg. And he kept saying that it... Sorry, kept saying that it was... too soft. She boiled it for 5 minutes, too soft, sent it back. Boiled it for 10 minutes, too soft, sent it back. Boiled it for 20 minutes, too soft, sent it back. Boiled it for 90 seconds, let it sit and simmer, and then sent it back, and it didn't come back. And that is like the first story about working in customer service that I remember. And as somebody who then spent a lot of time in customer service, it's like, wow, that story is true. People are actually that dumb. I didn't believe it at the time. Now I do. I had a couple of boiled eggs this morning. It was the first thing I craved when you got your power back this morning. Oh, geez. What happened to your power? Are you in Texas? I don't know why that's always like the first place I go, but not having power is no fun. Last time my power went out, it went out at like 4 o'clock in the morning and came back on right as I was about to start my stream. So it's like I had no power. I was like, well, not going to be able to stream today. And then the power came back on. I was like, yay! Okay, so that's Darius. Who is my bookkeeper. Who will be able to count stuff in the fort. I think I'll make these 2 tower cap, because tower cap's a fun material. You've been without power for 48 hours? Jeez. How have you been staying warm? Or just, like, bundling up and hoping for the best? Used to slice them. You know, now that I think about it later on, I think the only place that I see boiled eggs in restaurants as an adult is Japanese restaurants. Like ramen places, specifically. Because I was thinking about this while I was consuming my boiled egg, which was like... I used to see them at diners, like in buffets. When places still had buffets out here. But outside of buffets, I like kind of don't ever see them ever. Okay, so I need an office for my manager. What else would I need an office for? Could just make one for a chief medical dwarf. Bamboo the cheesemaker is now my chief medical dwarf. And I'm going to give you an office, because why not? Chief Medical McCheese. Meanwhile, you down here are feeling love after making a new romance, but that's about it. I'm just going to cut out all of this iron ore and then go around it with walls. You call them piss-marinated eggs? Nuclear eggs. Is this like pickled eggs, you mean? Though it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan from the Mahogany Mine is a welcome sight. Nobody knows where they came from or how they still exist. It's quite haunting, really. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft stores. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. She was planning to steal an artifact from the old hot springs fort. Oh, really? Well, that's good to know. So what do you guys think of the hosted Legends? I know it's like not got everything that like Legends viewer has, but as a work in progress test of a thing, is this a good addition that I should be putting more brain capacity into to keep making better? Is this something you guys like? They're not pickled, they're just marked as simply boiled, and they hold up for 6 months or even a year. Huh. That's neat. I'd like to see a recipe as to whether or not I'd argue if they're pickled or not, but... Because... Spoilers. You have to boil something to pickle it, usually. Being more interactive with the stream. You're new here though. So basically, what that is it's just the XML dump from Legends. So like you could go look at that in a given world if you wanted. But in order to do that, you would need to either retire your fort or use DFHack to do it manually. And I think it's kind of neat that you guys can go look, especially knowing like that this guy's. Oh, also someone else we should look up. Diamond Whip, who's the outpost liaison of this faction, which is actually a little weird because this faction's like dead. It's like Cool Whip, but more fancy. I don't think he exists. Yeah, the game must have warped him into existence for this fortress. Otherwise, this faction wouldn't be playable. Also, thanks for the follows. I do see those. I just don't generally acknowledge them. Also, Wow Slime. I totally missed this 20 minutes ago, but congratulations on your used to be rich. David meets with the Outpost Liaison at tour. Doran Bomrek. I'm your liaison from Mountain Homes. Let's discuss the situation. The world is the same as ever. Yeah, we're all dead. I don't know what to request. I don't, actually. I think I'm just going to ask for leather. Like, let's say yak leather. So that I can make bags. They want pearl ash? Yeah, good luck with that one. Does this map have flux? Tons. Yeah. Also, that's very rarely a priority for me. But yeah, we've got lemonite and flux. Which actually, I'm just going to build a wood furnace down here. And a smelter. Oops. Charcoal. And charcoal. Why am I doing it twice? Charcoal, let's say 25. Smelt lemonite, let's say 15. How far away from my trade station is usually from my industry? It highly depends on the map. I don't think there's like any consistency with it whatsoever. Did it? Was it rings that I made? Yeah, it was rings. And then totems. And whoa. There'd be a bunch of crundles. Bunch of full cages. I wonder if there's anything I can grow above ground. Probably not, because this is a desert, but I'm gonna actually look. I just want to know. Crundly meat, you know what I'm saying? There's an ad coming up. When it pops, I will pause the game, and I will unpause the game when the ad is done. You always ask for wood. I kind of, yeah, at this point I want leather because we're gonna we have a lot of sand, so I'm gonna be doing a sand industry, making glass. Just seems logical. Hi, new person. I'm streamer. How are you? About to get back to the game. Glad you're still streaming. When was the last time you were here? New World? Or New World Andy? How often do you get called New World Andy? Question from the age-old days. Watched many of my VODs in the last month or so, so thank you for the content. No, happy to help. Glad you're getting some enjoyment out of it. Does the amount of sand really matter? Nope. One single tile is plenty. Sand is infinite. It does not deplete. I don't know. For me, it's less of a how close is it to the industry, Mogwai, and like how far away is it from danger. It highly depends on what the map is. Like, it's actually very rare for me to leave trading on the surface on a map that is full of threats from the surface. So like giant vultures live here, which means actually having trading on the surface is kind of a massive liability. I'm just doing it right now because it's convenient and I didn't really have a lot of space underground. Was that a river just left? Yep. And a bit of a canyon. I thought this whole map looked pretty dope actually, because it's like this desert canyon with a river going across it. I think it's kind of a really cool look. All right, now we just wait for the ads to be done. Usually just request steel or gold. If I'm gonna do steel, I request the parts of it, yeah. It's very rare that I request gold, especially this early, because like, unless it's something I specifically need, like do not have access to, this early, like, in my experience, I would rather go for something lighter so that they don't get stuck only trading that thing. Because if I request a bunch of like steel or gold, it's pretty heavy. And then they won't bring as much of the thing that I need or want because they're too busy bringing the thing that is heavy. Beer, rum, wood, ale, wood. So I'm gonna go... Holy crap, that pigtail's expensive. I'll grab these and just make leather bags. Specifically 20 leather bags. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll buy the fruit so we can make some fruit variety. I'll buy some, maybe not cheese. It's a bit expensive. Try and trade that. Nope. Okay, fine. Not very good at negotiating, are we? All right, let's just do leather bag 20. You're making up all that charcoal. That's what we love to see. And I'm going to go furnaces. Just going to say glass furnace. Yeah, it's also 94 tails. Thank you very much for the 9 months. Chat, can I get a round of beers? For 94 tails, helping keep the channel funded. Why do I have cages in front of my entrance doors? To stop the camels from wandering in, and gives me a free supply of infinite meat from the camels that I'm butchering who keep getting stuck in them. YouTube videos have helped you through a bad storm. Oh, happy to help. Gonna get the kids some McDonald's. Sounds like they've earned it. Safe driving out there, hey? I'm just gonna select start collecting sand once I have a sand zone set to collect. So usually what I do is I just tell them to collect either from a stair or a wall. But I'm just gonna tell them to collect from a wall. So they're just gonna start collecting sandbags. Yeah, shit's no fun. Having no power and... like, being stuck in a winter storm is like, I don't know, a very romantic kind of fun-sounding thing, but in practicality, it's really fucking frustrating. It really sucks. Okay, so now we're getting iron pretty quickly, and I can go up to here. And let's say... iron shield. Let's make 5 of them. Set you to no orders, and I'm also going to go to this and say metal buckler shield, and I will call this crossbow mixed. And I will also go with headwear, metal. Save and confirm. Swap everybody over to this. There they go. Picking up the stuff slowly. And some more migrants arrive. Got a poor focus, industrious dwarf who hates those who wield power over others and respects the perseverance and values a harmonious existence. Worships Reg, the regular god. What you? Anan Asmul Od. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally hates the law. Crossbow squad rise up. Good luck, Stukos. McUnibrow. Hey look, a yak calf. I shall eat it. Hey look, a piglet. More dinner. What you? You value romance and peace. Well, that's a mistake. Values peace over war and values romance. Finds artwork boring. Beard Razor? There was a dwarf named Beard Razor? Paper Throw is also pretty good. Want to be that brewer? You mean this one? Boom. Boondle. Paper Throw. Can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and enjoys being in crowds. She's somewhat scatterbrained and she is She is somewhat scatterbrained and she is very humble. She is stubborn and she's pleased by her own appearance and talents. She could be considered rude. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She has a calm demeanor and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she is a friendly individual and she can handle stress. She occasionally overindulges and she tends to be passive in discussion. She laughs very loudly when she's nervous and she gnaws her cheek when she's annoyed. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally disdains loyalty, values peace over war, and values nature and values romance, and finds artwork boring. The first one in this rave, in this migrant wave had that name. Good stuff. You like native copper and trifle pewter, as well as milk quartz, llama wool, and linen fabric. You could look up your dwarf's name, but it's not. I'm not certain that any of these dwarves are going to be notable for the first two migrant waves. Traction benches, geese for their formation flying, and giant orioles for their coloration. The sight of the radiances of twinkling of impossible prefers to consume maize beer and sorghum flour, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Yeah, you don't have any known history, so it's unlikely you'll be a notable dwarf. Seems like you're mostly a various crafts dwarf / brewer. So something I'm going to do is I'm going to jump to here. Where are we? All right. See this place right here? Craft Cradled. We are right here, right now. This is us. Sunspire. This is Craft Cradled. Craft Cradled is where my queen is. Apparently. Also, Club Hate is a wild name. We're going to go explore there. And specifically, I'll try and free captives belonging to my civilization. I'm going to send the West Shields. Obviously, the West Shields are the counteraction to stabbing westward. Unironically, I love stabbing westward, by the way. Definitely one of those, like, what? You listen to who? Why? Really like stabbing westward. Well, certainly a time and place thing. Oh my god. Too fucking entertaining. Literally nobody worships that deity except for that first dwarf that I allowed into the fort, so no, you do not. Everybody seems to worship Reg. Literally, we have one dwarf, this dwarf, who worships this god so far. Like, if I go here and just do this and go temple... This is also the reason why I've stated that I will never, one worshiper. I will never promise to expel everybody except for the worshiper of one god, because like the odds that you actually get like religious supremacy in a fortress is like minuscule. That god is a YAK, who I have a YAK namesake for, and I have to complete my goal in this fortress before the holy cow dies of old age. Stabbing westward? If you look up, it's a band, Unemployed Shaku, and two, they're one of those bands where if you look them up, you've probably heard half a dozen songs they've written. Probably.
This is madness!
Madness? Yeet. Y'all's worship the yak? Yep. And I'm going to get Bone Doll doing the brewing. How you doing, Hobo? How's things? I got my sounds working so I can hear them again. Everybody seems very busy. Which is funny because there actually isn't that many tasks to do. We're forging iron shields, though. This is super inconvenient. What's Alf up to? Oh, taking a nap before leaving the map. Fair enough. Okay, slaughter the bunny, slaughter the piglets, slaughter that. Geld the pupper. Keep use. Easy peasy. And I gotta build a farmer's shop. Got raspberries. Can I plant raspberries? I can make sunberries. I have to get sun plants. Oh man, I might actually have to convince some elves to import those. So what did I send the squad for exactly? We have legitimate reason to believe that the queen of my civilization is in that location. The reason we have reasonable belief that they are there is because that is where Legends claims my queen is. If you go look at my faction, which is the Mahogany Mine, we do have a queen who is alive, even though the faction is has largely been destroyed. And the queen lives in this location. She is a necromancer, which means she's probably not the friendliest of individuals, but that doesn't mean that she isn't still part of our faction. So I'm trying to locate her, is what I'm trying to do. And if she happens to be there, there is a non-zero chance she'll just join. So that's why I sent that squad. Let's just trade some more earrings. Oh, it's not even on the map at the moment. You didn't know that you could just do that? There's a lot of things in Dwarf where you can just kind of do. Like, I'm just looking for prisoners, and a dwarf that's living in a location that isn't owned by your faction but is still part of your faction could be considered a prisoner. And if that's the case, then I would like to try and free her. I'm just going to get these two mining. Zombie Queen. Is that a song? I feel like that's a song. Not to be confused with Spicy Queen, but... Ah, by Ghost. Got it, of course. That was my first guess. If I was going to randomly start typing in lyrics, it's probably Ghost. Ghost is coming to Vancouver again, and I don't think I'm going to go. It's too expensive. And it's a venue I don't like, so I'm just going to have to pass on it. I'm really happy that I got to see them when you were in town, like, a decade ago. Like, wasn't that 2016? We saw them at a venue I actually like. That was pretty good. Now they're too big for that venue. Can a dwarf wear steel high boots and steel greaves at the same time? Yes. Greaves are pants, boots are boots. They can't wear high boots and shoes at the same time. They can't wear high boots and low boots at the same time. But they can wear pants and boots. Like, they could also wear leggings. It was minus 18 where you were at last night. Winter break, storm sucks, jeez. Yeah, it's been a pretty tough winter for a lot of places. I mean, it's been a little bit colder than normal here, but I don't know, it's not cold in the grand scheme of things. Well, would you look at that? Davette, the royal beast, withdraws from society. It better have a picture of your god on it, I swear. And you just immediately claimed Krasdorf shop, eh? Okay. Grabs YAK calf bone. Of course you do. Works secretly. It better have an image of your god. You just need to keep pushing my headcanon here. Just need to keep pushing my headcanon. I need 2 cages or chains in the dungeon. Actually, let's do 2 iron chains. We'll do 5. Yeah, 5. All right, Squatties is back. Let's see how this went. We went and explored the empty site. They found nothing. That doesn't super duper surprise me. Let's try and do that again, except this time just releasing other prisoners. Thing about Craft Cradled, apparently a forgotten beast settled there in the year 84 and has been there ever since. Fascinating. It is reclaimable. In order to actually do what I want to do with this fort, I might actually have to retire it. But we'll see. Yeah, Greaves are pants. I mean, they, what's it called? Bone Doll. If you want, you could actually link that Forgotten Beast so that Buddy Lemonette could see it. I was listening to a cover of Warm Leatherette the other day, and so I see the word et, and E-T-T-E, and I just go, huh, now that song's stuck in my head, thanks. Let's take a look. Huh, stool! Yeah, it seems like it struck down a few things, and it routed to the least nightmares of the Pink Seduction, who were the goblins who routed that location. And if I try to, you know, open up Craft Cradled, we can... If I go to 80, you said 84? Yeah, so it got raised, and then they settled in it. Then they held a ceremony, held a procession, and then Forgotten Beast attacked them. That's funny. Then the dwarf necromancer lore settled there, and has been there since. Although lore settled there in the year 275, which is interesting. Devet, the royal beast, has created Bidokondin, a yak bone cage, and offers it to the seed of creation. That's your office. So I'm going to put the yak bone cage in your office. A beautiful monument. So cool to have. It's what I think is really cool about it is the fact that you can just give somebody a link and then they can just look at it. That's the coolest part of it to me. Because like even if I make the like world save public and then other people can just go download it, like it's not quite the same, you know? It's not anywhere near as visually interesting, I guess. Because it's like a lot of extra steps that you have to do. Thanks, Suited Giraffe. He did the majority of the heavy lifting. He walked me through it. I was like, I now have a Cloudflare tunnel. You know, like, I've got a lot of things set up now. I had to buy another domain. Mostly because I wasn't sure if it would affect my website or not. If you have a Cloudflare in your tunnel, Letterend, go see a doctor, please. It's not healthy. Shit ain't normal. We can be eating Crundles soon, mate. We've been eating Crundles for a while. Crundle meat, 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 Alf. Yak meat, Yak meat. Pig meat. Crundle me timbers. Yeah. Crundle me tumbles. Remember importing pitchblende rocks so that I could build at the bottom of a pitfall trap and wanted something super dense and magma safe. Yeah. It's always the classic, like, funny Dwarf Fortress thing is that, like, fall damage is calculated by the density of the thing they land on, not the speed that they were falling at. Which means, like, if you fall off, like, the highest floor of Rapunzel's tower in Dwarf Fortress and land on wood, you'll probably be fine. You'll bounce. But if you land on, like, lead, no, your legs are gone. You just might as well have just, like, fallen off of the Grand Canyon at that point. It's one of the funniest, like, physics quirks of this game. To me. Yep, we have a YAK god. Actually, you know what I should do? Let me go grab the YAK god real quick. Not to be confused with a rap god. Sorry, my server needs more RAM, I think. Where did I send you? Oh, your name's Blue now. You, because you're now a bone crafter. You worship Lenod. Now I just need to wait for it to actually type in. Sure, no malt. But what about me being able to say that the deity of this, of one of the dwarves, one of the founding seven of this dwarves, of this fortress happens to be a YAK and is the god of sun and creation, and the goal of the fortress is to sacrifice a YAK into a sun. So I have to build a sun so that I can put a YAK in it. Also, I'm just gonna real quick grab my bot and add the YAK god to the goal command, because that's fun. So if you type in ! goal, it should now link directly to the YAK god. You weren't even consulted on the matter? And I think we see how it played out with... I think we see that played out with the RAM usage. Yeah, well. No, what I actually mean when I say I need to give it more RAM is currently that Legends is running on a virtual machine with 2 gigs of RAM on my server. I might bump that virtual machine up to 4 gigs of RAM because the server ain't doing anything else. And maybe it'll run better if I do that. Or give it a little bit more CPU priority, one of the two. Because right now it has like, it takes a little while to search through things. I need to do some testing and tweaking, messing with it. Because it's not running on my main PC, it's running on my server. Do dwarves really have reactors? Do they really? We just call them reactors. They have turbines, I guess is maybe a better way to put it. I don't know what that means, Mogli. It's a printout of the current state of my world when I started the stream. Because I updated it right when I started the stream. So it is... The Legends is my world's history. Like, it's not you actually interacting with my world in any way, but you can go figure out the history of, I don't know, this random human bowman. Apparently this person's wife is sus. Sut was trying to steal my stuff. Also worships Maga, so definitely can't be trusted. Also, there's a deity called Maga in this world. Yikes. Anyways, where was I? Got more of these two. Get training. And we gotta check and see if we did anything on that last trek outwards. Hey, a Gorlak. Hello, Gorlakian. How is you? You just had a forgotten beast named Maga, as it should be. Yeah, they searched it and found nothing. Hmm. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, sorry. Hey, chat. That first artifact in this Dark Goblin Fortress is what I wish I had whenever I have chips. We see dip. Now I'm going to go do something else that's maybe going to confuse some newbies. I'm going to go demand a one-time tribute from these elves. From Legend Root. Is that actually a good spot? Let's see. Sensual Dawn. I mean, Dawned. Viper's Hells? Is that a place with no warming stones? The Hailfield? The Wild Seasons. The Anguished Stream. League Dusks. Blossom Glaze. Sunny Ticked. Dense Saffron. Grand Satins. Actually, just going to cancel that. I want one with a slightly higher population. I wasn't sure which one that one was. I like the Volcano Rhyme. The Volcano of Rhyme. What rhymes with volcano? Demand a one-time tribute. Go get him. He never stopped. Dag it. How does one's dwarf reach deity status? They don't, really. Now there's the fun thing that 3 of them are kobolds, 1 an elf, and the other's a necromancer queen. Wait, really? There's 5 people in the civilization of the Hoggy Mine. 3 of them are kobolds, 1 of them is an elf, and so we haven't yet proven that the necromancer queen isn't in fact just 5 kobolds in a trench coat. That's the thing that we have to, like, reconfirm here, is that we haven't reached that point. Are trees a problem? I mean, I'm chopping down trees in the caverns. Do I care if I go to war with them? Is that the question? Not really. But it's not that I expect to go to war with them. I'm not doing this to go to war with them. I'm doing this so I can import sunberries. Because I can grow sunberries here. And if they show up and they trade with me, then eventually I'll get the option to request something specific. But yes. What constraints I have? Oh, I've got no issues with chopping down trees or going to war with them. I mean, the constraints are more or less listed in the thing. I just have to keep the YAK god alive. I'm also only using Mark's dwarves as combat dwarves at the moment, but that's just a for now thing. Hi ho, hi ho. It's off to demand tribute we go. Do 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 do. It just rolls off the tongue. That giant wolf leather tunic looks pretty dope. See ya, dwarves. Good luck, Aroonies. Except for you, who got all foisty. Okay, so now the next thing I can do is I can say... start making some green glass blocks. I have no idea how much green glass blocks I'm going to have. Which, it's not going to happen because I don't have any charcoal anymore. If I fail the goal, I don't know. Retire the fort? Do something else? I don't know. I mean, the goal is mostly just a thing to give me something to work towards. I honestly don't care if I fail the goal or not. It's mostly just supposed to give me a direction and give you guys something to watch for, if that makes sense. Changed my lighting setup quite dramatically from the last stream, so seeing if I can keep it good. But no, I literally it's just a method so that you guys can have something to follow and work towards, and I, exist. Could have some sort of fun penalty. Penalty? I'm in charge here. Why would I punish myself? Gosh, I already have to play this video game and listen to you twerps all day, every day for the rest of my life. Isn't that enough of a penalty? I mean, I don't know. Maybe? We'll see when we get there. I mean, it could end in the next 90 seconds, right? Like, something could just walk in through this gate and kill the yak, and then, well, okay, well, I guess I'm starting over. I mean, the last one, I failed, and I just moved on. That was basically it. You demand blood? At least pay me $3.50 for it. A pickle on my head. And chat said that I was being oddly specific. Yeah, it did. Dang it. Did I leave? ADJ? People keep on saying that it's good to see me back. It's like I was here last week and the week before. Uploaded a big video recently. People seemed to like it. There we go. That was me posting a blog post, not a video. And in that blog post, I said specifically I was going to take 3 streams off to finish editing a video, which I then released on... I'm going to my YouTube channel to check. Which I then released on... Why is it I'm so back? I mean, not really. I mean, I guess, but I'm not talking to the YouTube chat. It's not the greatest title. I could update that. I thought I did, but it's also not a new world. That's incorrect. But this conversation is happening in the Twitch chat, not the YouTube chat. Anyways. What just happened? Alf has been found dead. All right, I gotta leave the game paused. Yeah, which I then uploaded on the 14th. So I've been back since the 14th. Which then I did 3 streams of a new fort. And then I played Songs of Six last week, and then I came back again. I don't know. Basically, I guess like what I'm learning is I should never, ever, 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 under any circumstances, tell people that I'm going to take a vacation or a short trip away for a brief period of time to work on a video, because people will presume that I'm gone for the next 6 weeks. So I guess I should never do that. Is what I've learned. So I should just never tell people that I'm going away. All right, Alf, the corpse, is dead due to a strange substance that I am not too aware of at the moment. What the fuck killed you? Voracious cave crawler. The fuck are you? Nope. It was a giant bat. Really? And here I thought you'd be able to hold off a giant bat. Your blood was frozen? Yeah, it's real cold down here. Burst gifts. Surprise. Well, that's unfortunate. We're gonna have to kill that thing. We're going bat hunting, chat. Guess it's a sign to go to sleep, or wait for me to give vengeance. Okay, well, it could fly in over here. It's all the way the hell over there for the moment. I wonder if I could dig over there. It's probably better of an idea to just build some stairs up. Build a wall. Let's witness the full trip. Excuse me, why are you running away, sir? Oh, it's because they have no ammo. That's why. Hold on. Let me just do something important. Iron bolts. That's what I should do. Make some iron bolts. Try and get this fixed. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of Fs for our good friend, Alf, who died too soon, but we'll probably get a very nice coffin out of it. And do everybody a favor. And remember that this is a crowdfunded channel, and I make a living because people subscribe to it. If you like what I do, and you don't want to see, I don't know, louder, annoying sponsored segments on this channel in the future, consider subscribing to help keep this channel as ad-free as bloody possible. I don't really have the options when it comes to the ads. I have to run them. But at the end of the day, do please consider supporting this channel. If you like it. If you don't like it, well, then I don't know. Don't support it. That's up to you. I'm gonna build a little shrine thingy for Alf. Maybe a statue of Alf or something. I don't know. They were one of the starting 7. A totem with a bat skull. I would need to kill the bat first and butcher it. So it's kind of maybe a few more steps than you realize, but there we go. It's a tomb for Alf. Was being constructed. Rest in peace, poor Alf. You died too soon. But someone had to start. Rest in peace. Hello, Bobtron. How are you? And there they go. Putting away the bodies. Keeping it in sight, though. Inside of the beautiful coffin. Let's get these dwarves updated with better gear. Let's check some random dwarves and see if I can find another one who would do all right in the military. You hate the law. Are you brave in the slightest? What's annoying about that dwarf dying is that dwarf, I specifically gave some skills related to leading. Oh, you're already in the military. That would be why. I'm like, well, why can't I add you to the military? Well, it's because you're already in the military. You find that distasteful. You find friendship burdensome. Doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord. Mason. You're already in the military. All right. I'm just going to give this task to this pump operator. I don't know who the pump operator is, but they're getting it. And you can go to the woodcutter. And I think I need to make some more quivers. Let's just keep making sand. I'm making green glass blocks. Now let's see where this bat's gone off to. Oh. Bat has left my line of sight, chat. Well, that's a shame. That's all I got. That's a shame. Let's make an archery range. I think that's what I'm gonna do. See if I can make this look less crappy. This is going to be a place to train both, I say, Mark's dwarves and siege equipment. I think that's what we'll do right there. Dearly tolerated, we sit at our PCs today to mourn the passing of Elf, the dwarf taken before his time by that which dwells below. Though he had some leadership skills bestowed upon him, he could not lead himself from the grave's embrace. In the YAK, we pray. I don't know about amen. That doesn't seem like a very dwarfy thing to say. That seems like something a very confused dwarf would say. If anything. You winged it? Ah. So did the dwarf. But when the dwarf winged it, they went, whee! Splat. You would like a dwarf named Daggett, please. Would you like a dwarf named Daggett with a beard? Or a dwarf named Daggett without a beard? Exactly, see, Hobo gets it. We be mooing all up in this bitch. I'm gonna do vertical bedrooms. Iron pick. Let's just do 2 of those. Also, how did that last request for tribute go? Didn't check. It was rejected. Well, of course. And another thing I'm going to do. This up here is the Fortress of Hot Spring. I'm going to demand a one-time tribute. Good luck to my brave Marksterfs. We wish them luck. I'd give them a salute, but I'm simply a strimmer behind the camera. Wish them good luck, chat. You'd like a dwarf named Daggett with a beard. Dag Nabbit is now Aerith. Daggett. City calls. You're definitely a city dwarf, that's for sure. He has an overbearing personality and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He is often sad and dejected, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and occasionally overindulges. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he has a sense of duty. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and often acts with compassion. He doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He stiffens up when he's surprised, and when he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but it grumbles only mildly at bad weather. I found you and then named you after it? Well, I mean, that's perfect doing on my part, I suppose. I take full credit for this. None of this was luck or happenstance. Planned, calculated, pre-scripted, and I don't know where I'm going with this. That's about as far as I'm going to make it. You started up the demo version, 69, nice. Should you just poke your VOD to steer your style of doing stuff? I have no fucking idea what I'm doing in that game. I don't know, maybe I might teach you a bunch of bad habits. I'm not very good at that game, but it might give you some semblance of direction. Might end up playing some more of that game later this week, we'll see. But I've learned I can't just stream that game. There isn't quite enough interest, unfortunately. But, yeah, I don't know. Has that bat come back? The bat's not come back! Angry. So cool it's free. Yeah, I mean, if you're patient, like version 69 is actually a pretty good version of that game. I would just try and avoid combat about as much as I do because combat was clunkier and less balanced and made less sense in version 69. That's my biggest feeling about that version of the game. Can you fully tame things that are notable because they killed something? I don't think you can fully tame them. I think you might be able to train them, but I don't think you can fully tame things once they've gained a name, even if you have skill in that. I may actually do the thing that a bunch of people were complaining that I don't do in the last video, which is use a minecart to bring lava up in this fort. I may actually do that, because that is something I barely ever do. Okay, let's... Oh shit! Plump helmet. The Plumpy Helmman. Hello, Plumpy Helmman, and Plumpy Helmman 2. And your friends who we've probably upset. I'm just gonna go up to here. Go Plumpy, Plumpy, Gorlak! You can't tame dwarf killers? Yeah, but tame and train are two different things. There's at least 2 games I can think of with the word sulfur in the name. There you go. They can go get... How did you skip the cage? I was thinking they'd just leave the map, but maybe I'm being too helpful. Seems my squaddies is back. Let's see how this demanding of tribute of my old dwarves went. Which means they'll come trade with me if nothing else. Wouldn't that just be a Gorlak with a plump helmet? It was rejected, damn right. Was rejected by... Burned Foot, the Hollow Glacier of Moistness. Yes, that. Hold on. Dark human pits of 6,000? Why is there so many humans in those pits? Be a writhing, disgusting mound. Looking for abandoned places. There's a fort. A couple monasteries. Urgent Thimble. That's a funny name. Skinny Yenters. Sorry, the Monastery of Ultra Gloves is pretty good. They've got some books. They've got a Dress Jester. Lark Trail. Maroon Cradle. Can't say that word, or I will get demonetized on YouTube. Kisses. Kisses. That might not be totally up to date, said Nalf, but they are a liability if nothing else. Heat packed. Mm-hmm. Crypt Blade. Ooh. That's a really good name. If anybody wants to find out what happened at this place, you could go look at the name of it. And if anybody finds any... Oh, shit. I don't know why I wasn't expecting this, and I'm kind of shocked by this, but look at this. We've got bubble bulbs sprouting up. Oh, that's exciting. Well, good luck with yet another trip out to the wonder. I don't think that word with a T there is a word, but winks is. What, the one that I'm not allowed to say the word of? It rhymes with the word pike. It refers to a giant mound of earth that is used to stop the ocean from flooding Dutch cities. That's what that is. And I if I say that word, I get demonetized on YouTube, or at least the VOD does. Like my whole channel doesn't or anything. It's not that ridiculous, but if I say that word, YouTube goes, "You're being rude." It's like I'm saying the name of a thing that's written on my screen in a video game about being dwarves, okay? Can you... It's not a... In this context, it's not a slur, okay? At least I don't think so. Yeah, I don't understand how, like, anybody who's Dutch exists on YouTube now. Like, you can't talk about a major piece of infrastructure. There was one VOD that I had a while ago where there was a character with that as their last name, and they were pretty notable, so I kept reading the last name. And I had to go through, and in order to get the $15 in super chats I made that day, I had to manually go through and edit out every single time I said that word. And it's never going to happen again. Also, We got ourselves a smart one. There's a troll up here and a troglodyte. The troglodyte got mad at that human who struck the troglodyte in the right hand with her bruising the muscle, and then yeah. Yes, sentient. Well, some people do. Some people use it as an insult. I don't know about a slur. YouTube qualifies it as a slur. I don't personally qualify it as a slur, but I don't think my opinion matters in this instance. You fried up some breakfast? Nice, nice, nice. Well, great. Now I got troglodytes. Chad, I need to make a troglodyte pit. That's what I need to do. You know, honestly, I think that anybody running a fan of that man fan channel, you're probably also retired and like are living quite successfully on old money. So you probably don't need the pittance of YouTube ad revenue. I think they're probably fine. It's one of those, like, do people use it as a slur? Not really, but, like, I kind of understand why they're hedging their bets. It's just really annoying for everybody who gets caught in the crossfire. That's all it really is. Farm trogs, there's absolutely no purpose or point to that, Smexy. So you're going to have to do more convincing than that. Somewhere similar to there. Nope, all of those are true. It is, in fact, a name for multiple things, and none of which are derogatory. But that's the fun of derogatory words, right? It's almost always just, like, context. And it's like, if you miss the context, then it's like the whole basis of the discussion might as well not matter. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all the dwarves in here. Assign everybody to here. I don't know if anybody's outside at the moment, but we do have a troll. And he's now caught in a cage trap. That's kind of what I did need, though. I'm just going to lock this door for the moment so that I can get a hospital built. I'm going to shrink this down to half size. And then I'm going to go meeting area. And I'm going to make a hospital. And hopefully it will be a hospital and not inhospitable. Oops, no. Bamboo. Boop. Bamboo, you can be the diagnoser. Surgeon can be the, I don't know, this crafts dwarf. And, you have the word bone in your name, so you can help. Yeah, these are rock pots, though. I don't actually have any clay pots in this fort. Now I want to know how he made Kit Kat derogatory. I really would like to know how he did that. Because he obviously did that, so how did he make Kit Kat derogatory? Can you please go mine? Oh, actually, no. Now that we've done that, I need to turn off this. Now you can go mine. I just have more ample supply of rocks, so I'm using rock pots. There is neither of them is better nor worse. Just make whichever one you have a bigger supply of. I just happen to have a abundance of boulders and not a lot of rocks, so I'm using rocks. It doesn't really matter which one's better or worse for me. It's just purely a matter of which one do I have more of. And the answer is rocks. Iron barrels? Maybe if you have unlimited iron barrels. But for some reason, I don't think that you have unlimited iron barrels. Okay, so now we're going to do this. Maybe not quite that. Let's just do this. Rock pots are awesome. I guess so, yeah. They're certainly a useful device. Necessary, even, to complete some constructions. Then down here I can do this. And then, I don't know, let's just build some floors in here so that it looks not terrible. Ah, never mind, I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm just going to go back to this right here. Let's make rock block. Let's just do 80. So much iron on this map, holy shit. We're gonna be iron rich in no time, chat. Your workday is done, congrats. Yeah, I guess I've been on for, I don't know, 6 hours and 40 minutes. So it's been a good chunk of stream so far. Yeah, I don't know. The ebb and flow of what demonetization algorithms consider a slur always seems to be about 6 months behind. And it's always a little bit frustrating, but I do actually kind of appreciate the sentiment. It just sucks when, you know, words that have an extremely practical purpose get labeled as no-goes for a while. Forces of the Seed of Creation have stolen a bunch of books. The Art of the Mountain, The Humble Offering, to the Monastery, The Mountain Halls, The World of Crypt Blades, The Monastery After the End, and The Fortress of Seed of Creation are all always yoinked. And I'm going to go right here, and I'm just going to make an archery range. And this is going to go north, and I'm just going to get the West Shields training here. And they will periodically go there and train when available. Why are you so fucking pissed off? What the fuck? You really hate your life. Holy shit. Veteran, thanks for the $10.
Letterin cheered. X1000.
Been a little scared to look at the daily minimum for the day, so appreciate it. They wrote a book about my fortress? No, that was just me reading the name of my fortress, going there to steal books. Why are you so pissed? Maybe I should make you a bed or something. Yeah, it is better to err on the side of caution. But then there's all kinds of words that I could say right now that I don't consider acceptable to say, and the platform won't get mad at me for it. So that's I guess the part that I find frustrating is like the double standards where it's like words for me but not for thee. Almost. Is kind of how I feel about it. Oh, I see. My manager's in hospital. Got it. His neck is dented. Well, that's not good. Needs cleaning. Was anybody cleaning wound? Oh, I see. I see the issue here. The issue is I don't actually have access to water here at the moment. So I'm just going to do this. And then I'm going to go floor grate. And then I'm going to make this into a water source. And then I'm going to go to you and I'm going to make a bucket. I did that yesterday. I'm also going to make a splint. And a crutch. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for later and chucking the $10 into the keep the stream funded bucket? Appreciate you, friend. Helping me pay my editor. Seriously. I'm actually a little curious. I do see the stuff. Oof. Chat, you guys don't even want to ask how far off the daily minimum we are today. Ain't no friggin' way in hell. It's definitely January. Let's go here, and I'm just going to make a corpses / teeth, body parts, corpses, bin, container place stuff. I guess what I'm trying to say is thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. Let her in. Or eating and they're just standing there waiting. I do really like that. There was a pretty minor change made to the game quite recently, which is not noteworthy, but very quiet in what it actually did. But it did massively change how effective those meetings are. They're so much more consistent about making sure that the meeting actually gets completed, and the job gets canceled a lot quicker if there's like an issue stopping them from getting it done, which I really like. Okay, let's actually set this squad over to training when they have access. Werewolf meetings? I mean, for werewolves, yeah, it's better, but... Or were creatures in general, I guess, but... Cool. Good news is nobody is dying and resting anymore. And then... Just build some walls right there. Oopsies. I just tabbed out of the wrong window. After Christmas? I mean, some stuff comes out in January. There's nothing wrong with releasing things in January, as far as movies, but like, there's a reason why a lot of people you'll see on YouTube will put out like 10 videos in December and then not release, or like 10 videos between like November, December, and then not release until February, because you basically make half the money for the same amount of work in February. But the reason I released the video when I did instead of waiting is, to be completely honest, I just desperately wanted to get it done, because I was just taking way too long to get a new video done, and I finally got one done. I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna release this, even though I like fully acknowledge it's gonna do worse. I just needed to do it, get it done. Something I needed to do for me. Okay, so this is a super janky trash disposal setup, but we'll use it for the moment. All right, now let's go military. Archery targets, let's see what we got. Sweet, actually got some blocks now. Holy shit, Nasty Rooster. Nasty Rooster in the YouTube chat throws 50 bucks into the super chats. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Sorry for bitching about money, but appreciate it. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Which, after fees and whatnot, I think that probably comes out to about $30-something, but thank you much. Because YouTube takes a huge, hefty chunk of things. But such is life. I'm assuming there's probably some crafts I can do with Crundle scales, but let's get that pulled. And I get it pulled again. Boop. All right, trash has been disposed of quite considerably. Now I sit here and stare at this and go, why did I take this the way I did? I could have made this significantly more convenient for myself, but I didn't. So I'm going to make this more convenient for myself. I'm going to make a decrundling pit. YouTube takes about 60. It's like, they claim it's 70, but it's more like, or sorry, YouTube claims that they give me 70, but 70%, but in reality it's closer to about 64, because Twitch pays bank transfer fees, and I get 70% from Twitch. So on that asterisk thing, Twitch pays better. For most people, YouTube pays better. But I'm embedded enough in my indentured servitude with the great gods of Twitch that I do get paid better making stuff on Twitch than I do on YouTube. All right, then the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to do this. Fucking huck these goddamn troglodytes and trolls down into here. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what platform you decide to support me through. If you decide to support me through anywhere, that means the world to me. Let's just put no metal, just simply bone bolts there. Yeah, and then it just climbs out. I was a little worried about that, but I was a little worried about that. He just runs off. Okay, so Chief Medical Dwarf is fighting with a troglodyte now. Good stuff. Nope, they killed one of them. Zasset is was fighting with something. Oh, you're just getting dragged, I see. I like that it's the Chief Medical Dwarf who's injured. Who also happens to be my diagnoser. Alright, Doran, you're gonna go help, unless you're the one right next to it. No, you're not. You're good. That is a really stupid question because I would not play either game for 24 hours. So how it's in YouTube chat says, if you never played either and then played Dwarf Fortress for 24 hours or Songs of Six for 24 hours, which one would you consider to be objectively better? They're objectively different games and not really comparable in the literal sense as you are suggesting. So neither would be my option or my answer. I think that if you are asking me that question, you don't know me well enough to actually answer the question. Yeah, there's no such thing as objectively being better. I mean, if I was forced to play either of those for 24 hours straight, I would say that Tetris is objectively better because it's the only game that's perfect, after all. Elfie, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. So I personally feel that that's a borderline unanswerable question. That is objectively silly. All right. They're just going to go train. So whenever they have Crundle Bones, bolts, lying around, I mean, most of them probably just have the iron bolts, yeah. Whenever they have bone bolts in their inventory, they can then train by firing them at that. You... Yay. It's a pain in the ass, man. Over who gets on the higher perch? Maybe they were fighting the whole time and you were too busy playing Kingdom Come to notice. Did you ever think about that? Because I did. Then I said it. It's crazy, right? Here comes another Troglodyte. How's things been developing besides the grazing besties? I mean, besties. I mean, mostly I'm just training my militia right about here. Or trying to, and then these troglodytes keep getting out. Having issues with troglodytes, but it's an opportunity to train my military a little bit if they were actually where I wanted them to be when I wanted them to be there. Unfortunately, though, they're not. Are you... Hold on. Hold on. You guys seeing this? This is a turkey, contain guilt, who is winning a fight against a troglodyte. Not only that, it's a baby turkey winning a fight against a troglodyte. All right, then. And it's still going. Did you just take blood? Pulled scratches him? Tearing the fat? You drew blood. Yes, I can. She is in a constant state of internal rage and never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. She has little interest in joking around and prefers to peck. She tends to avoid crowds and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, except for that fucking troglodyte, and can sometimes act without deliberation and likes a little excitement now and then, and is very humble and thanks for the $1, Shinobi. And is very humble and likes to take it easy and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Surprised me. Could have fooled me, rather. Does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Get him, squatties. Okay, this dwarf needs to be booted out of the military. Yeah. You're not cut out for this. Well, they're making chase. Here's hoping they catch it this year. What do you need for treatment? Received a pigtail dressing on head. Well, hopefully you heal up good, Daggett. I'm gonna go down into here, and we're gonna get some beds made. Because I need some bedrooms, just a few. And I need to make rock coffer. Just 10 of them. Doesn't really matter what material. Tomb Slayer and Turkey Farm, yeah. My answer would be the same how it's. I don't think either game that is so catastrophically different could be compared in that way. If you're asking which one would I keep playing, the answer would be Dwarf Fortress because it has a lot more content and it remains interesting to me versus having a much more linear game loop. I would rather play a game that is more sandboxy in the long term because I can keep playing it and make my own fun. Songs of Six, sorry, but I get really interested in playing that game once every 6 months. And during that period of 6 months, I play a bunch of it, and then I forget it exists and don't ever go back for another year because, honestly, I just start seeing the same shit. Like, that's a game that is pretty one note in what its mechanics allow for. I'm adjusting my light. Songs of Six every 6 months. Exactly. Like, I just... That game has a pretty hard limit for its variety and how long it holds my attention, because I do genuinely think that game gets boring quite quickly. Because it is such a linear loop. It's the same reason that I play 20 hours of an Anno game and I go, cool, I don't need to play Anno until they make another one of these. Because, like, it is a very one-note loop, and I get very tired of it very quickly. If that's the answer that you're looking for, congratulations, you have it now. I talked shit about Songs of Six, which is a game I would like to play some more of. But people believe absolutes, and they always want to know which one I think is better. And so my answer is, definitively, Dwarf Fortress. Duh. You happy now? Sorry, I'm irritated with the goddamn green screen. Green screens were a mistake, chat. Truly were a mistake. It's fine until the light moves. Thank you, baby Blueford. Should make red screens? No, it's just in order to make green screens work, I need to have adequate lighting, and my eyes hurt if I have bright enough lights. Red would go faster, that much is true. Kind of bothers me that I assign a bunch of hospital workers and then they just stand in the hospital. Like, go do something else. Don't need that right now. Like, I'll need it, but not until later.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar.
Need to
And
finish
put it in a
making
shit
this
bottle that
before
sounds
it's
like
useful.
Shit. Put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Didn't they just increase them to 1:30? Or maybe they increased the amount that you can do for editing. Like, you might have a wider window now. They just increased something with clips, but I haven't looked too closely, actually, as to what it was specifically. Wider editing window? Okay. Chat? I might kill this green screen. Take it outside, set it on fire. Hold on, let me see what I can do. Nope, that didn't do it. That sort of helped. It's been 4 weeks now of me fighting with this green screen. Yeah, but the mobile app is second-hand citizens. Second-hand citizens? Second-class citizens. That's what I was looking for. So they don't get updates until like 6 months after the website. So that actually makes a lot of sense. Sorry, but we know it's true, Elfie. Like, there's been times where, like, the website for Twitch will get a feature, and then the app will get the same feature, like, months later. Sometimes years. Like, the fact that we can even clip on mobile is actually a little bit surprising to me. All right, so this is a bedroom, which is going to be given to Bimbool, the chief medical derp. You go right there. This bedroom is going to be given to Darius, who's the happiest dwarf in the fort. You, Devet. And you, Logum. I like how they're somewhat satisfied with their bedroom, even though it is missing a bed. That is kind of funny to me. There be trolls up in them places. Ready, dwarves? Go out here, please. Gotta go get all this wood hacked down. Good luck, troll. Come back and I hack you up. Yeah, no, that's fair. Oof on either or. The thing is, oof is such a generic thing, and I can say like multiple things in a sentence where I don't know what you're referring to. So when people don't specify what they're going ugh for, then I go, what are you groaning over? Was it the first thing I said, or the last thing I said, or the third thing I said, or the 14th thing I said? Or was it the 17th thing in the last quarter century that I said? Because I don't know. I mean, heck, you could be at the beginning of the VOD and I wouldn't know any better. All I really know for certain is that I don't know what you're talking about when you just exclaim. Which doesn't mean you shouldn't exclaim. It just means I don't know what you're talking about. And honestly, I don't really think that's that much of a loss. All of them? Fair enough. It's like, what are you oofing for? My existence. Oh, well, then. Although my true answer most of the time is, I mean, I don't know. I don't fucking play Roblox. What's this oof all about? I don't know. I'm above the age of 6. I play grown-up games for adults. None of this dress to impress. What are we even trying to impress? Clearly, this metalsmith who's been taken by a fey mood, obviously. I should have known. Well, not your existence, my existence. You can oof on your existence all you want, but... All right, so id right here has claimed a metalsmith's forge and has begun a mysterious construction. What are you? Talented armorsmith. Ooh, iron bars. Any bets on what that dwarf makes, chat? Any hopes or expects? Sucks to be this dwarf. Well, actually, I guess I'll just cut this corner off. Make it easier for myself if I do it this way. Bedrooms! Oopsies. So do 2 in a row and then 2 apart. So 2 in a row. 2 in a row. Sure, that can work. It's actually easier to do it this way. Yeah. This is your favorite bedroom thing? What if it's my favorite bedroom thing? Can it be both of our favorite bedroom things? Because gosh darn, I hope so. It's a lot of blood. It's also a reptile man fighting with a troglodyte. And they're all up here digging channels. You must fight to the death now, says who? Are you some sort of unknown and authority figure on this? Because that would actually be kind of crazy. I didn't really wake up this morning and expect to become unintended Highlander. I'm just over here expecting the Spanish Inquisition, but all I got was Highlander. Let's just take up on one of those, and then they'll fix it. A jagged iron breastplate. Id the Metalsmith has created a Gembiz Hangig. Cool. Anil Rotod, a jagged iron breastplate, and offers it to the Seed of Creation. Specific bodywear. There it is. Snail, you go get fancy body armor before somebody steals it. This is a jagged iron breastplate. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of iron. You'll love to see it, but it's not worth much to us. So we'll see if this dwarf can wield it, and if you can, then yay, and if you can't, then oh well. I'm actually just going to make sure that this squad trains for a wee bit. I'm just going to get rid of all this and just use these for everything. So they'll go swap out their ammo entirely. Just go train. I'm sorry, what? Okay, that stuff needs to be moved. Then I can get you training. And then I'm going to get you down here, training monthly. I see they're putting everything away. Probably because they're off orders at the moment. Yep. So once they're back on orders, they will go do that. And in the midst of the nonsense, I forgot to queue up fruit and food again for drinks, which means I should probably just queue up drinks. Brew, drink from plant, win less than, I don't know, fucking 30. That's fine. That's on me. Whoops. Could also set this up as a fishing zone. Although, ironically, the one fisher dwarf died. Which is very funny to me. See, this is why, you know, WWE still exists, is because people don't need, like, a lot of reasons to go watch people punch each other. So there's the holy cow. I need to get the holy cow in a safer place. Currently, it's not really in a very safe place. And in other news, why is there a bloody bolt right there? There's kind of a lot of bloody bolts everywhere. Guess we just got to work on this up here. That's the loose theme of this fort, yeah. Because the holy cow is the literal representation of a god in this world. Because this faction has a YAK god. And so because I'm beginning to feel that I'm a YAK god, we can't kill the YAK. So if the YAK dies, then I fails. It's Mitchell, thanks for the raid. How was your new fort? It feels so daunting to start. Just follow a tutorial and get started, point of view. This game people generally find to be much more daunting and overwhelming than I think it actually is. I mean, thanks for the shoutouts for telling Artho, but Smitchell did raid me. Thank you very much. Wait, no. Wrong shot. I mean, you can go follow Talon Artho as well. Talon writes the ads for my big videos that have the mug goblin in them. And writes books. So I don't know. If you read books, maybe support Talon Artho as a book writer. There are dozens of them these days. Oi, Monsieur Crandall. Get it. You are not welcome here. So you embarked with elephants? Really? Oh wow, that's not a common occurrence at all. Holy crap. I am trying to defend the holy cow. And as of right now, I'm just a little bit annoyed that my Mark's dwarves, they are leaving their stuff where I don't want them to leave it. But thankfully, they're also doing the archery practice. So we're firing bone bolts at that for training. And I should be able to make more beds. Yep. And apparently me and Elfie are dueling to the death over who gets the rights to make bedrooms like this, or who gets the rights to have this be their favorite style of bedrooms. I think Elfie would win in a fight. Unless I got my arm out far enough. Then I'd have a chance. Otherwise, I would lose to top heaviness. Center of gravity not on my side. There you go. Now please go follow Smitchell if you would like to see some... if you would like to see more dwarf things. Once you had a goblin monarch that would always mandate 3 things at a time. He has 3 likes. And one was always traction benches. I would fire him into the moat. Traction benches are like kind of where I draw the line. Generally, I'm okay with just satisfying whatever the noble's asking for, but if it's traction benches, fire him in the river! I will do exactly what the country of Italy does to Ferrari team captains that don't win championships, which is throw them in the river. You've had way more problem than than you've ever had before? No, the caverns just have been working correctly again since they disabled the cavern invaders. How do you feel about this year's Cars? Is Disney releasing another Cars movie? Blank? I don't know. I haven't seen them on track yet, so you'll have ask me that like after race 1. At least, like, let us... Unless you're just saying, like, aesthetically. I don't know. They seem smaller. They sound about the same. They're mostly the same shape. It's not as big of a, like, visual shift between the last regs and these regs. I mean, I have F1 through 12 on my keyboard, so what does that mean? Sorry, I'm running out of F1-related jokes. Yeah, I don't know. It looks fine. I'm curious to see what they look like on track, but... if last time the regulations changed, or anything like this, then, you know, it's just a matter of waiting until my green screen fucks up again and I get mad at it. Chad, I'm going to unplug and plug some things in. Give me a second. This is going to break things, but I need another light.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Right? That's what I thought exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. Now this light's way brighter and a different color. All right. Sorry. Speeding towards a future without F1 jokes? Yeah, then we'll only have F2 jokes. I'm waiting for the F0 jokes. Oh, no, wait. That's just F0. I'm sorry, did I just see a bird person? Huh. Well, it's a good thing that we have a sparrow woman in case we run out of the first one. It's Mute City over here. Yeah, we can't hear it, you know? Is this like a fee-fi-fo joke? Because then you'd have to smell the blood of an English joke. More elves have arrived to trade. I'm going to queue up some cutting of gems because I literally have nothing to sell them. And, holy crap. There's more stuff growing. Look at that. Bubble bulbs. Do you think they'd buy dead troglodytes? I'm not going to get my hopes up. You've been watching my tutorials lately because you want to try this yourself? It's not as scary as people think it is. It's just a matter of sitting down and trying it and plucking away at it for a bit. But isn't that like copping out and running away in fear from the joke, Salty? It's like the panic and exit jokes. All right. Well, gotta wait a little bit for them to cut some gems. So I don't really have any rock crafts or anything I could sell them. What is happening here? Going to archery practice, you're going over there and eating. You're napping. You're shooting bolts at the wall. As you do. Snail's real focused. Really seems to enjoy this process of becoming a novice Marks Dwarf. In fact, you feel pleasure after practicing archery. Ain't that lovely? Let's just do all of the blue jades. Those are worth quite a bit more. If you have to ask that question, Volkov, I feel like you already know the answer. Especially because the elves never bring anything good the first time, so you always have to trade with them multiple times to actually get anything decent from them. So all it really proves is that you know the answer and you like bragging about it. Well, that's okay. We all like to brag about our failures and personal issues. Hopefully one day you'll find help. But for some reason, I doubt that. It's no wonder this dwarven civilization has a mental health epidemic. The most basic problems with their society, they're unwilling to face. It's really quite sad. This squad I need to take off duty. Let's see. Did they bring any things that I actually want? Need to go look. But no, I specifically requested to trade with elves so that I could get sunberries imported so I can farm sunberries. Sunberries are the highest value beverage in the game. And they almost never bring it the first time, so you have to trade with them multiple times to do it. Also, I would like them to bring me large animals, but that's besides the point. See, they brought persimmons, apples, plums, and persimmons. This cost 60. Trade 2 gems for that. Well, 3 gems, I guess. So buy one of those, because why not? And trade. Bears, I can't request specific things yet. I didn't see a bear there. Did they bring bears? Nope. No, they didn't bring bears. If you ask me what I want them to sell me, it's sunberries. They did bring a giant badger, though. Not the most useful and kind of expensive. Brought feather tree eggs, which is actually kind of interesting. Don't believe I've ever seen them bring feather tree eggs before, but that means these are the ones we want to trade with. Because they will bring me sunberries if I trade with them. I'm pretty sure that only dwarves who are pathetic enough to cut their beards off would do what my chat is suggesting, Clino. Can't speak to what anybody else chooses. Besides, most dwarves respect trade and commerce. Respectable trade and commerce is a virtue. Which, unfortunately, most of my chat is so pathetic, they seem to lack. I pity them, truly. Bunch of intolerant, beardless, human-cultured dwarves. It's truly saddening. Hopefully one day, as a dwarven society, we can move past this. I don't know why I'm going on and on and on in this weird kind of narrator-esque voice, but here I am. Let's just buy some splints because they're pretty cheap. Also, it's nice to have multiple factions to trade with right away because it gives me more trading XP. And appraisal XP, more faster. You know, funny, true story, second RS Sam. Years ago, I was explaining to my dad why I was quitting my job. This was in this was not before I quit my job. I was cutting my hours back at my job. I was going from working full-time at the place I was working at the time to working 3 days a week. And within a year, I would end up cutting down to 2 days a week. And by 2018, I would quit that job. So from 2016 to 2018, I slowly cut back my hours until I quit. And I remember my dad driving me home one day back to my apartment and saying that, you know, like, I respect your decision, but I don't think this is wise. Like, I am not convinced that this website that you are streaming video games on is real. To which I responded with, well, what do you mean? Like, it's owned by Amazon. It's, they pay me in paychecks. Like, what do you want? He goes, yeah, but they're not paying you all that much. So I am pretty convinced that it is not unlikely that that's actually some sort of international scam to make children dumb and make them think that they're employed. In reality, they're not learning any usable skills. And I was just like, no, I'm pretty sure that this is a real website. My dad didn't realize he was just predicting the existence of TikTok. He instead realized or learned that, well, Twitch is in fact real. And for Christmas this year, he gave me a $2 silver coin from the Canadian Mint, along with a handwritten letter apologizing for that. Because, you know, I own this apartment, so if you're not real, you've certainly got deep pockets for not being real. I mean, if anybody's winning the long con against Twitch, it's me. Oh, he like apologized and he said he was wrong a long time ago, Kerbal. It was like something that he realized he was incorrect about, I don't know, maybe by 2019. But I don't think he actually thought that me quitting that job and like trying to do this full time was a good idea until 2022. Then there was like that one Christmas where I almost missed Christmas because I was too busy making 4 videos a day and streaming 12 hours a day. Okay, so now I don't think we're going to get any migrants this year. But we'll see. Two loonies bound together? I mean, a silver $2 coin is technically just a big twoonie, not 2 loonies, but... I never notice if my intolerance grows or shrinks as your hobo beard waxes and wanes. I don't know. I just... If chat actually wanted me to kill the elves, they would pretend that they all really liked the elves and never damaged them because I just like being the one person who does the thing that chat says they do all the time, or that doesn't do the thing. So everybody's like, I just kill them and take their stuff. It's like, well, I'm sorry you only know one way of playing this video game. Believe it or not, there's more than one. And I will not do it your way now because that's what you say that you do. So instead, I will mildly mock you, as I tend to, and then do my own thing, because screw you. That's who. Also need to get these dwarves a tavern like stat. Especially not right off the bat, Cassie. As Cassie in YouTube chat points out, there's no reason to kill and steal what the elves have. They have nothing worth stealing, at least I'm adding initially. So why not get along? Yeah, because you have to trade with them a couple of times before they bring anything worth purchasing. Like, they're kind of the long game trade partner. Humans can be that way too, but the elves are more of that. Did I make all the beds that I ordered? Wow, we did. That was quick. Bed. Let's just make 10 beds when there's less than 20 beds. Get to it. And also you are going to process... Sure, process those query tails, but I actually wanted you to process... pigtails. Process plants when they're available. Currently not running pigtails any time of the year. I'm just gonna put a little pigtail plot right there. Yes, yes they do. They're more, like, they have everything and more because there's slightly more variety as Forgotten Beasts, and they tend to be bigger than Forgotten Beasts. They're basically just bigger, meaner Forgotten Beasts in large quantity. That's all that they really are. Also going to take this squad off training entirely for the moment. So they go in there and they dump all their stuff right there, which is fine. Because I need the other hands to put stuff away. Sure, or you could just wait for the dwarves to clean it up. Like, unless it's frozen and in a pile, or if a dwarf lies down in it, they won't get it on their skin. And as long as they don't get it on their skin, they're fine. Dwarves will go into those areas, assuming it's considered part of your fortress, as in assuming there's constructions nearby, and they'll just go and clean it up. So that in and of itself isn't too bad. You could clean it with water, you could dump lava on it, anything like that would clean it up, yeah. But usually what I do is I just try to send the dwarves out and just let them clean it up by hand, which is generally pretty safe. Generally pretty safe. Yeah, as long as they don't lie down in it, they're fine. It's just if it's frozen in a pile, then they get covered in it when they walk through that pile. I think it specifically has to be frozen too, and in snow. Because, like, if it gets into snow, then it mixes with snow. It becomes 50-50, like, snow and... It becomes 50% snow and 50%, like, whatever the strange liquid is. Murder juice that makes you blister to death. And if it's half murder juice that makes you blister to death and you walk through the snow, you get covered in snow, and also murder juice that makes you bleed to death. Or blister to death, rather. Which, you know, is not optimal for, you know, the softness of your skin. Very suboptimal, in fact. Very optimal if the goal is to bleed to death, but... Yeah, it used to be a lot more brutal. I don't know if they still get... Like, Clino might be able to help out here, but I don't know if they... In chat in general, but I don't think they still... Like, as long as they have shoes on, they should be fine. If they don't have shoes on and they step in it, that might count as being infected, but... Oh, well, just chop them off at the ankles and I'm sure you'll be fine. Let's see how many more bedrooms we need. I need these dwarves to get married so I don't need as many bedrooms. It's a lot of bedrooms. Alright, well, let's do these last few. If you get a bigger bed, you have more bedroom, but less bedroom. Mm-hmm. The English language is fun, eh? Sometimes I believe that the English language is out to get us all. One day, we'll all be trapped by it. With no means of escape. And some rando came in and was just really weird and pushy. Made me miss my children command. You know, I had somebody it was in the Discord a while ago, who just showed up and posted some shit. And I want to say stone banned them, I could be mistaken, but they were just posting shit. And I mean shit. Like, shit. Anyway, they were just like, but it's not against the rules. I'm like, well, you're right, but like, I didn't think I had to say don't post literal poop in my Discord. Upon which it's like, I think sometimes the best rule that you could possibly have for a space on the internet is just, I don't know, don't wreck the vibe. Bro took shit posting a little too literally. It was memes related to, you know, shit. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out which is which. I, like, not even joking, like, I genuinely screw those up sometimes. I'm an adult. Speaking of being an adult, Seto Treshax wants to join the fortress for the purpose of dying to monsters. I mean, eradicating monsters. They're an alleged human pikeman. Pike lady. She's married to Edis. Anybody want to go look up this person's history? Because you can right now on by typing in !legends. Sorry, plural. I could add an addition to that so you can check them out singular. Stonecoat, thanks for the 26th month. Appreciate you. Well, she's skilled with a pike, but yeah, you're right. She has a book, which is a Sparrowman parchment scroll. The rollers are made from rock crystal. On the item is a guide entitled The True Monastery. Authored by Kuda. I wonder how many Kuda cores. Concerns the monastery of Gulf nature. The writing is full of force, and it is reasonably serious. It is passable. It is passable. Well, okay. I didn't not recover the skull. They are dead and in the water right here. However, the good news is the skull is right there. So it's not lost. It's just currently not accessible. Will I recover it? Probably. Probably. Working on it. What do you think? Should we let this person in, chat? Visited Hot Spring, I must have kicked them out. Stored Explorations of Frillworth in Zeal Girlish. What a name. Doesn't seem to be too trickery or thievyish. Yeah. Kind of didn't do much, like got married. You know, I too am a member of the League of Roofs. I'm sorry, what the fuck is Dinrit Listen Mines the Sensual Turquoise? Deity of mountains, earth, beauty, art, and inspiration. And apparently has gone around and formed false friendships, disguising themselves as an unknown entity? That's kind of wild. Also, they're a bird falcon, a peregrine falcon deity. This is the coolest thing about this person, and it's not even remotely related to them. Also, Seduced Weakness is a very funny name as well. Same with Fragrance Crests. Speaking of Fragrance Crest, Neat Learning Tea. Thank you very much for the $5 in YouTube chat. Started playing Dwarf Fortress just a couple days ago on your new computer. Thank you so much for your guides. They've been very helpful. I'm always like a little bit disheartened when people say that I need to update my guides because I'm like, they're all still relevant. Like they're all still accurate. I've updated the ones that aren't, except for like a few things in the Marksdorf's guide, but it's all still all relevant. There's just some new buttons I need to do at some point. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what to do with this person, chat. What do you think? Also, dang, Seduce Weakness is what I say when I get taken advantage of. Dang, seduce weakness. Chat saying deny. Ooh, thumbs downer. Deny. Okay. In for nothing. Also, seriously, Stonecoat, thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. Alongside you and YouTube chat with the super chats. We are very far off the... What? Did you trip over a Crundle? I think you did. Well, that's not great. Ace Vitura, thank you very much for the Prime for a 6th month. I don't think there's anybody out there right now. But I am going to go station the military out here and just deal with these Crundles. And I am going to figure out what the fuck I'm going to do with these Crundles. I'm going to make a thing so that I can drain the thing. Crundles on their Grundles. You know it. Is that a dwarf in a cage? Nope, that's a Crundle in a cage. And it's a dwarf on a cage. Actually, maybe it is a dwarf in a cage. It kind of looks like it, doesn't it? No, it's a troll. It really looks like a dwarf. Huh. Solid opportunity to train my Marksdwarfs up a wee bit. They're all just running back over here to go pick up more gear. You're running out here with your 5 water buffalo bolts. A bundle of Crundle. It'll be like this thing where you buy a bunch of animals that you don't want that fill up your cage traps immediately, and we're going to call it the Crundle Bundle. You have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Let's see what we got. Well, ain't that just scrumptious. And I found nothing but squirrel. And then you, over here, please brew some fruit. Please just go. No, never mind. It ran away. It's fine. Let it run away. Just go back to whatever the hell you were doing, dwarves. And over here, let's deconstruct this. Crundle minecart shotgun. Honestly, at this point, we have enough Crundles that we could do that. Iron pipe section. Iron corkscrew. 1, 1. Around reasonable precautions for building into caverns. I don't know how I would tutorialize that. And I also don't know how anybody would make a guide for that. Basically, like, what can happen in... The reasons I don't make guides that people seem to think I should or would is if I don't know how to tutorialize it, or if there isn't, like, a reasonable way to tutorialize it in a concise manner, I just don't bother. Because, like... One, the caverns have changed pretty catastrophically in, like, the last 3 years. And it's one of those things that you just kind of have to intuit from experience, because there will be times when you'll dig into a cavern and it'll be empty. And then there are times where you'll dig into a cavern and you'll just get inundated with maybe not threats, but, like, things that could do damage to your dwarves, even if it's minor damage. So I don't actually know how I would tutorialize that, or how I would go about tutorializing that. That's the sort of thing that you just kind of got to figure out with time. And I'm sure you will, but I can't help you, unfortunately. All I can say is you'll figure it out with experience. Just keep messing with it. It's the same reason I will never make a tutorial about the thing that was the most requested tutorial I ever had, which was, how do you make a battle arena to make the bad guys fight? Is the most requested tutorial I've ever had. And I'm like, I don't know, you build a circle and put cages in it and then release it. It's like, I've made all the tutorials that would explain that, but, like, I couldn't in good faith call that a tutorial, because that's just me being creative on your behalf. It's like, I realized I could create, like, the primary creative ideal for an arena in Dwarf Fortress, but I think that's a bit redundant, because, like, that's not tutorializing anything. I'm just telling you how to play the game for you. And honestly, I think caverns are pretty similar to that. There we go. We got iron pipe section and corkscrew. I'm pretty sure when it comes to just, like, straight up numbers over the years, that was the most requested one I ever had. People kind of stopped requesting it after the first 6 months of Dwarf Fortress being out, but if I were to just go based on, like, total number of comments, yeah, probably that. You click on arena mode? Yeah, that's true, actually. Although you have to enable arena mode in the settings, don't you? I always forget that part. All right, so I'm going to go to you right here, and I'm going to say green glass, cough, which I think I have enough. Actually, maybe ×2. Let's get this pumping. Dear Plump Helmet Men, you're gonna be the death of me. What's the plan with the pumps? Chat, was anybody paying enough attention to figure it out for me, or do I have to explain it? I'm trying to get bodies out of the water. So we've had 2 deaths. Both of them have landed in there. So I built a pump, not pumps, but a pump to move the water out of the way so that I can get to those bodies. There isn't really a plan with the pumps outside of that. Just simply trying to get to this dwarf, who fortunately was the most upset dwarf in the fort, so that's actually saving me a headache. How's the fort going? Pretty okay. How's your day going, hun? Also, I will say I'm about, on the Twitch side of things and the YouTube side of things combined. Oopsies. Why do you do this to me, YouTube? It's nothing a YouTube chat did. It's just YouTube decided to refresh the page when I opened the tab, and it was annoying. YouTube and Twitch combined, I am currently about $40 US away from the daily minimum. Maybe we'll hit it. Maybe we won't. Regardless, though, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me. Help me build a budget for the next big video so that I can afford to take time off to do it. All right, let's do that. Grab you and click and drag. Real gamer.
Right, I haven't used this.
Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for keeping the subscription alive and helping keep the channel funded. And Alan, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. All right, for all this here, I'm just going to go to you and just say, make me a pedestal. Just one. Flicker free, thanks for the 5th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Have you done a tutorial on a sauna room? I've made mist generator tutorials, but there's no benefit or negative to Steam. And also, I'm not Finnish, so I forget saunas exist most of the time. So I would never think of it. But there is no benefits to having steam in a room. Okay, let's get this made. Totem. There we go. It's a memorial to that dumb human. And baby Blueford used to be rich. Congratulations. Zzz. Plural. And let's do that, that, and that. That'll be a dining hall, probably. Probably also a tavern. Mostly a dining hall. Might put kitchens beneath it. We'll see. We will see. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to you and I'm going to deconstruct this. I'm going to go to you and I'm going to deconstruct this. I'm going to go here and I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to set this to priority number 3 or something like that and dig back into this way. Because they're over here digging out all this. Can stop you from pumping. Let's get these dwarves back to training. Actually, monthly orders. We'll do that. Actually, there's something else I should do. I'm going to go to hunter ammo. That's what I need. Oopsies. Labor, standing orders, other hunter ammo, delete. Confirm. And then you. Ammo, just use that for training. Bolts. Material. Ah, I see. Bolts, material, metal bolts, used for combat. Done. One more minute left to start Hype Train. if you, so desire. Just needs one more subscription or $1 in bits. Regardless, though, thank you very much for those primes and the resub. Got a YouTube ad for Asana? Oh. It's kind of wild. I've had YouTube Premium for many years now, so I never quite realized just how bad the ads can get on YouTube until I go over to my parents' house, then I update their uBlock origin. But, yeah, I don't know. I just pay for YouTube Premium because I'm a sucker. It just made sense because I wanted to stop paying for Spotify and it was cheaper than Spotify and included YouTube Music, so eventually just kind of caved and went for it. Over here, I'm going to put a furniture industry, and I'm going to put a... maybe not tower cap logs. I'm going to put a furniture industry, and I'm going to put...
Alfie Bean cheered. X100.
Thank you, Alfie. It's very kind of you. I don't super expect the hype train to go anywhere, but thanks all the same. I'm going to put a furniture making industry and a infinite stockpile for boulders is my plan. So let's just do this and go boulders from here. And that starts hype train up at level 2. Oops, shit, we're in an ad break. It needs 4 subscriptions or $18 in bits to level up. But cheers regardless, chat. And the ends in YouTube chat says, hello guys. Hello back. That is a train emote. Enemy. Oh, it's a Loco emote? I haven't seen Loco in a while. Loco is somebody that, like, I used to know professionally because I would go to so many events back in the day. And I haven't been to... Last TwitchCon I went to was in 2023. And I stopped going to regular work-related events in 2019. So, like, I haven't seen Loco in years. Reminds me how small the world is sometimes. Are you calling me a yapper or something? It's right in my, like, channel tag, so it shouldn't be a surprise. Now that it's been this way for a little bit, what do we think about the, like, slower mining speeds? Quantic Flux, thank you very much for the raid. What is up? How was stream? Playing the same 15-year-old game. Aren't we all? Just like me. Although this game's older than 15 now. Actually, isn't Dwarf Fortress turning 20 in August? I think it actually is. I'm, like, mostly positive Dwarf Fortress turns 20 in August. Because it was 2006, right? Yeah, it's definitely older than StarCraft 2. Yeah, no, that's for sure. I remember all the viral videos of people getting mad and then deleting their partner or boyfriend or friend or arch nemesis's beta key for StarCraft 2. Winnie's Hold. Ah, yes. I remember seeing the trailer for that game. I don't know if I would call it very unique. I feel like it looks like every other indie game I've seen. It's like puzzle, focused, turn-based combat system, playing as a demented monster. I don't know. It's, as far as I'm concerned, exactly the same as Mutagenics. I'm waiting for what's it? Steamboat Willie's Hole, the sequel. They still make Four Loko Majestic in YouTube chat, but they never sold it in Canada. I've never actually had Four Loko. I've seen it in public, but Four Loko these days doesn't have caffeine in it anymore, so it's not as deadly as it used to be. Unlike the, was it Panera Bread? Who had the murder lemonade? But I'm glad you had fun with your stream. Contact. Was it Panera Bread? Although that didn't have alcohol in it, it just had so much caffeine it killed you, right? Murder lemonade? Yeah! Hold up. Let me do a quick Google search. Yeah, Panera lemonade caffeine. The original caffeine content was shown as about half as much as what the. Okay, well now I'm trying to find an actual story about this. Yeah, so they had this thing called charged lemonade, which was like okay. So the U.S. Food and Drug Administration says that the average adult can safely consume up to 400 milligrams of caffeine a day, the equivalent of 4 or 5 cups of coffee. Charged lemonade drinks contain up to 390 milligrams of caffeine, according to Panera's website. In contrast, Red Bull says one of their 8.45. So like an 8, like the small cans of Red Bull have 80 milligrams of caffeine, but supposedly it was actually twice as much caffeine as they claimed it was. So that's like 800 milligrams of caffeine per cup. The only people it killed were susceptible to massive amounts of caffeine. But still, like, think about how many the large cans of Red Bull that have like 200 milligrams of caffeine, right? Plus free refills, exactly. Like, if you're drinking a soft drink, you're not drinking that expecting that to be a Red Bull, right? And you go get 2 or 3 over the span of like, whatever. 100 milliliters? No, way bigger than that. Like, how big are the cups of Panera Bread? I've only ever walked past a Panera Bread. I've never been in one. Cup is 250 milliliters? Okay, so 250 milliliters, unless you mean like the actual measurement of a cup. I don't know how big their cups were. But, yeah, simply put, it's ridiculous. I need some minecarts. Open these nuts. So 600 milliliters. That seems much more believable that they're 20-ounce cups. Anyway, so yeah, no, you're drinking way too much. I would also say, so Georgie Pie in YouTube chat says, USA Food requires you to read the label unless you consume 5,000 calories in a cup. Well, here's the thing. Reading the label or not, food shouldn't be capable of giving you a heart attack. You know, like, maybe this is the Canadian food safety person in me talking, but like, if there is enough caffeine content or content of anything to just straight up kill you, it probably shouldn't be sold without like a big ass label, and this didn't have a label, which is why Panera Bread got in trouble. Anyway, that's what I'm not crazy. Panera Bread made murder lemonade. And make McDonald's taste better. Dang it. Although McDonald's still tastes like shit here, but like at least it tastes less shit than some other countries. I mean, I wonder where. Okay, so let's get you loading all other stone. You're going to load from there. And I'm going, oops. And I'm going to go here and get rid of these. And then I just need to put the minecart there, or they just need to put the minecart there. Murder lemonade. You know, honestly, I could see Murder Lemonade being an indie band. I'm sure they'd open for Japanese breakfast. I have a thing I thought about. What if film industry gets so realistic it could make people experience something like PTSD? I mean, I've seen Martyrs. I don't think that's like something people want. Saving Private Ryan? That movie's not even remotely realistic. There's nothing realistic about... Well, actually, that's not true. There's some realistic-ish things about Saving Private Ryan. Unless you're just suggesting that that movie gives people PTSD, in which case, I guess. I don't know. Okay. So now that that's done, I'm going to get rock blocks being made. And you're just going to take from there. Was really enough to have counselors on hand? Oh, you like mean when it was in theaters? I mean, I guess so. I mean, sure, if you were really there, I could see like that movie being a PTSD trigger, but is it going to cause new instances of PTSD in people? No. No, I don't. That I don't see happening. Although I would say that the Honey, I Shrunk the Audience thing in Disneyland probably gave me some sort of PTSD. I don't know, man. The thing was horrifying. Certainly made me not want anything to ever touch the back of my legs in a movie theater again. I feel like this sentence would have made more sense the first time I read it, Enemy, if you spelled clown correctly. It's like, what the heck is a close? Clows? Clothes? Cloves. Human caravan has arrived. The other people that I threatened with threatening words. Let's see what they brought me to trade. Yes, I know you meant clothes. Yes, absolutely. Can't go to bed. Clothes will eat you. Got it. Whose clothes? In other news, I'm planting strawberries, chat. If I can't get raw pufferfish served on broken bottle glass, it just is not America anymore. USA, USA, USA. Chat, I don't even, what are they on about? I'm confused. If you want PTSD simulator, you just play Red Orchestra 2. No, I think the only media that would give me PTSD would be the thoughts of like queuing up for ranked again in League of Legends. Snail, the militia commander, meets with the royal treasurer, Thek. He's very Thek. If you guys want to look up Thek, Adaduikwi, or however you say their last name, I'm sure they might have some interesting things. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. Information has been added to Civilization and World Info. I'm going to request... I'm actually... They have elephants. And pandas. And grizzly bears. Thanks for the bears. It's barely enough, but we'll barely be here when you barely get back. Need for legwear is expected. Okay, if you provide the same, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna try and trade with you now. Most humans have pandas. Don't ever buy pandas because they will literally just starve to death and you will cry. Maybe. Or you won't. Zenith returned. No, Zenith neutered. Holy shit, you're old. This man is ancient. He's 91 years old. And he's married to Rabin slapped saves. Do they keep slapping the save button so that he doesn't die of old age? That's really mean. I feel sorry for your dad, Secondar Sam. Real PTSD, the carp stands up. The last time I saw the anaconda stands up in a combat log, I laughed pretty goddamn hard, I gotta admit. Chuck, King of Chairs, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. All right, let's see what they brought. Giant kakapo bone, eh? Brought a bunch of iron. I might actually buy those iron anvils. Got blueberries, winter melons, cucumbers. The Art of Healing Plants. Man, I wish that was actually a book. Interpretations of the Humans. Yeah, I think I'll buy those anvils. Let's see if they'll trade. Nope. Fine, if you insist. Married 2 years ago? Oh, wow. Is she as old as he is? That's the crazy part, if you ask me. Because that dude is, like, ancient. Born in 208. Okay. So she's, like, his nurse, then. Like a certain Van Dyke. Which I think I can say that out loud without... As long as I run them together. Anyway, we're talking about this earlier. Cave spider silk webs. All right, so you go right there. Decrepit? I don't know. He still seems pretty spry. I mean, he's like walked all the way here after all. Honestly, when it comes to fitness, I don't think that's that person's problem. I'm just kind of amazed that he's as alive as long as he has been. Mind if you ask my plans for this fortress? There's one dwarf in this fort named the Royal Beast, Devet, who worships this god, not Darius, this god, Lenod, who is a YAK. I'm trying to build a volcano and put this... Where is it? This YAK in it as a sacrifice to the god before the YAK dies. We haven't really specified how big I need to make it. All I know is I need to get lava up here. We haven't really thought that far ahead. But that's about it. Also, this faction is, like, dead. That's about all we got. I ain't saying he's a gold digger, but he ain't going with no broke jurists. You know, honestly, I don't even think you need to see yourself out. I think you already know where the door is. And the writing is literally on the wall. It says, enemy, you know where the door is. See yourself out. Thanks. Thumbs up, management. Also, I do have to note that I've always been kind of meh on 50 Cent in general. Like, his music's fine. Just kind of indifferent to it. It was never really somebody that I found myself listening to a lot. Still not. Like, it's just... I've listened to quite a bit of rap from that era and, like, hip-hop and R&B, but never really listened to or liked much of 50 Cent's music. It was always just kind of there, and I didn't complain if I heard it, but wasn't something I would go out and seek out. I gained, like, a mountain of respect for that dude after that Netflix documentary released. Like, a fucking mountain of respect. Maxator, do you want a beard or no beard? And do you want to select somebody specific, or are you indifferent? I want to know how Ankh is so happy. Once a dwarf hits 130, you put them into retirement, no military, and your last... Really? He had 10 deaths, all of old age. That's kind of wild that you do it at 130. Dwarves die of old age between 150 and 170, though. So you're giving them like 20 years of no random death. Beard, you suppose? Indifferent to whom? Yeah, whenever I'm building a fortress that's like objectively kind of terrible, like this one kind of is right now, I'm always like, how are you so happy? What's wrong with you? Maxator. As opposed to a Minotaur, right? I see the joke. So, if a Minotaur is bull person, what's a Maxator? I shall be wondering for a while. He lacks confidence in his abilities and is somewhat scatterbrained, prefers to be alone, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He tries to do things correctly each time and isn't particularly ambitious. He often acts with compassion and tends to think before acting. He doesn't handle stress well, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He is trusting, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. And he talks to himself when he's thinking and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. No, it's more just me trying to figure out what exactly is a Maxator. Is it like a bull with a human's head? Because that's terrifying if that's the case. He personally, or is it just like a bull? He personally values family and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes gypsum plaster and trifle pewter, as well as gold opal and olive wood. Giant warthog hoof, hagfish tooth, and they have teeth, and giant armadillo shell, pigtail paper in the color green-yellow, backpacks, catapult parts, and yaks for their shaggy fur. Hair. And when possible, prefers to consume salmon, blueberry wine, and absolutely hates fire snakes. You've got several kindred spirits because you're one of the starting 7, and you worship Otungstin. That's your god. You killed a giant cave toad and a troglodyte, and you had an injury earlier because you killed them, which means your neck now bears a massive jagged scar. I don't know how you got a scar from the toad, but the toad is what gave you the scar. So... Oh, so you're the CN Tower, because you're maximum tower. Got it. Larger than a Minotaur in implication. I think by etymology it would just be a Minotaur. All right. Fair enough. Just like just a abnormally tall minotaur. Okay, so now that I've done that, just might let them make blocks for a bit, I guess. A mediocre tour? I mean, that would be the middle ground, right? No, actually, it would be more of a midi-tour. Like a midi-tour, except a midi-tour is just a keyboard that you could plug in to, like, a digital device to control it with, but, like, you could also just not. Yeah, midi-tour. Exactly. And then what a midi-tour, the midi-tour would absolutely show up on, that synthesizer show that right now I'm blanking on the name of. Bad Gear, that's it. Yes. Would show up on Bad Gear. You have a large scar from a dwarf rabbit, which you that got the taste for your flesh. Ow. That sounds painful. Yes, Stonecoat. Many yaks will be mentioned in this stream. And this is how Sentient Potato got sued by the Tor Network. I don't know why he'd get sued. I mean, accused of copyright infringement. There we go. I think MIDI-Tor is actually my favorite joke that has been made out of all of this. A media-tor is... there's also an adequate tor in the YouTube chat. There's also Maxotor, Minotaur squared. Yeah. No, that's a Minotaur? I mean, that's a fish. The Minotaur stands up. Of the shaven yak? What? Why are we talking about shaving yaks? When did that come up? I seem to have missed this one. Okay, so I don't appear to have a gem stockpile just yet, so that's good. Oh, no, I do. Let's nick that one in the bud. Do I have any actual skilled gem cutters? I do. I'm gonna cut all 16 of those? Was that how many it was? Yes. All I know is that I don't have enough evidence to prove that they can equate to anything other than a bad joke. Hakujan. I don't know about you, chat. I know I started this. This is all my fault. But my brain's starting to hurt with these jokes. Like, it's hard for me to keep it going. Like, we may have hit my skill ceiling here. I might need to, like, put down the L on this one for me and give chat the W. I'm, like, running out of brain capacity. You know, I could really, really go for some tartar sauce right about now, actually. That sounds pretty good. Second sim. Although instead I just have pumpkin soup. Veggie pumpkin soup for dinner. No tartar sauce. Because I would need some fish for that. F's in chat for Blind's brain. Was it really there to begin with? Clino, let's be honest. Besides, chat's the one who is sitting here and listening to me, and it's a good thing too, because I'm currently working on recording a video that's probably going to be like 6 or 7 hours of me just sitting there reading, which might be a horrible idea, and it is certainly possible that nobody will watch it. But if you do watch it, or just want to listen to me read for hours, maybe I'll have just a video for you soon-ish. Oops. Kind of wanted you to do that. I need wall pieces, not floor pieces. I mean, it's certainly been a tirade. Actually, maybe I should go and raid the Thai place. We could go for a pad Thai. An ad break. No puns for a little while? Ah, that's not possible. Do I have a special plan for this fortress? I'm trying to build a monolithic altar to the great god of yaks, so that, or to the great yak god of creation, so that I can sacrifice a yak that has taken its name and rebirth my dwarven civilization. Going to build up? Yeah, that is the plan. Also worth noting, if you type in !legends in Twitch chat, or if you check the YouTube stream description, it should say, it should have a link to legends.blindirl.net. And if you go to that link, you'll see the legends for this world and can look them up in real time. Although they only update when the stream ends, which means it'll probably go offline for a minute once the stream's over, but... I just need to wait until we have one more of these over here. I feel like I've lost more than just 2 dwarves. I guess I did lose 3, but one of them was a human. I don't think Torian's gonna help your hands from repetitive strain or like joint issues. Unless we're back to making Minotaur jokes, if that's what's happening. Please no more? Yeah. You know you like it. Come on. Second art to Sam. Don't lie. Unless that's your safe word, in which case, might be. Caught? Right. I can detect reverse psychology a mile away. In fact, I did a PhD in reverse psychology. They call it a DHP. Bwomp, bwomp, bwomp. Anyway. Speaking of beverages, I should probably drink my bubbly. And contemplate the mistakes that I have created today in the chat. I'm so far out of any realm of reasonable sanity. You know what's actually happening, chat? Is I've been streaming for almost 9 hours, and it's my Monday. So that's what's actually happening. Is I've been on for a while so far today. It's been a longer day, full length day, even not really a longer day, but it's been a full length day. Damn it! I'm getting tired. Works of art. I guess art is subjective. And I'm apparently assembling adamantine ballista arrows. I'm going to make a stockpile here for tables, thrones, cabinets, boxes, because that makes logical sense. Thanks, Dwarf, for it. Let's do that, and that. And then right next to that, I'm just gonna grab you right here. And I'm gonna say encrust furniture with cut gems. And actually, more so do these. Truly is superior quality cut thing. And then polished stones down here. They're gonna start making tables, thrones, and chairs. They're gonna get put over there, and then gonna get stuff put in them, hopefully. Oh, never mind. My gem cutter went to sleep. Well, I'll just cancel your gig, because I just kind of want somebody to go do it. You got a few different people learning. I mean, you've also got some decent skills as well. And of course, you're putting it in a bucket, because what else would you do? But yeah, no, the actual plan for this fortress is just to have a more interesting fortress than the last one. Because the last one, I don't know, was a bit mid interest-wise for me. Like, kind of not a lot happened, and it was rather slow to do anything of particular note, which I was personally a little bit disappointed by. I was kind of hoping that that it wouldn't, you know, end with crashing, but I think that's also kind of the hope for just about every fort. So it ended with crashes, and that was disappointing. We attracted no more migrants this season. So my goal is to hopefully do something more interesting than this one. And I really like this YAK god, so hopefully we can do something of interest and note with this here god. We're over here encrusting furniture. After you haul that... Oh, really? Are you polishing limonite? Oh, that's interesting. Kind of wasn't expecting them to do that. Fascinating. Okay. So we're making lemonite cabochons, eh? Kind of curious as to what they're going to... Okay, grab a iron ore cabochons, hey? That's pretty dope, actually. Let's do one more. Then I can do table, table, table. Just kind of curious to see what you do after you polish this one. It's pretty straightforward killed with style. Basically, I have a YAK named the Holy Cow, and once we are done, you know, creating a fitting sacrificial chamber for the Holy Cow, I will sacrifice the Holy Cow to, like, pretend that we're summoning a god. That's all I'm doing. You know, nothing out of the ordinary. Very normal dwarf behavior. And this right here can be our tavern. And I think, at least initially, I will leave it public. The granite tongs? All right, dwarves, go make merry. Drinketh up the booze. And consume all of the beverages. Getting a few more of these tables built. Except I'm actually going to...
Something about a galaxy, hitchhikers, and answers. I never read it.
Did you, though? I don't know. I feel like if you know that much, you're no longer able to be trusted that you didn't read it. It's possible you may have read it. Or at least read part of it. I think I read it. I may have just listened to the audiobook and I'm misremembering these days. Gristeth, thanks for the 42nd month. That's fair, actually. That is fair. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Gristeth, keeping that subscription alive for 42. The 42nd time. It's truly craisins. Aluminum gizzard stones, eh? And I'm gonna go to here. Just gonna say none for the moment. Oh, wow. It appears that IKEA has stolen a bunch of stuff from the surface. I'm pretty happy with how this fort's looking for the moment. I think we've still got a much more ways to go. But I think that this fort is starting to imagineer itself. I will say that I have no freaking clue why there's grass growing here. No idea. It's got to be because I channeled down this area. Like, removed the top. It's interesting. The Infinity IKEA? I mean, what, are they here to build the Infinity Gauntlet? Or is that just the Gauntlet Legends? Didn't feel anything after a lack of decent meals for too long. And you know, honestly, I'm not too surprised there. Okay, I'm gonna go down to here. We're gonna build our clothing industry, or at least the start of it. And by that I mean I'm just gonna make a loom and a clother shop. You clearly know more about this than I do then. I have no idea what that is. Well, I mean, I know what an IKEA is, I know what the word infinity is, I know what an SCP is, and I know what a SpongeBob is, but I don't know about a SCP that befriended SpongeBob. There's a person named Dooley Budrorsees, the human bowman who's visiting. The question is, do we trust them in any way, sense of the word? Kind of looks like you're holding a fishing rod, but I know it's a bow. How old are you? 101 years old? Good lord. And you're married to someone named Pecklod. Well, chucked hedge. Over the hedge? There's no way you are not a murderous criminal here to steal my stuff. I mean, you even killed Esper Valleyglow in 266. And you didn't feel anything after seeing Akia's dead body. Actually, that checks out. And wow, those snakes multiply fast. They were laying 12 to 54 eggs in bundles. Eldritch. Ironically, they didn't actually breed that many times because I separated them pretty quickly. But, you know. That's just, well, okay. It's either IKEA, Christeth, or it's Walmart's exit queue is the Infinity Prison. And at this point in my life, I think I'm actually more inclined to say it's probably Walmart's exit queue. Whatever, we'll actually leave that there. You, however, can take from up here. Yeah, Walmart's exit queue. Chat, do you know what I mean when I say Infinity Maze and Walmart's exit queue? I mean, it goes around, like, multiple, like, right turns and sometimes even has dead ends, and then you have to, like, buy something, or they don't let you leave. It's terrifying. The way a lot of Walmarts around where I live are set up, in order to leave the Walmart, you have to go through the exit queue. And sometimes security won't believe that you didn't grab anything or, like, aren't trying to steal stuff. So they'll, like, make you, like, try and rustle you up to make sure that you're not shoplifting. It's like, none of your produce is worth anything. None of the shit you have here is worth anything. Why do you care? I don't have 15 steaks in my shirt. Like, Walmart is actually kind of a liminal space nightmare as far as I'm concerned. Actually, yeah, we can get you keep you collecting webs. And then I'll go down here and build a leather shop. Leatherworks. This can just be for cloth. Cloth and thread. Then I can go back up here. That's a tanner shop. That's farmers. That's a still. Those are crafts dwarf shops. That's a fisher dwarf shop. The bowyer's workshop, I can get rid of that. That's a gem cutter. Jewelers, I can get rid of that. Did I not have a... I swear I made a leatherworker shop. It's the tanner and the butcher, I guess. Please make a bunch of totems. Maybe I didn't. They have a weird settling history? How so? Muka. Got a bunch of random people stuck up here. They must be trying to do combat with the Kias. I feel like I'm just going to go right here. And I'm going to cry internally slightly because the game's all like saving right when I decide to do a thing. But what do you mean by weird settling history, Eldrish? 100-year-old archer like from Metal Gear. There's a lot of Metal Gear protagonists in Dwarf art. And here I always thought there were things that just seemed almost eldritch horror or like grimdark in like kind of the FromSoft mold. Okay, let's not do logs. Let's not do boulders. Let's not do food. Let's not do bars or blocks. Let's not do ammo. Let's not do cloth. Let's not do leather or gems. But basically everything else can go here. I just want to get everything off the surface. Basically. Just want to get everything underground to where it's safe. I also don't have enough people right now. Let's see. No, okay. I don't know. This isn't a weird settling history. I see this as just, you know, like, they got stuck in a weird, crappy era where there was no work available for anybody. Oh, okay. Then the human and the human and the human, they made a journey? This is a funny sentence. Duly the human and the human and the human and the human made the journey to Hermit Glade. So they're like they're British. They acquire artifacts and then they try to sell them to museums. That makes sense. You did she did take part in a competition in Frillworth. Silver Bust was offered to an elf by Dooley. They settled in Chainburns. And then moved out from this place. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's nothing too suspicious here. Aside from... So, due to an ongoing surveillance on the contact goblin Snowdub spidery furs, the plot unfolded, and Dooley was convicted of attempted murder by the Councils of Amendment. Dooley implicated the goblin during the interrogation. And then got divorced, probably related. What the heck did you do to get convicted of murder? Did you plot to kill somebody? Due to ongoing surveillance, the plot unfolded. Okay, hold on. Formed a false friendship in order to offer information. Assumed the identity. Unknown identity. Or each other used for information. Due to the plot unfolded, was convicted of embezzlement. Was imprisoned by the Councils of Amazement, became a member of the Rages of Immortality. And that's like the Rage Against the Machine, but Dwarf Fortress Edition. Due to ongoing surveillance, as the plot unfolded, Dooley was convicted of murder. And it was implicated. What was the plot, though? They obey this person. Ah, a necromancer. Got it. But, like... This is weird. Work if suited. So basically, as I understand it, Dooley, this human, who wants to fall in love, really wants to be a evil agent who steals artifacts, but just never got hired for the job. Applied for many potential job offers, has a very extensive LinkedIn account, but, you know, in this economy, unfortunately, I think our poor human is incapable of acquiring work. Yeah, because, like, you know, they ran out of employment. I think very relatable. Not that I'm gonna let them live here, though. Chat, I think we're fading a little bit. We're all a little tired. I know I am. I'm certainly fading a little bit. I'm certainly a little bit tired. I think it's time for me to call it. I think I'm gonna call it for the day. I mean, we're like 9 hours into the stream. 8 hours into the YouTube stream. Yeah, I'm getting a little snoozy. Later in. Getting a little bit snoozy. I do hope you'll tune in tomorrow. My hopes for tomorrow is that we get some more migrants, because we did start not on the 1st of spring. It's going to take a little bit for us to get migrants, as per usual. But here's hoping that there's enough refugee dwarves in the world to repopulate that fortress so that we can build up that faction. Don't run off, though, because we are going to go raid somebody. YouTube folks, if you'd like to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you on the flip. I do have to say thank you for those of you who threw bits and super chats and such to help us get close to the daily minimum. Outside of the last stream that I did, which was a bit of an anomaly, it would be 4 streams in a row that we haven't made it to the daily minimum. So thank you very much to those of you who assisted, though. Do remember that if you like this channel and the way that I do things here, trying to keep things as sponsor-free and advertisement-free as possible, if you happen to have a Prime sub available, do think about me. That's all I really ask. That, or maybe chuck a couple bucks a month at me over on my blog or something. Regardless, though, thanks for taking the time to watch today. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. Once again, if you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. For those of you who are looking at the legends, I'm going to update it once I go offline. So if it disappears in 404s for a minute or 3, it'll come back. Don't worry. But I will have to turn it back on after the fact. And shoutouts to everybody who raided the channel today. It's always nice to have some new folks pile in. Ooh, I got somebody we can raid. I think this might be a new person for us. I don't know if I've rated this person before. What do you think, chat? Give the stream a rating out of 10. I'd love to know what you thought of it today. And I'm gonna go grab the raid music. Huzzah. Wow, it's a little dark over there, isn't it? That's a little less dark, but not